Chapter 779. Amidst the laughter of the barbarians, there were continuous screams coming from another direction. These were the cries of the savage beasts. They were extremely mournful, and the forest shook continuously. At the same time, there were sounds of bones breaking. In the darkness of the night, most of the barbarians could not see anything. But if they could, they would find that the beasts had all died in one blow, and their wounds were all on their heads. After the waves of mournful cries, there were sounds of running and panic. These savage beasts were not weak. Seeing that things were not going well, they began to run away in fear. These were all level 2 and 3 savage beasts. They were useless to Zichun, and even the Raven tribe would not be of much use. Zichun did not chase after them, nor did he kill them. Instead, he turned around and went back. After cleaning up the battlefield and returning, the Raven tribe's barbecue was almost done. Although there was a spot that was slightly charred, the rest of the barbecue was not bad. Zichun went alone and returned alone. No one knew what Zichun's harvest was, and no one dared to ask. Some barbarians tried to guess his harvest from Zichun's expression, but Zichun's expression when he left was the same as when he returned. After that, they divided the meat and ate it. Everyone ate heartily, but the two barbecued meat could only satisfy their cravings. After the previous massacre, no more savage beasts dared to attack them. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, they also saw many level 1 and level 2 savage beasts. Just as they were about to kill them, they were stopped by Zichun. Level 1 and level 2 savage beasts were useless besides filling their stomachs. Killing too many of them was useless. Therefore, on the second day, they did not gain anything. But in the second half of the day, when they saw level 3 savage beasts, Zichun signaled for everyone to attack. Of course, this included the Raven tribe. During this time, Zichun would ask everyone to use the level 2 barbarian arts he taught them. Because in the previous battle, everyone was easily panicked. After panicking, they would instinctively use the barbarian arts they had practiced for more than 10 years. This was a habit that was difficult to change within a short period of time. That was why Zichun had been strict in his supervision and deliberately made requests. Under Zichun's deliberate requests, everyone's berserker arts improved while they hunted. Zichun discovered that the barbarians, who had not made much progress in the past few days, had made great progress in fighting against the savage beasts. Therefore, Zichun took back his original words and made a new rule. According to the rules, one could fight against a level 2 savage beast, but it had to be a one-on-one battle. In the first 2 days, they were still not used to it and were constantly on the receiving end. However, as time passed, they slowly adapted to it. In the beginning, they were unable to defeat the enemy and were being oppressed. Gradually, they were able to parry the enemy's attacks and were evenly matched. In the end, they were able to counterattack. In fact, half a month later, some of them were even able to kill those of the same level. During this period of time, the one who improved the fastest was Wula Wula, who had snatched Zichun's spirit ring, was unexpectedly a little genius in battle. This time, they went out to hunt for savage beasts for half a month. It was the longest time they had ever gone out. Every night, Zichun would protect everyone. During the night, Zichun would also take out some ancient beast meat to share with everyone. After a period of time, some of the barbarians realized that their strength had increased. Although there were no signs of a breakthrough, it would not take long for them to do so. After half a month of getting along, everyone had completely accepted the idea that Zichun was the only leader in the Raven tribe. Towards Zichun, they admired him even more. They worshipped him and saw him as their idol. Leader Zichun, we have been out for half a month. The tribe should be running out of food soon. Let's go back. Wu Man suggested. All right then. Zichun nodded. He originally wanted to let everyone continue to train here for half a month. When the power of the level 2 berserker arts reached 100%, they would go back. However, he forgot that the Raven tribe was running out of food. All right, everyone, let's go back, Zichun said to the barbarians in the distance. When the barbarians heard that they could go back, their faces were filled with joy. Then, they all gathered around Zichun. The happy crowd did not notice that Zichun was suddenly startled. In the end, there was a faint smile on his face. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Then, there was a series of urgent roars. The forest was filled with the rustling sounds of savage beasts running at full speed against the branches and leaves. There are savage beasts, and there are quite a few of them. The barbarians' faces changed at first. Then, they all started to laugh. Their fighting spirit rose up around them. They had only been here for half a month, but every barbarian had undergone tremendous changes. Their fighting power had also increased by more than one-fold. Soon, the urgent roars came closer. A group of savage beasts appeared. This was a pack of savage wolves. There were as many as 20 of them. If it was before, they would have been scared and retreated. However, after half a month of training, they were all filled with confidence. They howled and charged towards the pack of savage wolves. At this moment, all the barbarians wanted to show off their powerful fighting power. They did not notice the fear on the faces of the savage wolves. It was obvious that they were running away, not hunting them. Chief Zichun, Wu Man noticed and turned to look at Zichun. His face was filled with worry. It's fine. It's just a level 4 savage beast. Zichun waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "What? A level 4 savage beast?" Wu Man's eyes widened when he heard this. The 3 level 3 warriors who did not make a move also looked at Zichun in shock. They did not have the ability to fight a level 4 savage beast. Wu Man did, but he did not have a level 4 berserker art. He was definitely not a match for a level 4 savage beast. Sure enough, just as the barbarians blocked the pack of savage wolves, a trembling sound came from afar. Then, a huge creature appeared. It was a black bear that was over 5 meters tall. The black fur on its body was like steel needles. It walked upright, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Damn it! It's a savage bear that is known for its strength. This kind of guy is a terrifying existence even among level 4 savage beasts. After seeing the savage bear, Wu Man's face changed. The savage bear approached. There were still traces of blood on the fur at the corner of its mouth. It was originally only paying attention to the savage wolves, but when it saw the barbarians, its ferocious eyes fell on them. It then strode forward. The group of barbarians realized that the situation wasn't good. They restrained the barbarian wolf and retreated, leaving the battlefield to the Wu barbarian and Zichun. In their opinion, 2 warriors of the 4th rank and 3 warriors of the 3rd rank should be enough to kill the barbarian bear. The savage bear walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble. Wu Man was the first to let out a loud shout. Then, he clenched his fist and punched at the savage bear. He was using the level 2 barbarian technique that Zichun had taught him. When it was used to the extreme, it had evolved into a level 3 barbarian technique. After leaping high, Wu Man's powerful punch was aimed at the savage bear's head. The air let out an ear-piercing whistle. This attack contained an extremely powerful force. However, before this strike could land, Wu Man felt his vision darken. It was the barbarian bear's enormous bear paw that was one step ahead of him. If this strike landed, even if Wu Man didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Wu Man had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. His fist met the savage bear's paw. Then, Wu Man was sent flying by this attack. Just as Wu Man was sent flying, the 3 level 3 warriors arrived. But their combined attack was no match for the savage bear's sweep. With a sweep of the bear's paw, the wind whistled and the 3 were sent flying. Unknowingly, Zichun was already standing in front of the savage bear. Looking at this extremely small fellow, the savage bear snorted. As a level 4 savage beast, although its brain wasn't as bright as other savage beasts, it wasn't completely useless. Previously, those savage beasts that were as tall as it couldn't do anything to it, let alone this savage beast that looked like he hadn't grown up yet. How dare he block its path before he grew up? This made the savage bear extremely dissatisfied. So, in its anger, it decided to stomp this little savage beast to death. The savage bear lifted its foot and stomped. A huge force filled its entire body. The force of this stomp was almost enough to trample a small mountain. But when its foot landed on the little savage beast, it couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, its foot was blocked by a huge force. Humph! A level 4 savage beast is only a... Zichun coldly snorted. He immediately used his strength and pushed the savage bear back. The savage bear staggered back. Its huge body almost fell. After retreating 5 or 6 steps, it let out a low roar of anger. It felt that it was humiliated to be forced back by a little savage beast. So, it stepped forward again. But this time, it didn't stomp on Zichun. Instead, it stretched out its paw and used its powerful paw to viciously slap Zichun. This powerful attack was naturally more powerful than the previous stomp. At this moment, Zichun swung his fist. His fist emitted a faint golden light. It was as if there was a substantial force wrapped around his fist. A powerful force spread out from his fist. The manifestation of power. This is a level 4 barbarian technique. Seeing the substantial golden light on Zichun's fist, Wu Man in the distance was shocked. There was also deep shock in his eyes. And the other barbarians were obviously shocked as well. The bear's paw collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The entire ground trembled because of this explosion. After that, everyone shockingly discovered that leader Zichun didn't even take a single step back from the opponent's attack. Instead, the huge barbarian bear was forcefully pushed back by this attack. This time, after being pushed back over 10 steps, the barbarian bear fell to the ground with a bang. Using strength against strength, the savage bear, which was famous for its strength, was forced back. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Zichun as if they were looking at a monster. The savage bear that was forced back quickly got up. It let out an angry roar and once again charged at Zichun. But this time, after clashing with Zichun, it retreated even more thoroughly. After that, the savage bear was suppressed endlessly. Zichun beat the savage bear until it didn't have any temper. Previously, the savage bear wasn't a match for Zichun, but as they continued to clash, the strength that Zichun displayed became even more powerful. He suppressed the savage bear. Then, Zichun punched again. But this time, the golden light around his body became even more dazzling. The light from his fist was so dazzling that it looked like a lump of gold. The level 3 barbarian technique was forcefully transformed into a level 4 barbarian technique by Zichun. A powerful force surged out. Zichun leapt high into the air and struck the savage bear's chest. Pooh! Chapter 780. Without elemental energy or spiritual sense, a hole in the heart was fatal. The barbarian bear lost all signs of life, and its huge body fell backwards. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A level 4 barbarian beast was easily killed by Zichun. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Man rushed towards the barbarian bear with a gourd in his hand. He opened the gourd and began to collect the blood dripping from the barbarian bear's heart. After the other barbarians recovered from their shock, they continued to fight the level 2 barbarian wolves until all of them were killed. After that, these barbarians carried the barbarian wolves back to the tribe. As for Zichun's suggestion to collect the blood, they did not accept it. Chief Zichun, for so many years, we have always carried our spoils back. If we don't carry them, we feel like we are missing something. Wu Man explained. He was also carrying the barbarian bear that Zichun had killed. With the strength of a level 4 warrior, it was not difficult for Wu Man to carry the barbarian bear that weighed a few thousand pounds. Although they had stayed here for half a month, they did not go in a straight line. Instead, they wandered around nearby. Before long, they returned to the Raven tribe. From far away, Zichun could hear the cries of surprise coming from the Raven tribe. Then, many Raven tribe warriors rushed over. Among them, there were many Raven women. Una was the leader. Seeing that other than Zichun, everyone was carrying a barbarian beast on their shoulders. The Ravens were overjoyed. It was clear that this was a great harvest. After helping the returning warriors get their spoils, the barbarians escorted Zichun and the others back to the Raven tribe. The barbarians were not stingy with their praise. They praised the group for killing so many barbarian beasts this time. While the group of barbarians were feeling proud of themselves, they were also constantly bragging, saying that this was nothing. There were even more that they had yet to take out. When they arrived at the Raven tribe's large open space, the barbarians gathered. There were more than 200 of them. What surprised Zichun was that the barbarians here were all young barbarians or barbarian children. There were no old barbarians. There were more than 20 corpses of savage beasts in front of the open space. These were the spoils of war and would be everyone's food in the future. However, at this moment, all the barbarians were looking at Zichen with anticipation in their eyes. They heard from the other barbarians that they were waiting for Zichen to perform a magic trick for them. Zichen didn't bother asking why there wasn't an old man here. Instead, he waved his hand, and massive savage beasts appeared out of thin air. There were more than 20 savage beasts on the ground, but soon, there were more than 20 savage beasts in front of them. Among them, there was no lack of level 2 and level 3 savage beasts, and the number was still increasing until there were more than 50 of them. There were more than 50 savage beasts, and each of them was several meters in size. It was enough to feed the barbarians for 2 months. To the barbarians, food was everything. Seeing so much food, the barbarians hugged each other and cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited. Zichen retreated more than 10 meters without leaving a trace. Then, he pointed at the corpses of the savage beasts on the ground and said, "All right, let's clean it up quickly." The barbarians immediately moved. They took out extremely sharp stone tools and began to cut the corpses of the savage beasts. Although the stone tools were sharp, they weren't real sharp weapons. They also weren't the stone swords that Zhang Haoyin used. Their cutting speed wasn't fast. If this continued, even if all 200 barbarians moved, it would still take a long time to finish cutting the corpses. Zichen looked at Wu Man. Then, he found a pill weapon in his spirit ring. This was a pill weapon from the Dan Yuan spirit ring that had been poisoned to death when they first entered the trial. Zichen handed the pill weapon to Wu Man. Wu Man received the pill weapon with a stunned expression. The others also curiously looked at the pill weapon in Wu Man's hand. "I'll give it to you. Go help." "Hurry up," said Zichen. Wu Man's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. He tightened his grip on the pill weapon and then joined the ranks of the barbarians. The other barbarians' eyes were clearly filled with envy. "After you're done with these savage beasts, don't carelessly place those medicinal herbs. Call me when you're done." Zichen turned around and said. Wu Man nodded, indicating that he understood. Zichen returned to his residence. While the others were busy, he naturally wouldn't stay idle. With a wave of his hand, dozens of medicinal herbs appeared in front of him. These were all harvested half a month ago. Zichen needed to find some suitable ones from these medicinal herbs. After that, Zichen tasted the herbs one by one. As he tasted them one by one, Zichen discovered that although these herbs weren't spirit herbs, some of their effects weren't any weaker than spirit herbs. Moreover, there were many effects that spirit herbs didn't have. Among them, there were many herbs that could increase one's strength or heal injuries. Just like the barbarian world, the herbs produced here were extremely suitable for this world. They were also very suitable for the barbarians. Moreover, after Zichen arrived, he discovered that the growth of his physique in the barbarian world was clearly much faster than in the outside world. In the outside world, eating barbecued meat and drinking meat soup could increase one's strength. For the current Zichen, it was simply nonsense. However, in the ancient beast world, Zichen, who was clearly hungry, could also clearly feel that his perfect body was changing. This kind of change far exceeded the outside world. Moreover, Zichen discovered that his perfect body seemed to be extremely suitable for growing in this world. From beginning to end, Zichen tasted dozens of medicinal herbs. Then, he categorized the effects of these medicinal herbs. Using his knowledge of alchemy, he prepared a medicinal diet that could truly increase one's strength for everyone. In addition, Zichen also managed to scrape together a set of medicinal herbs that could treat external injuries. By the time he finished all this, half a day had already passed. At this time, Wu Man just happened to call Zichen and tell him that everything was done. Zichen went out and walked to the square. Then, he saw a lot of meat that had been killed and processed. After that, Zichen took out the medicinal herbs and had the barbarians carefully identify them and remember the quantity. In the future, they would add this kind of thing to their food. That night, after adding the medicinal herbs that Zichen had prepared, the extremely unpleasant and bitter smell of the medicinal herbs finally disappeared. Whether it was the quality or the effect of the food, it was clearly improved by a large margin. When the barbarians returned from hunting wild beasts, It was time for them to relax completely. That night, various sounds of indulgence could be heard coming from every room. During this period of time, everyone naturally arranged for Una, the best girl, to be with Zichun. However, Zichun rejected all of them. At night, while the barbarians were working hard, Zichun was not idle either. He was refining the ancient beast's blood essence to increase his strength. The increase in strength that was not obvious in the outside world was extremely obvious here. Zichun guessed that this was because of the laws of this world. This was a great place to increase one's physical strength. Zichun was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the ancient road was long and he could not estimate how long it would take. The long night finally passed. Early in the morning, Zichun got out of bed and walked towards the square. He was preparing to gather the 5 third-level warriors and Wu Man to teach them the third-level barbarian technique. Unexpectedly, only 2 of them came. As for the 3 barbarians and Wu Man, they were still resting because they were too tired from the previous night. Zichun waved his hand and said that he would talk about it tomorrow. It must be mentioned that not only did Zichun change the medicinal herbs in the food, he also changed the food of the barbarians. The barbarians below the second level ate second-level beasts. The second-level warriors ate third-level beasts. As for the third-level warriors, they ate fourth-level beasts. Of course, Zichun and Wu Man also ate fourth-level beasts. Zichun's original intention was for him and Wu Man to eat fifth-level beasts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to hunt one last time and could only give up. Zichun originally planned to teach the 6 barbarians the third-level barbarian technique the next day. However, he knew that the Raven tribe had a rule of 3 days of indulgence. In other words, if they came back from hunting beasts, they could indulge for 3 days without doing anything. With regards to this rule, it was not good for Zichun to change it. On the second night, when various kinds of unrestrained voices once again resounded through the small tribe, Zichun left the tribe and once again stepped onto the barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. The barbaric Dragon Mountain Range was dozens of miles away from the tribe. For Zichun, who had some Yuan power, it was too close. Without much effort, Zichun arrived at the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. After that, Zichun found a direction and entered the depths of the mountain range in a straight line. On the way, Zichun did not suppress his presence at all. As long as he encountered a third-level beast, he would immediately kill it. As for second-level beasts, Zichun naturally ignored them. After about 2 hours, Zichun killed 3 third-level beasts. His harvest was quite good, but Zichun was very dissatisfied with it. He continued to travel in a straight line for another 2 hours. During this time, he had traveled more than 100 miles. Then, in the dark barbaric Dragon Mountain Range, there was a ball of dazzling fire. This fire became brighter and brighter, and the flames spewed out dozens of meters high. The nearby beasts naturally noticed the fire and flew towards it. Zichun stood beside the bonfire and released his spiritual thoughts. Gradually, within the range of his spiritual thoughts, savage beasts appeared one after another. First, there were third-level beasts. The number of fourth-level beasts increased. Soon, there were 5 fourth-level beasts. Only fourth-level beasts? Zichun was extremely dissatisfied. However, at this moment, a powerful presence appeared in Zichun's spiritual thoughts. A 5th-level savage beast finally appeared. It was a black shadow, but with his powerful spiritual thoughts, Zichun could tell that this black shadow was a black panther. After seeing this huge black panther with his spiritual thoughts, Zichun calculated its weight and how long he and Wu Man could eat. After a rough calculation, if the 2 of them ate 60 pounds a day, then this 5th-level black panther could eat for at least a month. This black panther's weight was estimated to be more than 2,000 pounds. The black panther's speed was very fast, but when it approached the fire, it was extremely careful. Zichun snorted and ignored the black panther. Instead, he went to hunt the 4th-level savage beasts. The Dragon Soul Spear appeared in Zichun's hand. The Dragon Soul within the Dragon Soul Spear had not awakened yet, but its sharpness was still there. Zichun held the Dragon Soul Spear tightly and rushed towards a 4th-level savage beast. Then, he struck with lightning speed. In an instant, the 4th-level savage beast's forehead was pierced by the Dragon Soul Spear. With one strike, the 4th-level savage beast died. Chapter 781. In this pitch-black night, the powerful savage beasts that were supposed to be the hunters had become the prey. Zichun was like a ghost in the night, and also like an Azura, raising his sharp butcher's knife towards the savage beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Savage beasts died one by one. No matter if it was a level 3 or level 4 savage beast, Zichun would not use a second strike on them. All of the savage beasts suffered a fatal blow in between their eyebrows. The sharp dragon soul spear pierced through it as easily as cutting tofu. During the massacre, the level 5 Black Panther slowly and carefully approached Zichun. In the pitch-black night, its vision was as bright as day, and it could see everything that was happening in front of it. It saw the scene of the other savage beasts being killed in one strike. Although it was a little surprised, it was not afraid because it could do the same thing, and even better. If it wanted to, as a level 5 savage beast, it could kill all of the savage beasts here. It was the king of savage beasts, the king of the night. Other than level 6 savage beasts, it was at the peak of the same level. It was trying to get closer to the barbarian. Every step it took was extremely careful, and there was no sound at all. Naturally, it did not believe that the barbarian would be able to detect it. Savage beasts died one by one in the hands of the barbarian, but the Black Panther remained calm and focused, quietly waiting for the opportunity to kill the barbarian in one strike. It was very patient, and it had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the opportunity came. After killing all of the savage beasts, the barbarian let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had killed all of the savage beasts. Just when he let down his guard, the Black Panther suddenly attacked. Its body flashed, and like a black lightning, it rushed towards the barbarian at an extremely fast speed. During this time, it did not make any noise, nor did it make any whistling sound, nor did it make any sound. There was not even a slight gust of wind. The Black Panther did not make any noise as it pounced towards the barbarian. Just when it felt that it could bite the barbarian to death in the next moment, it realized that the barbarian's body had actually left the ground. The Black Panther knew that the barbarian had discovered it. It was a little surprised by the barbarian's reaction, but so what if the barbarian had jumped? It could also jump, and when it jumped, it could jump again without any support. Sure enough, the Black Panther leaped into the air again, but this time, it still didn't touch the barbarian. The indifferent Black Panther widened its eyes in the next moment. If it was a berserker and could speak, it would definitely cry out in surprise or roar. It was because it saw an inconceivable scene. The barbarian in front of it didn't jump, but instead flew like a bird. No, it was the kind of flight that was even more terrifying than a bird, because the barbarian didn't have wings. The barbarian flew to the top of its head, and when it was about to land, he launched an attack. The weapon that he had used to kill the other savage beasts was also aimed at its glabella, and the barbarian stabbed down viciously. The Black Panther wanted to scream in fear, but before it could, it felt a huge force coming from between its eyebrows. The Black Panther felt its vision turn black, and all its strength disappeared. Bang! A loud sound rang out in the dark night. The level 5 savage beast was pierced through between its eyebrows before it could even let out a scream. It died an unnatural death. Zichun landed on the ground with a pale face. The attack just now wasn't just physical strength, but also elemental energy and spiritual sense. The next morning, when it was time for lunch, Una went to deliver some food to Zichun only to find that Zichun had disappeared. Zichun had become the backbone of the Raven tribe. Zichun's sudden disappearance was a big deal, a big deal. In an instant, those barbarians who were resting due to excessive indulgence all got up from their beds and joined the search for Zichun. The barbarians were extremely anxious. They searched all the rooms but couldn't find Zichun. After that, they went around the tribe to search but still couldn't find him. How could he disappear? How could a person disappear in the middle of the night? Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. Zichun's disappearance was equivalent to the loss of their backbone. As time passed, the barbarians began to panic. They just had a feeling of happiness and satisfaction, and they didn't want this feeling to be broken. Moreover, Zichun had only been here for less than a month, but his strength had doubled. The hope of the Raven tribe rested on Zichun's shoulders. Could it be that the Black tribe did it? They took advantage of the night to kidnap leader Zichun. An anxious barbarian made a wild guess. The Black Tribe only has 2 level 4 warriors. How could they kidnap leader Zichun without anyone noticing? Moreover, leader Zichun is very strong. It's hard to say if the two of them can fight against each other. Immediately, a barbarian refuted. After searching for a whole day, the barbarians were frustrated and panicked. They couldn't see anything in the dark, so they turned back and prepared to search again the next day. Tonight was supposed to be the last day of the 3 days of indulgence, but the entire tribe was extremely quiet. Zichun's disappearance had made the barbarians panic and upset. They no longer had any interest in doing anything. This night, they had endured a longer night than Zichun had expected. This night was too long. It was so long that all the barbarians tossed and turned in bed. They couldn't sleep. When the sky finally brightened, all the barbarians got up from their beds and left their rooms to look for Zichun. However, they found that Zichun was already standing in the square. Leader Zichun, you're back. Leader Zichun, where have you been? A group of more than 200 barbarians appeared and surrounded him. Many of them had red eyes. It was obvious that they didn't sleep well last night. Seeing everyone appear, Zichun was a little startled. He asked, "Why are you all up? Don't you need to sleep?" Leader Zichun, we don't know where you are. We didn't sleep last night. We were looking forward to finding you at dawn. Wu Man's eyes were also red. He didn't sleep last night, and it was the same during the day. He had overexerted himself the night before and hadn't slept for 2 days. The others were also concerned about where Zichun had gone. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing everyone's expression, Zichun also understood. He quickly apologized. Sorry. I went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range alone the night before. I wanted to hunt some savage beasts. It was dark and everyone was resting, so I didn't tell you. Leader Zichun, you went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range? Everyone was surprised. Zichun's safe return put everyone at ease. When they saw Zichun again, they slowly relaxed and regained their confidence. Yes, I had a good harvest. Zichun gestured for everyone to disperse and then took out the spoils of war. Rays of light flashed as the corpses of savage beasts appeared one after another. In 1 day and 2 nights, Zichun had killed more than 30 savage beasts. Among them, there were 15 level 3 savage beasts, 2 level 5 savage beasts, and 15 level 4 savage beasts. Seeing so many savage beasts, the group of barbarians was stunned. However, after Zichun's introduction, the group of barbarians showed signs of being petrified. There were actually 15 level 4 savage beasts and 2 level 5 savage beasts. This was too inconceivable. You guys handle the things, but you have to divide them. The level 4 savage beasts are for the level 3 warriors. The level 5 ones are for me and Wu Man, and the level 3 ones are for the level 2 warriors. When taking out the corpses, Zichun also divided them. After explaining, Zichun said, "Okay, you guys do it. I'm going to sleep." After careful calculation, Zichun had not slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already exhausted. Everyone was still petrified. Even after Zichun left, they did not react. Wu Man, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He said to Una, hurry up and get some food for leader Zichun. He must be hungry." Una reacted and quickly went to get some food. Only then did the others react. Their eyes were fixed on the savage beasts on the ground. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, they would only hunt level 3 savage beasts. Moreover, they would not kill many of them at once. However, there were level 4 and level 5 savage beasts before them. Moreover, there was more than one of them. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a dream. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it. Wu Man was the first to return to pick up his long blade and began to dissect the level 5 savage beasts. After eating some simple food, Zichun fell asleep. Now that he had become immortal, rest was extremely necessary. Moreover, after entering the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, Zichun had consumed quite a bit of energy. In addition to his physical strength, the consumption of Yuan power and spiritual thoughts could not be ignored. Level 5 savage beasts were not to be underestimated. At night, by relying on the Dragon Soul Spear, Yuan power, and spiritual thoughts, Zichun could easily kill them with one strike. However, when he encountered level 5 savage beasts during the day, when Zichun used his physical strength, he discovered that the level 5 savage beasts were extremely powerful. In order to kill them, Zichun had to expend a lot of effort. In the end, he had no choice but to use the Dragon Soul Spear. He also had a clear understanding of the realm of his physical body. He was a level 4 warrior. Moreover, he had just stepped into that realm. Zichun slept for an entire day. He only woke up when it was dark. After eating again, Zichun sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice his battle skills. When one's physical strength was not strong, one had to start from the barbarian arts if they wanted to increase their combat strength. After learning the magical effects of the barbarian arts, Zichun was even more curious about the so-called beast god statue. The sky was bright. After practicing the barbarian arts for an entire night, Zichun got up. After washing up, he walked towards the square. There, Wu Man and the other 5 level 3 warriors had already arrived. They knew that Zichun was going to teach them battle skills. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Zichun walked to the square, looked at the 5 people, and said, "Before I teach you the level 3 barbarian arts, you have to use at least 90% of the level 2 barbarian arts. This way, when you practice the level 3 barbarian arts, it will be twice the effort for half the result." The 6 people nodded repeatedly. Then, Zichun stood in front of the 6 people and used an extremely slow speed to practice the level 3 barbarian arts for them. Chapter 782. The 3rd level barbarian art was slightly more complicated. Zichun demonstrated it to the 6 people 3 times in slow motion until the 6 of them nodded, indicating that they had memorized every single detail. "All right, now I'll show you the strongest state of this barbarian art." Just as he finished speaking, the aura around Zichun's body immediately changed. The power within his body began to surge, and a golden light filled his body. The light of a fist appeared on Zichun's fist. He didn't need to deliberately throw this punch. Everyone could feel the great power contained in this punch. Moreover, this punch was definitely a 4th level barbarian art. Among the 6 people, the most excited was naturally Wu Man ever since his father disappeared. A 4th level barbarian art had finally appeared in the Raven tribe. Moreover, it was a 4th level barbarian art that a 3rd level warrior could use. Once all 6 of them mastered it, their combat power would increase by several folds. The next time they encountered a 4th level barbarian beast, they would be able to kill it. Remember these details. But before that, you need to practice the 2nd level barbarian art to 90% completion. Of course, the peak would be the best. Once you have the feeling of reaching the peak, you will be able to master the 3rd level barbarian art faster. After demonstrating it 4 times, Zichun turned and left. Next, it was time for the 6 people to practice on their own. Besides the 6 of them, the other barbarians also appeared and began to practice the 2nd level barbarian art. Zichun returned to his room and continued to practice the barbarian art to increase his strength. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Zichun finally made a breakthrough in his study of the barbarian art. Moreover, he also made great progress in increasing his strength. Among the Raven tribe, Wu Man had also practiced the 2nd level barbarian art to its peak and began practicing the 3rd level barbarian art. His progress was very fast. In addition, the 3 3rd level warriors had also made great progress. They had already practiced 90% of the power of the 2nd level barbarian art. The other one who had practiced 90% of the barbarian art was Wu La. As a 2nd level warrior, Una had also practiced 80% of the barbarian art. Her progress was very fast. In normal battles, there were very few 2nd level warriors who could suppress Una. Half a month later, Zichun appeared and found Wu Man to ask about the Black Tribe. "Chief Zichun, are we going to compete for the ownership of the barbarian god statue?" Wu Man's eyes lit up. "Tell me about the Black Clan first. How many experts do they have?" Zichun asked. "Their clan only has 2 4th-rank warriors. If the 2 of us go, we will definitely be able to suppress them." Wu Man appeared very confident. 2 4th-rank warriors. When did this happen? Will there be any breakthroughs in the near future? Zichun asked. "That was more than a decade ago. Wu Man told Zichun about what had happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, they were out hunting when the black tribe suddenly attacked. They killed the ravens who resisted and robbed the elderly and children. Only a small number of them managed to escape. At that time, one of the Raven tribe's fourth-rank warriors went to reason with them, but he was seriously injured and came back. When he came back, he told them that the Black tribe had two fourth-rank warriors. Not long after, the Raven tribe's fourth-rank warrior died from his injuries. After a long period of hardship, Wu Man broke through and became a fourth-rank warrior. He barely managed to maintain the entire Raven tribe. At that time, the Raven tribe had more than 1,000 people, but after Wu Man's father and other experts died, the number of ravens fell sharply. Moreover, when they went out to hunt savage beasts, they almost always died. So after so many years, the Raven tribe's population declined. Speaking of the Black tribe, Wu Man's face was full of hatred, but Zichun was speechless. 10 years ago, there were two fourth-rank warriors, but that did not mean there would be two more 10 years later. The Raven tribe, which had no resources, could produce a fourth-rank warrior. The Black tribe, which had a lot of resources, was at least 10 times more than the Raven tribe. Zichun conservatively estimated that the current Black tribe had more than 10 fourth-rank warriors. Moreover, there might even be a fifth-rank warrior. Zichun did not tell Wu Man about his worries. Even if the Black tribe had two fifth-rank warriors, Zichun still wanted to see the barbarian god statue. After a moment of silence, he told Wu Man to prepare and leave in 3 days. Wu Man left excitedly. After a moment, the entire Raven tribe burst into cheers. Since Wu Man's father disappeared, they had not fought for the barbarian god statue for many years. During these 3 days, Zichun used his spiritual thoughts to practice the barbarian techniques day and night until he reached the true limit. 3 days later, the two left the Raven tribe under the escort of a group of barbarians. The barbarian god statue was 100 miles away from here, and the Black tribe was more than 100 miles away. The Raven tribe was able to survive because, on one hand, their numbers were too small. The Black tribe did not bother to come again. On the other hand, the distance between the two sides was far enough that the Black tribe could not steal anything. Along the way, Wu Man did not stop talking about the Black tribe. His words were full of hatred for the Black tribe. According to Wu Man, the barbarian god statue was open to all barbarians. As long as they reached a certain level, they could study the statue. Because of the difference in level, they could also study different barbarian techniques. However, since the emergence of the tribes, the large tribes had taken the barbarian god statue as their own and did not allow other tribes to study it. With Wu Man's speed, he could travel 100 miles in half a day. When they were about 10 miles away from the barbarian god statue, Wu Man asked to stop and eat to ensure that he had enough strength. There must be people from the Black tribe guarding that place. Once we get there, they will fight. So we must ensure that we have enough strength. Wu Man said as he ate a piece of dried meat. Seeing Wu Man's serious expression, Zichun, who did not consume much strength, could only take out a piece of dried meat to eat. When we get there, I must let them see the power of my long blade. Wu Man ate as he waved the long blade Zichun gave him. After eating, the two continued forward and soon arrived at their destination. From afar, Zichun could see the statue of the barbarian god. It was an extremely tall barbarian, at least dozens of meters tall. It was built on top of a high platform, and it was emitting an oppressive aura. Zichun could feel it even from afar. In Zichun's view, the high platform under the barbarian god statue was like an altar, and the barbarian god was enshrined on the altar. As they approached, Zichun saw the figures of barbarians sitting cross-legged on the altar under the barbarian god statue. There were 6 of them, comprehending the barbarian techniques of the barbarian race. There were 3 tall barbarians standing outside the altar. These 3 barbarians should be the guards of the Black clan. The arrival of Zichun and Wu Man attracted the attention of the 3 barbarians. When the 3 barbarians turned their heads and saw the two, their faces instantly turned cold. Before Zichun and Wu Man could reach the barbarian god statue, a barbarian from the Black tribe shouted, "This is the territory of the Black tribe. Stop immediately." What territory of the Black tribe? This is the place where the barbarian god statue is. It belongs to all barbarians. Wu Man retorted loudly. The long blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, but he did not stop. Which tribe are you from? Do you want to die? How dare you come here to cause trouble? A fourth-rank barbarian from the black tribe shouted. His unrestrained voice startled the barbarians on the altar, who were comprehending the barbarian techniques. The 6 barbarians opened their eyes and looked curiously at the approaching Zichun and Wu Man. We are from the Raven tribe. Today, we are here to comprehend the barbarian god statue. Wu Man, who was holding the long blade, was extremely unyielding, even though he could see that the 3 barbarians were all 4th-rank warriors. The Raven tribe. A mere Raven tribe dares to challenge us here. Do you want to die? The 3 barbarians from the black tribe began to approach the 2, their faces full of disdain. However, when their eyes fell on Zichun, there was a touch of surprise on their faces. Obviously, Zichun's body shape was very similar to a barbarian's. He looked very much like the legendary outsider. Among the 3, an older barbarian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "What a good Raven tribe. I didn't expect to find an outsider. This should be the source of your confidence." The words outsider successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. They looked at Zichun with curiosity. It had been a long time since an outsider had appeared in the barbarian world. The 3 barbarians blocked the 2 barbarians. The 2 sides were 100 meters apart. Wu Man was completely ignored. The 3 barbarians looked at Zichun with curiosity and fear on their faces. After all, according to the legends, the outsiders were extremely powerful. Wu Man held the long blade in his hand and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Old rules, whoever wins gets the barbarian god statue." The 3 barbarians looked at the long blade in Wu Man's hand for a moment before looking at Zichun again. The older barbarian said, "Outsider, what's so good about joining a mere Raven tribe? Why don't you join our black tribe? If you want to study the barbarian god statue, you can do so at any time." This was obviously a robbery. Wu Man's face was filled with anger. Zichun had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Well, it just so happens that I don't want to fight and kill." While they were talking, Zichun led Wu Man forward. It seemed that they were going to study the barbarian god statue. "Stop. I mean, you can only study it if you join our black tribe." The barbarian's voice was much colder. Zichun slowly stopped and said, "I really don't want to fight, and I don't want to hurt you. How about this? Let's share the barbarian god statue." "Share." A sneer came from the other side. "Outsider, why don't you take a look at your status? You're just a mere raven. What right do you have to share the barbarian god statue with our black tribe? You're not worthy. I'll say it again. Join us, or we'll kill you together today." Seeing the killing intent in the 3's eyes, Zichun knew that it was useless to say more. So, he strode forward. Wu Man followed beside Zichun. The 6 members of the Black Clan, who were on top of the altar, saw that the situation was not good. They quickly flew down the altar. There was an invisible barrier on the altar. Zichun couldn't use his spiritual thoughts to detect the strength of the 6 Black tribe members. So, just as they were about to help, Zichun suddenly accelerated. He rushed toward the 3 Black tribe members like a bolt of golden lightning. Chapter 783. Zichun arrived in front of the 3 men like a bolt of golden lightning. He waved his hand and punched 3 times. His 3 fists were emitting a golden light and contained a powerful force. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 men were sent flying. They coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Their bodies were seriously injured by the light of the fists. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. The 3 men's faces were full of shock. They were knocked down in one move. This outsider's strength was really terrifying. The faces of the 6 barbarians of the black race revealed a look of astonishment. Their bodies subconsciously paused for a moment. During this pause, Zichun flashed forward and punched again with his golden fist. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air. After 3 punches, Zichun sent 3 men flying. The first 2 were 4th-level warriors. They were seriously injured after one attack. As for the third, he was a 3rd-level warrior. He was beaten half to death by Zichun's powerful punch. All of this happened in an instant. 6 of the 9 men were knocked down. The other 3 were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They stood there stupidly and didn't dare to move. Wu Man was also shocked. He had just assumed a posture and was ready to slash with his blade. He wanted to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that Zichun would end the fight in an instant. Zichun threw out 6 punches in a row, and the scene suddenly became deathly silent. The 6 people who fell down had painful expressions on their faces, and the 3 people who were still standing were drenched in cold sweat when they met Zichun's gaze. "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." Zichun looked up at the tall barbarian who was blocking the way and said calmly. The barbarian's heart began to tremble when he saw the outsider's gaze. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Zichun strode up the stairs. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel nervous or afraid in the face of this oppressive aura. Instead, he felt a faint excitement. He looked up at the tall statue of the barbarian god. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. The people from the Black Clan were still there. Zichun didn't look at the barbarian god statue carefully. Instead, he turned to the other 3 people and said, "Go and find the experts from your clan. We'll decide who this barbarian god statue belongs to in one battle." The 3 barbarians of the Black Clan nodded mechanically. Then, Zichun said again, "Remember, I'm looking for the strongest barbarian. I'm not using the so-called sea of people tactic. If you want to bully me by relying on your numbers, then I'll kill you until there's no one left in your Black Clan." There was a trace of fear on the faces of the 3 men. They nodded repeatedly and ran in the direction of the Black tribe. They wanted to carry the half-dead barbarian with them before they left. But Wu Man glared at them fiercely. Then, they turned around and ran away. As the 3 of them fled, the crow barbarian under the altar walked towards the berserkers with a long saber in hand. Then, he kicked them viciously. Wu Man kicked out more than 10 times in a row, causing the 5 warriors of the 4th rank to scream miserably. But Wu Man was not satisfied. He turned and said to Zichun, who was on the altar, "Chief Zichun, why are we still keeping these Black Clan people alive? Let's just kill them." Wu Man's voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. Zichun, who was focused on the barbarian god statue, turned his head and looked at Wu Man. He spread his hands and said, "This is a conflict between you barbarians. You can kill them or leave them here." When Wu Man heard this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Even the long saber in his hand flashed with a cold light. His killing intent surged. Don't kill us. Let us go." The barbarians of the Black Clan began to beg for mercy. In the process of begging, the 5 4th-level barbarians crawled towards Wu Man. However, they did not crawl in front of him. Instead, they protected the 3rd-level barbarian. Previously, 3 barbarians wanted to take away the 3rd-level barbarian. Now, the 5 barbarians wanted to protect him. It was clear that the 3rd-level barbarian's status in the Black Clan was not low. Hatred had completely drowned out Wu Man's reason. He raised his butcher's saber and was about to kill. Suddenly, Zichun's voice sounded from the altar. "Wu Man, how many of your clansmen were kidnapped 10 years ago?" Wu Man was startled. He did not understand why Zichun would suddenly ask this question. But, he truthfully said, including the elderly and children, there were more than 400. "Then can you guess how they are doing?" Zichun asked again. When Wu Man heard this, the anger on his face grew. He angrily said, "I don't need to guess to know that they are living a life worse than dogs and pigs. These bastards must have treated them as slaves and tortured them. I will chop these bastards now." Wu Man fiercely spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Then, he raised his saber. The saber flashed as he prepared to chop down. "Since they are not doing well, why don't you use these scum to exchange for them?" The saber in Wu Man's hand stopped at the neck of a 4th-rank barbarian. Previously, he was still angry, but after he stopped, his face was filled with guilt. At this time, he only wanted to vent his anger. He had forgotten about the lives of his clansmen. A deep sense of self-blame emerged from the bottom of his heart. Wu Man put away his saber and bowed deeply to Zichun. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Zichun waved his hand and smiled. "That's enough. Quickly come up and feel the aura of the barbarian god." Wu Man was startled. He pointed at the 6 Black tribe barbarians and asked, "What about them?" They will stay there. What if they run away? The smile on Zichen's face grew wider, but his voice was very cold. If they try to run away, just kill them all. At worst, we will go to the Raven tribe and capture a few of them to exchange for your clansmen. The hearts of the black race's barbarians trembled when they heard this. There were too many legends about the outsiders, but each of these legends was about how powerful the outsiders were. Of course, behind these powerful legends were the bloody and cruel massacres. Among the many legends, there was a legend that the outsiders did not treat the barbarians as humans. They treated the barbarians like slaves and killed them whenever they wanted. After thinking about this legend, no one dared to question Zichen's words. Wu Man walked up to the altar. This was the first time he had come here. When he felt the aura of the barbarian god up close, he almost collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with reverence for the statue. Compared to Wu Man, Zichen was much more relaxed. He quietly looked at the statue in front of him. At this moment, Zichen was unable to see the entire statue with his eyes. However, after releasing his spiritual sense, he was able to see the entire statue at a glance. This was an extremely majestic barbarian. His body was wrapped in animal skin. His hands were clenched into fists, and his hair was flying in anger. The pressure of the barbarian god made Wu Man unable to use his spiritual sense. His body could not help but tremble. However, this situation did not last for a quarter of an hour. Wu Man seemed to have sensed something, and his expression slowly calmed down. Wu Man stood on the altar, as if he had been petrified. He looked at the statue in front of him motionlessly. Below the altar, when the 5 4th-level barbarians saw this scene, their faces were full of shock. As everyone knew, to comprehend the barbarian technique in front of the barbarian god statue, one had to sit cross-legged, empty one's mind and body, and try to sense it. However, after doing all this, it would take a very long time to smoothly sense the barbarian technique. Some were lucky and could sense it in 3 to 5 days, but some needed to stay here for 8 to 10 days, or even several months. However, they had never heard of such an unprepared person who could sense it in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, there had never been such an existence in the Black Tribe. Just as Wu Man sensed the Berserker art from the god of Berserker statue, Zichen's spiritual sense also noticed a strange ripple from the god of Berserker statue. The spiritual sense he released caught that strange ripple in time. Within this strange fluctuation, Zichen saw the figure of a tall barbarian. The barbarian was practicing his fist technique in the air. This was a fist technique that could mobilize the power within the body. It was a barbarian technique, and it was more complicated than a 3rd-level barbarian technique. When the fist light was thrown out, the barbarian's fist would flash with light. This was a fist technique that manifested power. It was a 4th-level barbarian technique, and when the barbarian performed it, it was clearly stronger than Zichen's 3rd-level barbarian technique. Wu Man had told Zichen earlier that the barbarian technique could be comprehended depending on the level of power. At this moment, Zichen was fully confident of his own strength. 4th level, it was indeed 4th level. The barbarian continued to practice this 4th-level barbarian technique in the air. When the barbarian performed it for the first time, Zichen's spiritual sense completely memorized it and successfully copied it. As the barbarian practiced it over and over again, Zichen's spiritual sense also practiced it. Every time it practiced, Zichen's understanding of the 4th-level barbarian technique would improve a little. By the time Zichen had practiced the 4th-level Berserker art a dozen times, the spiritual thought in Zichen's mind had already reached its peak. In fact, at that moment, the 4th-level Berserker art in Zichen's mind had already surpassed the level of the Void Barbarian's art. In other words, the 4th-level barbarian technique that the god of barbarians had passed on to Zichen had improved, or perhaps improved, after the Lightning Youth's unique talent. After evolving it to its peak, Zichen opened his eyes. He had already mastered the 4th-level barbarian technique, but if he wanted to use it to its peak, Zichen would need to train hard. Wu Man was still trying to comprehend it. Zichen did not disturb him. Instead, he walked down the altar quietly. It seemed that before he achieved a breakthrough, the statue of the god of barbarians was useless to him. As expected, the 6 barbarians did not dare to escape. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of fear. Zichen ignored them. He looked into the distance. With his powerful spiritual sense, he sensed that the Black Tribe's elites had arrived. The leader was just as Zichun had guessed. He was a powerful 5th-level warrior. Behind him were 4th-level warriors. The number of 4th-level warriors far exceeded Zichun's expectations. Soon, a black dot appeared at the end of his line of sight. It's the tribe leader. The tribe leader has come to save us. The 6 barbarians' faces were filled with excitement. The black dot gradually turned into a tall figure. It ran towards them at an extremely fast speed. The ground trembled slightly. You're the outsider that the Raven tribe invited. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard. It was the tribe leader of the Black Tribe. Behind the patriarch of the Black Clan, there were more than a dozen level 4 warriors of the Black Clan. When they saw the situation, they immediately rushed over to the 6 members of the Black Clan. Chapter 784. Seeing that their young master was seriously injured, the Black Tribe barbarians were about to get angry, but they didn't expect the outsider to speak first. He even said that their young master was a captive. This was obviously slander and a naked humiliation to the Black Tribe. Other than a few barbarians helping the 3rd-level barbarian up, the rest of the barbarians stood up and stared at Zichun angrily. During this time, the 5th-level warrior was also observing Zichun. Every outsider should not be underestimated. This was a lesson passed down from generation to generation. I said, "That is my captive. Put him down." The short Zichun looked up at the barbarians. His voice was still firm and even a little cold. "How dare you injure young Master Heimu? Even if you are an outsider, you will die today." Before the 5th-level warrior could speak, a 4th-level warrior coldly threatened. And this kind of threat didn't seem to be enough. He said, "Not only you, but also the Raven tribe that you seek refuge with will be destroyed." Zichun's eyes gradually turned cold. He glanced at the 4th-level barbarian and said coldly, "If you want to die, then come at me. I will fulfill your wish." The 4th-level barbarian's face changed slightly. He felt that he had lost face. After a loud shout, he rushed towards Zichun. He was almost 4 meters tall. As he stepped forward, the 4th-level power in his body was displayed under the 4th-level barbarian spell. He clenched his fist, which flashed with the light of a 4th-level barbarian spell, and fiercely smashed it towards Zichun's head. Facing the 4th-level barbarian's attack, Zichun only dodged to the side. The barbarian's fist followed along, and the strong wind blew Zichun's black hair. The fist passed by Zichun by a hair's breadth. Because he couldn't stop it, the fist smashed into the ground, creating a big hole. Smoke and dust filled the air. At the same time, the 4th-level barbarian lost his balance and his body fell towards Zichun. Zichun clenched his fist and a golden light appeared on his fist. He punched the barbarian's chin. A strong force surged and the barbarian's chin was severely twisted. At the same time, the barbarian's huge body was sent flying by Zichun's attack. This attack sent the barbarian flying dozens of meters away. As he was flying, there was a line of blood in the air. The body of the 4th-level barbarian fell heavily on the ground, and a small amount of smoke and dust splashed up. He didn't get up again after he fell. A single punch killed the barbarian. In front of them, the angry barbarians. Their faces were filled with shock when they saw their comrade being killed. They had heard the news that this outsider relied on his speed, but they didn't expect him to be able to kill his enemy. They didn't expect him to be so powerful to kill his enemy to kill him. The 4th-level barbarians didn't say anything. They were all stunned. The 5th-level warrior's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Zichun and said, "You are indeed a powerful outsider. You are only a 4th-level warrior, but you can kill someone of the same level. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Black Tribe, Heya. I would like to invite you to join the Black Tribe." Zichun looked at Heya and said, "What if I don't want to?" Heya smiled and said, "You are a 4th-level warrior. Even if you are an outsider and stronger, you can't be stronger than a 5th-level warrior." After a pause, Heya continued, "Also, what's so good about staying in the Raven Tribe? There are no resources there, and they can't provide you with any resources. On the other hand, if you come to the Black Tribe, I can provide you with all the resources you need. You can also grow faster." Blackcliff's words were obviously a form of coercion. However, Zichen sneered and said sarcastically, "If I'm not wrong, your Black clan should only have one rank 5 warrior. What kind of resources can you take out?" Heya was not angry at Zichen's mockery. He looked at Zichen and smiled. "Since you have come to the world of the barbarians, you should have some understanding of the beasts. What do you think if I provide you with the blood of a 5th-level beast to cleanse your body? I will also let you eat 5th-level meat every day. What kind of treatment do you have in the Raven tribe? I don't think you can even eat 3rd-level meat every day." Heya's face was full of confidence. It was just the Raven tribe. What could they have? If it wasn't for the fact that destroying the Raven tribe was a waste of resources, the Raven tribe would have been wiped out a long time ago. Sure enough, the outsider's answer proved that Heya was right. "I really can't eat 3rd-level meat because that is what a 2nd-level warrior eats. As a 4th-level warrior, I can only eat 5th-level meat. Therefore, whatever you offer, the Raven tribe can also provide. I have no reason to accept your invitation." "Then you insist on fighting?" Zichen refused. Heya's face immediately turned cold. "You don't have to fight, but you have to promise that the barbarian god statue will be shared with the Raven tribe." Zichen was still calm. "In your dreams," Heya shouted, "I wanted to recruit you. But since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude." After he finished speaking, Heya strode towards Zichen. As he moved forward, the power of a 5th-level warrior surged within his body. Then, Heya threw out a punch. This punch was full of power. Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he met Heya's attack head-on. The golden fist appeared again and collided with Heya's attack. Pong! In the midst of the collision, Zichen was pushed back a few steps. Heya, on the other hand, did not move a single step. In a battle of strength, Heya was naturally the winner. "Humph, you're just a 4th-level warrior. If you don't know what's good for you, you might lose your life." Heya's face was full of confidence after he pushed the outsider back. "Come on, show me your strongest power. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Zichen sneered. "Shameless boasting." Heya's second punch was 3 times stronger than the first. The second punch ended with a loud bang. Zichen was pushed back again. Not far away, the barbarians from the Black tribe cheered. However, Heya, who had pushed back the outsider twice, was not happy at all. His face was obviously different. In his imagination, this punch was meant to break the outsider's bones, not just push him back. Heya's eyes flashed coldly. He threw out another punch. This time, he threw out a few punches. The light from his punches kept flashing. The powerful force created a raging wind. Zichen was pushed back again and again. However, he was not injured at all. The barbarians from the Black tribe who were cheering before also saw the trick. Their faces were full of disbelief. Heya was obviously using all his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but the outsider's expression did not change at all. Finally, after the first wave of attacks, Heya took a few steps back to increase the distance between him and Zichen. For some reason, Heya felt a dangerous aura from his opponent. Zichen still had a cold smile on his face. Seeing that Heya had stopped attacking, he stepped forward and said coldly, "What's wrong? Seems like a 5th-level warrior is only SOSO. If you don't attack anymore, then it's my turn. Come at me if you can." Heya was panting slightly. The continuous attacks had consumed a lot of energy. Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. He took a step forward and rushed towards Heya like a bolt of golden lightning. The barbarians who had returned earlier said that the outsider was very fast. They were defeated before they could do anything. Heya's expression changed when he saw the outsider's extreme speed. He kept retreating. At the same time, he activated the power in his body again to defend himself. Zichen, who was charging forward, clenched his right hand into a fist. His fist emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment, the power in his body continuously gathered in his fist. The source of this power was the golden blood in Zichen's body. Without using spiritual thoughts or elemental energy, Zichen only used the Berserker spell to activate the power hidden in his blood. This was pure physical strength without any external support. This was the true power of the perfect body. Under the fusion of the 2nd-level Berserker spell and the 3rd-level Berserker spell, it was completely unleashed. This fusion of berserker spells was no weaker than a 5th-level berserker spell. The fusion of battle skills was also a unique skill of the Lightning Youth. With the fusion of battle skills and Zichun's perfect body, the power of this punch had reached the peak of what Zichun could currently perform. The golden light from the fist became even more piercing. There was an obvious pressure in the powerful force. This pressure made Heya feel suffocated. His expression changed drastically, and he once again activated the power in his body to block it. Pong! Zichun's powerful punch was blocked by Heya. It only landed on Heiya's 2 arms. However, the power contained in the punch instantly destroyed the power in Heiya's arms. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Both of Heiya's arms were shattered by Zichun's power, and his tall body was sent flying backwards. This time, Heya was even worse off. He flew back dozens of meters before landing heavily on the ground. All around, everyone was stunned. Even Wu Man, who had just learned the Berserker spell, looked at all this in disbelief. It was unbelievable that a 4th-level Berserker could win in one hit against a 5th-level Berserker. In the face of Zichun's powerful attack, Heya didn't die immediately. However, his arms were shattered, and he lost the ability to fight. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with fear. He raised his right arm with difficulty and pointed at Zichun. He trembled and said, 5th-level Berserker spell. Even though the fusion of the barbarian art that Zichun cast just now was a fusion between a 2nd and 3rd-level barbarian art, it was a fusion at its peak. It was more like a fusion between a 3rd-level and a 4th-level barbarian art. When it was used to its peak, there was no problem with it being comparable to a 5th-level barbarian art. A 4th-level Berserker spell was a 5th-level Berserker spell. This was beyond the rules of this world. This was the real source of Heiya's shock. Heya was helped up. Then, the other 4th-level Berserkers surrounded Heya and the rest of the wounded. They looked at Zichun cautiously. However, it was obvious that the corners of his eyes were trembling and his heart was filled with fear. Zichun looked at the group of black tri-berserkers. He walked forward step by step. Golden light flashed around his body, and a wave of pressure came out of his body. This pressure was similar to the pressure of a 5th-level Berserker beast. Even Heya didn't have it. This made people even more frightened. It was as if they were facing a cold-blooded Berserker beast. Chapter 785. With just one strike, Heya had been beaten into submission. The legends of the powerful outsiders were indeed true. Zichun stopped a few meters away from the terrified barbarians. Wu Man had already walked down the altar and stood behind Zichun. Zichun looked at the terrified Heya and said, "We are few in number. We don't have much use for this place. As long as we share it, it's fine. Are you willing?" Of course, of course. In the future, if the ravens want to come, we will not stop them. We will use the statue first. Heya quickly nodded. The same sentence was said one after another, but it brought about completely different effects. It seemed that the principle of the strong is respected was applicable everywhere. Zichun was very satisfied with Heiya's attitude. He nodded and pointed at the 6 injured barbarians who were being protected by the barbarians. "They are all my captives. If you want to take them away, go ahead and take them. But when you go back, you must send back all the ravens that were taken away from me over 10 years ago." Zichun's action was an obvious exchange. Moreover, the one who benefited the most was Heya. Heya naturally agreed. Zichun had 2 reasons for coming here. The first was to obtain the Berserker art. The second was to help the ravens gain a chance to understand the statue of the god of Berserkers. Now that he had completed both of his goals, it seemed that Zichun could leave. Zichun glanced at Wu Man and asked, "Have you finished comprehending?" Wu Man's face was full of excitement. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have gained a lot." "Then let's go." With that, Zichun turned around and left without any hesitation. Heya and the other barbarians were stunned as they watched Zichun and Wu Man leave. Only when the 2 figures completely disappeared from their sight did the barbarians react. A 4th-level barbarian asked, "Chief, why did they leave? Why didn't they send anyone to guard this place? What else can they do? They can't stay here to eat." Black Cliff stared at the man and saw that the others were confused as well. He explained, "The ravens have too few people. They may not even have 200, but they can't defend this place. What they need is a chance to learn. Then, Chief, do you mean that this place still belongs to us? Another barbarian asked. Of course, but it is no longer exclusive to us. We must share it with the ravens. Blackcliff looked at the level 4 warriors and said, You guys are in charge of guarding this place. Remember, do not provoke the ravens, and do not make things difficult for them. Several 4th-rank barbarians nodded in agreement. What a joke. The ravens had such a powerful outsider. Who would dare to cause trouble for them? Now that the ravens had such a powerful outsider, who would dare to cause trouble for them? Damn the ravens. How lucky they are. They found an outsider to rely on. And this outsider is also a weirdo. He didn't join a super strong tribe. Blackcliff looked at the direction where Zichun and the others had left. He was supported by the barbarians back to the Black tribe. On the way, Zichun and Wu Man did not talk much. Wu Man was still in a state of extreme excitement. It was obvious that he had gained a lot today. The next morning, when the two of them returned to the ravens were stunned when they saw the two of them. Their faces were filled with disappointment. It took them only one day to come back. This was a sign of failure. Zichun was expressionless. He looked at Wu Man's gloomy face. Wu Man ignored the barbarians and walked straight to the square, leaving the barbarians to look at his back. His gloomy expression instantly turned into one of ecstasy when he turned his head around. He clenched his fists and shouted at the crowd, We did it! We did it! We won against the Black Clan. In the future, we can study the statues of the god of berserkers as we please. The shocked and disappointed barbarians quickly reacted. Then, they burst into thunderous cheers. The barbarians were lifted up and thrown high into the air. The other barbarians also began to hug each other. Some of them even began to kiss each other excitedly. Seeing this scene, Zichun quickly ran back to his room and closed the door. The cheers outside lasted for half a day. For the ravens, this was a big thing. With the opportunity to study the barbarian god statue, they also had the opportunity to rise. In the room, Zichun began to study the 4th-level barbarian technique. If he wanted to increase his physical strength, he could only study the barbarian technique. The next day, the ravens were still celebrating. Everyone was looking forward to the return of their people. When Zichun appeared, they looked at Zichun with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. In the square, the barbarian warriors did not continue to practice their barbarian techniques. Instead, they all hugged a huge rock and practiced. Among them, Wu Man carried the biggest rock. It was as big as a mountain. At the moment, he was carrying the mountain and running back and forth. Large beads of sweat dripped down his body. Looking at the barbarians carrying the rock, Zichun was puzzled. He asked them what they were doing. Wu Man replied that they were training. As soon as he said this, Zichun froze in place as if he had been petrified. After being petrified, it was as if he was possessed as he muttered, Refined strength, refined strength. At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through Zichun's sea of consciousness. He felt as if the clouds had dispersed. He had always felt that he was lacking something, but he could not figure it out. Now that he saw Wu Man and heard what he had to say, Zichun finally understood. That was training. If one wanted to train their strength and strengthen their body, it was not as simple as refining blood essence. Before they could grow, they had to consume it. In the past, Zichun had always wanted to refine all kinds of things because of his spiritual sense and elemental force. He had never tried to expend his elemental force for cultivation. Refining once or twice was a good thing for the body, as it could allow one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. However, refining every time was a bad thing for one's strength. In true training, only consumption was the way to go. It was like pouring water into a wooden barrel. If you wanted to pour more water into the barrel, you had to increase the volume of the barrel. The body was like the barrel, and the blood essence of ancient beasts was the water. In the past, Zichun had only poured water in, but now Zichun had decided to increase the volume of the barrel. At this moment, Zichun had finally found the way to train his body. Zichun also quickly thought of a suitable place for himself. 2 days later, the Black tribe brought the raven captives back. Apart from those who had been tortured to death, the rest had all returned. When family met, it was inevitable that there would be sad scenes. They hugged and cried. Zichun could not bear to see such a scene, so he left. Chief Zichun. Zichun left and returned to his room. Not long after, someone came in. When he saw that it was Black Cliff, Zichun was surprised. Shouldn't he be recovering? Why would he come here? Zichun invited Black Cliff into the room. The chair was suitable for a human, but it was not suitable for Black Cliff to sit on. So the two of them sat down. Black Cliff's expression was nervous. He seemed to have something to say. There is something, Zichun said first. After a moment of hesitation, Black Cliff spoke his mind. He did not expect to form an alliance with the Ravens. Regarding the alliance, Zichun did not even think about it. Zichun knew why the Black Tribe and the Ravens had formed an alliance. However, the Ravens needed the Black Tribe as an ally. The alliance was only a verbal one. There were no witnesses or signatures. Only the two of them knew about it, and only the two of them had the final say. After chatting for a while, Black Cliff stood up and said goodbye. Out of courtesy, Zichun sent Black Cliff to the door. But when he reached the door, Zichun found that more than 500 barbarians were standing there. All 500 barbarians looked at Zichun. Before Zichun could understand what was going on, the barbarians suddenly knelt down. What are you doing? Zichun was surprised by the Raven's actions. He quickly went forward and tried to help the leader up. Leader Zichun, you have saved the Ravens and our loved ones. You are the benefactor of the Ravens. As he spoke, Wu Man made a gesture of kowtowing. Zichun quickly stopped him, but he could not stop the barbarians. Zichun had no choice but to say, since you call me chief, then I am a raven. As the chief, this is what I should do for the Ravens. Everyone, get up. The barbarians' eyes were full of gratitude, but they did not get up. Instead, they kowtowed 3 times to Zichun. After 3 kowtows, they got up. Leader Zichun, I'll be heading back now, Black Cliff said from the side. Zichun nodded. In this situation, he could not send them off. With so many people in the tribe, they naturally needed more food. The food that was originally enough for the tribe to eat for more than 2 months was rapidly reduced because the number of people had increased by more than half. 2 days later, under the leadership of Zichun, dozens of barbarians went out to hunt. It must be mentioned that among the barbarians, there was a woman. The woman was Una. As a second-level warrior, she seemed to be stronger than most of the male warriors. Moreover, Zichun could not stand being pestered by her, so he made an exception and agreed to take her with him. In this hunt, there were many strong ravens, so they had a lot to gain. During this time, Zichun went into the depths of the tribe and killed 2 5th-level beasts. As for the 4th-level beasts, they were killed by Wu Man and the others. Because Zichun had taught them the barbarian techniques, the barbarians' battle strength had greatly increased. In addition, Zichun had refined a powder that could heal wounds, so the barbarians' death rate had greatly decreased. After 3 days, they had hunted more than 500 barbarians and half a month's worth of food. They decided to go back. This is for you. If anything happens to the tribe, just break it. Before they went back, Zichun gave Wu Man a jade pendant. Chief Zichun, you are not going back? Wu Man, who was carrying the corpse of the 5th-level beast, asked. When the other barbarians heard this, they all looked at Zichun. Zichun shook his head and said, No, I want to stay here and train. This place is more suitable for me. And you, after you have settled the tribe's matters, you can come find me here. As a 4th-level warrior, lifting stones all day will not improve much. Hearing that Zichun was only going to train and not leave, the barbarians all let out a sigh of relief. After reminding Zichun to be careful, they all carried the resources and headed towards the ravens. Chapter 786. Zichun entered the depths of the barbarian Dragon Mountain range alone. He wanted to train his strength here. Of course, this method of training was not like the Wu Man's method of finding a mountain and running around. Zichun wanted to find a level 5 savage beast. In order to consume his strength, Zichun could only find a level 5 savage beast as a training partner. Zichun's luck was pretty good. In just half a day, he found a level 5 savage beast. Moreover, it was a barbarian bull that specialized in strength. For an ordinary barbarian bull to grow into a level 4 savage beast was already amazing. However, Zichun found a level 5 savage beast, which was even more amazing. When Zichun saw the barbarian bull, the latter also noticed him. The barbarian bull's huge eyes stared at Zichun as it panted heavily. Zichun made an extremely provocative gesture towards the barbarian bull. The barbarian bull was furious and rushed towards Zichun. Zichun also rushed towards the barbarian bull in the next moment. Then, the two began to wrestle. Zichun grabbed the barbarian bull's two horns and firmly resisted the other party's attack. The two of them were like fighting bulls, going back and forth. This was Zichun's training method. The level 5 barbarian bull's strength was much stronger than Zichun's. It could also last longer than Zichun. When its strength was exhausted, Zichun would use his extreme speed to escape. After reaching a safe place, Zichun began to eat to recover his strength. After his strength was restored, Zichun would go back to find the barbarian bull. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Zichun could clearly feel the strength in his body rapidly increasing. If this continued, Zichun would be able to break through soon. After the 10th day, Zichun, who had been wrestling with the barbarian bull all day, not only felt his strength increasing, he also felt a clear sense of hunger in his body. This hunger was not only referring to his stomach, but also to every part of his body. This was the result of Zichun's body's potential increasing, but not being able to effectively replenish his energy. It was like a wooden barrel that had become bigger, but not enough water was poured into it, making it appear extremely empty. This discovery caused Zichun to be overjoyed. Thus, after finding a safe place, Zichun began to refine the ancient beast essence blood. These were the blood essences of king-level ancient beasts and level 5 savage beasts. After refining them, they turned into pure energy that entered Zichun's body and was absorbed by Zichun. After consuming dozens of drops of blood essence, the feeling of hunger in Zichun's body slowly disappeared. When Zichun stood up again, he found that the strength in his body had increased by almost 10%. This discovery made Zichun so excited that he almost jumped up. Therefore, without saying anything, he went to look for Barbarian Bull again. When Barbarian Bull saw Zichun, its eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and wanted to escape. Zichun had tormented it for the past 10 days. Zichun quickly chased after it, grabbed its horns, and began wrestling with it. Zichun, whose strength had greatly increased, lifted Barbarian Bull up during the wrestling and kept slamming it around. Barbarian Bull was furious and used all its strength, but it still couldn't suppress Zichun. After all its strength was exhausted, Zichun let go of Barbarian Bull. Clearly, as his strength increased, his opponent had to change. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't be great. After waiting for 10 days, Wu Man still didn't come. It was unlikely that he would come, so Zichun continued venturing deeper. A day later, Zichun discovered a new opponent. This was a man-tiger. His realm was slightly higher than Barbarian Bull's, about peak level 5. When competing with man-tiger, Zichun clearly didn't have the upper hand. His perfect body strength was exhausted by man-tiger in less than an hour. Just as Zichun was escaping, he discovered that man-tiger was chasing after him. Moreover, he was very fast. Zichun couldn't shake off man-tiger no matter how fast he tried. Helpless, Zichun could only fly away. Seeing the barbarian fly away, man-tiger's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was even more unwilling. He roared at the sky and released his tiger's might. However, an hour later, man-tiger discovered that the barbarian from before had returned. There was a hint of joy in his ferocious eyes as he rushed towards Zichun. Zichun also didn't want to be outdone. He rushed towards man-tiger, and the two of them wrestled again. This time, Zichun wasn't a match for man-tiger and quickly ran away. Zichun went back and forth several times a day to find trouble with man-tiger. Man-tiger was also annoyed and roared for almost an entire day and night. Zichun, who had been recovering for a day and night, felt like his body was falling apart. He couldn't wait to sleep. However, he forced himself not to sleep. Instead, he took out a high-grade primal stone and used his yin-yang harmony art to absorb the energy from it. Zichun's cultivation level wouldn't increase very quickly if he were to cultivate in this area. Zichen also didn't have extravagant hopes that his essence force would be able to achieve a breakthrough. His purpose for doing so was to make himself more spirited. Zichen consumed a high-grade primal stone in one night. His energy and stamina recovered to its peak. After eating some leftover barbecued meat from yesterday, Zichen once again went on his way to find Man-Tiger. When Zichen arrived, Man-Tiger was enjoying a delicious meal. It should be a level 4 savage beast, but when it saw Zichen, its eyes turned red. Yesterday's harassment had caused Man-Tiger to be filled with anger. When it saw Zichen, it stopped eating and directly pounced towards Zichen. Compared to yesterday, Zichen seemed to have improved a little. He was able to last for an hour. After that, Zichen used up all his energy and ran away again. Roar! Man-Tiger roared again. Before it could reach Zichen had already jumped into the air and flew away. This time, Man-Tiger chased after Zichen for a few miles before returning unwillingly. That damned perverted tiger. I just wanted to train my strength. Is there a need to kill me? After landing, Zichen cursed and recovered his energy. After a while, Zichen returned to Man-Tiger's side. Just like that, time began to repeat itself. On the first 10 days, Zichen bullied Barbarian Bull until he was unrecognizable. On the second 10 days, Zichen tortured Barbarian Tiger until Barbarian Tiger became unbearable. In the end, Barbarian Tiger also became Barbarian Bull, and whenever he saw Zichen, he would turn around and leave. It wasn't easy for Zichen to find a powerful sparring partner, so he naturally wouldn't let Man-Hu leave so easily. Thus, he used extreme speed to entangle Man-Hu once more. After a few rounds, when Zichen found Man-Hu again, the latter's eyes had turned red again. Of course, this time, it was not anger. Instead, it was grievance. It was on the verge of tears. Little Tiger, let's continue the training today. Zichen walked towards Man-Tiger again. Man-Tiger knew that he could not outrun Zichen in terms of speed and could not escape. He could only continue to wrestle with the barbarian until Zichen was out of breath. Moreover, after half a month of wrestling, Zichen's physical strength had almost caught up with Man-Tiger's. After exhausting all his strength, Zichen once again felt the hunger in his body. Little Tiger, thank you very much. Zichen hugged Little Tiger and kissed it on the forehead. He ignored Man-Tiger's disgusted expression and turned into a ray of light as he left. When he left, Zichen clearly let out a carefree laugh. The peak rank 5 Man-Tiger was puzzled. He did not understand why the barbarian was so happy. After half a month of wrestling, he knew that the barbarian was using him to train. He clearly had the strength to kill him, but he did not make a move. Thus, Man-Tiger stealthily followed him. As for where Zichen was, Man-Tiger could find him even with his eyes closed. Of course, this did not mean that he knew where Zichen was hiding. It was just that Zichen had a special smell that he could smell. Man-Tiger walked for 7 to 8 miles before he found the barbarian in a low-lying area. When he saw the barbarian, Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the barbarian's body was glowing and emitting a ferocious aura. Moreover, the glowing object in the barbarian's hand was extremely attractive to Man-Tiger. Man-Tiger laid on the ground and stared at the barbarian. Then, he saw the barbarian refining the balls of light that were extremely attractive to him. During this period of time, Man-Tiger had thought of killing the barbarian. However, as a peak rank 5 beast, he had a strong sense and knew that the barbarian was not someone to be trifled with. Even in this situation, he might not be able to kill the barbarian. Just like this, Zichen refined another 10 drops of ancient beast essence blood. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. He had reached the peak of rank 4 and could enter rank 5 at any time. Zichen opened his eyes and saw Man-Tiger. He had an unfriendly smile on his face. Little Tiger, why are you looking at me like this? Are you trying to kill me? Man-Tiger quickly retreated when he saw the unfriendly expression on the barbarian's face. He looked at the barbarian cautiously, but soon after, Man-Hu's vision blurred and the barbarian in front of him disappeared. Man-Hu felt that something was wrong and ran to the side. But at that moment, he felt a weight on his back. It was the barbarian who was sitting on his back. Roar! This kind of thing happened a few days ago. Every time, Man-Tiger's reaction would be very extreme. He would roar towards the sky and his roar would resound throughout the forest. "All right, I'm just sitting on your back. Is there a need for this?" Zichun said unhappily when he saw Man-Tiger trying to get him off. "I have a Longhu sovereign's mount in the outside world. His bloodline is thousands of times stronger than yours. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you." Roar. Man-Tiger was furious when he heard this. He struggled even harder, and his rank 5 strength started to surge. He wanted to throw Zichun off his back. However, Zichun held onto Man-Tiger's neck and refused to get him off. Man-Tiger was helpless. After struggling for half an hour, Man-Tiger lost all his strength and laid on the ground. "What's wrong? You can't hold on anymore? Here's something for you." Zichun came down from Man-Tiger's back and took out an item. Man-Hu turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly widened, emitting boundless light. The item in Zichun's hand was the ancient beast essence blood. Man-Tiger's every move was under the observation of Zichun. If Man-Tiger dared to make a move, then he would be roasted meat right now. Man-Tiger looked at the drop of ancient beast essence blood and then looked at Zichun. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that the ancient beast essence blood was something good, but the barbarian still gave it to him. Chapter 787. A drop of ancient beast blood essence didn't bring much change to Man-Hu, but it wasn't completely useless. Judging from Man-Hu's expression when he digested the blood essence, the ancient beast blood essence should have helped him a lot. After giving Man-Hu some benefits, Zichun was able to sit on Man-Hu's back without any qualms. Man-Hu also wanted to get some benefits from Zichun, so he decided to let Zichun do whatever he wanted. Because of the drop of blood essence, the relationship between man and beast became much closer. Therefore, when Zichun was roasting meat at night, Man-Hu would also come over when he smelled the aroma. It was worth mentioning that when Zichun roasted meat at night, no savage beast dared to monopolize it even when the flames were blazing. In the past 20 days or so, Zichun, who rarely killed, had subdued almost all the savage beasts in the vicinity. As the king of this area, Man-Hu sat beside Zichun and enjoyed the food. Zichun was still roasting ancient beast meat. He still had a lot left in his purple gold gourd, so it would be hard to finish them all in a short time. He was happy to share with Man-Hu. It was boring to cultivate alone, so it was good to have Man-Hu as a companion. However, Man-Hu wasn't just a friend, he was also a good training partner. In the pitch-black night, the flame flickered. A man and a tiger were eating barbecued meat. Zichun also took this opportunity to take out a small bottle of wine to drink. The barbarian Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous to the barbarians, but Zichun was passing by very leisurely. After eating and drinking, Zichun rubbed Man-Hu's head and said, "Little tiger, how about following me in the future? When I leave, I'll bring you to the outside world to experience it." Man-Hu raised his head and looked at Zichun. He was quite intelligent, so he naturally knew that Zichun wanted him to carry him. However, Man-Hu also had a request. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded. "Haha, not bad. Reward." With a peak rank 5 Man-Hu as a mount, Zichun was in a good mood. He took out a drop of ancient beast blood essence and gave it to Man-Hu. Man-Hu swallowed it with a face full of enjoyment. Suddenly, Zichun sensed a familiar aura between heaven and earth. Zichun turned his head, stood up, and looked into the distance. Man-Tiger, who was lying on the ground, also stood up and followed Zichun's gaze. Apart from the darkness of the night, there was nothing else. He looked at the sky, then turned his head to look at Zichun. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with doubt. Zichun looked up at the sky, his expression constantly changing. After a long time, he murmured, "It's here. It's finally here." Just now, his spiritual thoughts had sensed a familiar aura. This aura originated from the laws of heaven and earth, from the seal of the laws. Clearly, another outsider had arrived here. Zichun could coexist peacefully with the barbarians in this world, but not with the outsiders. All outsiders were enemies. Zichun felt a strong sense of danger when the outsiders suddenly arrived. The aura of the seal of laws quickly disappeared, and Zichun's spiritual thoughts were unable to determine the direction. It was unrealistic for him to immediately go and kill the outsider. When Man-Tiger regained his senses, he noticed that Zichen's gaze had turned hostile. Just as he was about to run away, Zichen pounced on him. Beside the fire, the man and beast began to wrestle. Even though it was nighttime, Zichen did not give up on cultivating. The arrival of the outsider made Zichen feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the outsider had yet to grow and break all the seals to increase his strength as much as possible. For the next 5 days, although Zichen had made progress, it was not as obvious as before. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Moreover, because he was in a hurry, Zichen's increase in strength had slowed down. Zichen knew that it wasn't that his cultivation speed was slow, but that his mentality wasn't right. He was too anxious and hasty. In order to correct his mentality, Zichen gave up on cultivating and focused on refining high-grade primeval stones. Zichen finally calmed down after a day and a night. But when Zichen went to find Man-Tiger the next day, he found that Man-Tiger had disappeared. He's not here? Where did he go? Zichen was stunned when he saw that Man-Tiger was not here. Without Man-Hu, there would be no sparring partner. Moreover, in this region, Man-Hu was the only powerful sparring partner. Since his sparring partner was not here today, Zichen could only look for another sparring partner. In this region, Man-Hu was a good choice. Once he found Barbarian Bull, Zichen rushed towards Barbarian Bull and smashed him until Zichen exhausted all his strength and Barbarian Bull became dizzy from the smashing. When the sky turned dark, Zichen returned to Man-Tiger's place and barbecued meat while waiting for Man-Tiger to return. That night, Man-Tiger did not return and Zichen felt the law of nature once again. He had just adjusted his mood, but because of the law of nature, he became gloomy again. On the second day, Man-Tiger still did not return and the law of nature appeared again. On the third day, it was still the same. Zichen's expression became more and more unsightly. Could it be that staying at Man-Hu's place was really bad luck, causing outsiders to come every day? Fortunately, Zichen did not feel the law of nature on the fourth night. On the fifth night, Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, heard a sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw Man-Tiger rolling down the mountain. Even though it was night, Zichen's eyesight was good, and he could see that Man-Tiger's body was covered in wounds. Those wounds looked like they were made by claws. They were very deep and blood was constantly flowing out. Moreover, there were a few fatal wounds on Man-Tiger's forehead. Man-Hu seemed to have run all the way back. After rolling down the mountain peak, he stopped moving and breathed heavily. When Man-Tiger heard footsteps, he struggled to move his head. When he raised his head and saw Zichen, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Seeing Man-Tiger's injuries, Zichen frowned and asked, "Who injured you?" Man-Tiger growled, and his aura became weak. Looking at the hundreds of wounds on Man-Tiger's body, Zichen's frown deepened. It seemed that a few blood-healing pills wouldn't be enough to heal such heavy injuries. Only a high-quality treasure pill would be able to heal him. Man-Tiger could be considered Zichen's friend, and Zichen was never stingy with his friends. So Zichen took out a treasure pill and gave it to Man-Tiger. "Here, swallow it." The treasure pill emitted a dazzling light. After Lin Yun took it out, a rich vitality began to fill the air. Man-Hu's eyes widened in surprise. "Swallow it quickly." Zichen took the treasure pill and placed it in Man-Tiger's mouth. When a human swallowed a treasure pill, it would melt in their mouth and Man-Tiger would naturally do the same. A rich vitality spread out from Man-Tiger's stomach and flowed through his body, healing his injuries. Under the naked eye, Man-Hu's injuries were recovering at a visible rate, especially the few fatal wounds that were recovering at an even faster rate. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In less than 15 minutes, Man-Tiger's injuries had basically healed. However, Man-Tiger's body was too big and the treasure pill couldn't spread throughout his body. That was why there were still a few superficial wounds on his body. After that, Zichen took out a blood-healing pill and applied it on his wounds. The blood-healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill and Man-Tiger's injuries were completely healed. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with gratitude as he was saved by Zichen from the brink of death. After that, Zichen asked Man-Hu what had happened. He was so powerful that he had almost been killed. Man-Tiger stretched out his claws and gestured at Zichen, but Zichen didn't understand. "So, Zichen guessed and Man-Tiger answered. Was it a barbarian that injured you? Zichen asked. Man-Tiger shook his head. Zichen naturally knew that Man-Tiger's injuries were not caused by a barbarian. He was just testing the waters. Then, Zichen said, it was a savage beast. Man-Tiger nodded. A level 5 savage beast. Man-Tiger shook his head. A level 6 savage beast. Man-Tiger nodded. Zichen's face changed when he guessed that it was a level 6 savage beast. He thought to himself, man, you even dared to provoke a level 6 savage beast. The next step was to guess what kind of savage beast it was. Zichen said, it's a female savage tiger. Man-Tiger rolled his eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. After that, Zichen started to guess between dogs, lions, wolves, cows, and other savage beasts. However, Man-Tiger rejected all of his guesses. Moreover, Man-Tiger gestured a lot. Isn't a pack of barbarian wolves? If it's not a barbarian wolf, then is it a barbarian rat? Man-Tiger shook his head and gestured. Zichen couldn't guess, so he said, could it be a barbarian monkey? Man-Tiger nodded his head, and his eyes lit up. Then, he bit Zichen's clothes and signaled Zichen to go with him. You provoked a group of monkeys and got beaten up by their king. Now, you want me to help you get back at them? Zichen asked. Man-Tiger nodded his head, but he quickly shook his head and gestured at Zichen again. He stretched out his claws and drew a circle in the air. Then, he opened his mouth and tried to eat the circle. You want to eat a monkey's head and drink a monkey's brain, Zichen guessed again. Man-Tiger continued to disdain Huang Xiaolong and drew an even bigger circle to show that the monkey's head was this big. Zichen guessed that it was a small monkey, but Man-Tiger continued to shake his head. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes lit up. Fruit. You're talking about a fruit, a monkey fruit. Man-Tiger nodded his head and signaled Zichen to follow. When he was in the outside world, Zichen knew that there was a tree called the monkey tree where the monkeys lived. There were monkey fruits on the monkey tree. These fruits were very useful in increasing one's yuan li and were extremely rare. There was no heaven and earth spirit chi in this area, but it actually produced monkey fruits. This made Zichen very curious. Moreover, there was a level 6 monkey king overseeing this place. Since man who wanted to go there, it was obvious that the monkey fruits were extraordinary. Zichen didn't say anything and jumped on Man-Tiger's back. Man-Tiger quickly carried Zichen. They ran for hundreds of miles. Along the way, Zichen saw many traces of battle. There were also bloodstains left behind by Man-Tiger. It was obvious that Man-Tiger fought with the Monkey King. Of course, although it was called a battle, it was actually Man-Tiger running away and the Monkey King chasing after him. When the sun was about to rise, Man-Hu and Zichen arrived at the territory of the monkey race. But after arriving, Man-Hu became a lot more careful. Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual sense and discovered that there were many powerful beasts nearby. Chapter 788. Although Man-Hu was extremely careful, he didn't stop. Instead, he directly charged forward. It looked like he was going to directly charge into the monkeys and steal the monkey fruit. Stop, you idiot. Zichen grabbed Man-Hu's ear and sent a message to him. Zichen's voice sounded in Man-Hu's mind. Man-Hu was shocked and immediately stopped. Zichen spread out his spiritual senses and detected the other savage beasts in the surroundings. Excluding Man-Tiger, there were more than 5 savage beasts. Their current strength was unknown, but they were clearly not weaker than Man-Tiger. There are at least 5 savage beasts around here. If we go up recklessly, we will be attacked. Zichen warned Man-Hu again. Man-Tiger's emotions immediately became unstable. He was clearly enraged. Previously, he had almost died because he was the one who stuck his head out and was beaten up. Man-Hu lay down and hid. Zichen got down from Man-Hu's back and spread out his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. As Zichen's spiritual senses swept past, a concave land appeared in front of him. There was a huge mountain peak in the concave land. Just as Zichen's spiritual senses entered the concave land, he saw many monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were much bigger than the demon monkeys in the outside world. The fur on their bodies was a fiery red, like burning flames. The barbarian monkeys were very strong. Even the weakest ones were level 3 warriors. There were also countless level 4 and level 5 warriors. They belonged to a powerful tribe. When Zichun scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he guessed that there were at least 10 rank 5 barbarian monkeys. At first glance, the sunken ground was filled with monkeys. They were guarding a 100-meter-tall monkey tree in 3 layers. At this moment, on the monkey tree, there were many shining monkey fruits swaying in the wind. Zichun scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichun was surprised because he guessed that there would only be 1 or 2 monkey fruits. Within 50 meters of the monkey tree, there was an open space. There was nothing here except for monkeys. Further away, there were ancient trees with lush branches and leaves. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw the lush branches and leaves shaking. There were also barbaric monkeys playing among them. Apart from that, there were also a few withered ancient trees. The number of barbaric monkeys here exceeded Zichun's expectations. What he had sensed with his spiritual senses was only a portion of them. At the bottom of the huge mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were caves that had been dug out with sharp claws. From time to time, the playful cries of barbaric monkeys could be heard, and there were even barbaric monkeys going in and out. Zichun retracted his spiritual sense. His expression was ugly because he had found at least 2 strange barbarian monkeys. They were probably rank 6 barbarian monkeys, and this was what they discovered from the outside. Zichun wasn't sure if there were any level 6 barbaric monkeys or stronger barbaric monkeys in the cave. Manhu looked at Zichun with hope, as if asking if he had any ideas. Zichun glared at Manhu and said, "Idiot, you were tricked by humans, no, by beasts. There are at least 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys here. It was a miracle that you were able to escape alive last time." Manhu's eyes were filled with fear when he heard this. He quickly realized that after he left with one of the rank 6 barbarian monkeys, the other beasts attacked the barbarian monkeys, but they were all defeated. After the fear, Manhu's face was filled with doubt and hope. He hoped that Zichun could give him an idea. "You greedy bastard. Do you want the monkey fruit more than your life?" Zichun glared at Manhu again. He then lowered his head and thought about how to take the monkey fruit. It was obviously unrealistic for him to fly up and take the monkey fruit. Even if Zichun could fly, he would be torn to shreds by the barbarian monkeys when he landed on the monkey fruit tree. The only feasible method was to lure the barbarian monkeys away so that Zichun could take the monkey fruit. This method was called luring the tiger away from the mountain, but in this world, it was called luring the monkey away from the tree. With Manhu's help, this method was feasible, but he had to plan it carefully. Thus, Zichun released his spiritual senses and began to assign tasks to Manhu after checking the area. After coming up with a plan, Zichun said, "Lure the barbarian monkeys away, and I'll give you the monkey fruit. If you agree, nod your head." Manhu had no doubts about Zichun since he had saved his life, so he immediately nodded his head. "All right, then do as I say." Zichun quickly sent a transmission to Manhu until Manhu nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood. Manhu's eyes were filled with pride and schadenfreude. He seemed to be very satisfied with Zichun's plan. Zichun patted Manhu's head and said, "Hurry up." After saying that, Manhu shot out like an arrow. He didn't have any intention of hiding. Moreover, as he moved, he caused sand and stones to fly around him. His roar echoed throughout the forest. When the roar rang out, the barbarian monkeys were startled. They clearly didn't expect Manhu to still be alive. Moreover, he dared to appear again in less than a day. Compared to the barbarian monkeys, the other hidden barbarian beasts were very excited. They were all thinking that the idiot had appeared again. This was good as it created another opportunity for them to attack. With Manhu taking the lead, the powerful barbarian beasts that had been hiding earlier intentionally hid themselves even deeper. Right now, they were waiting for Manhu to fail and be chased by the rank 6 barbarian monkeys. Manhu did indeed charge forward, but he didn't charge into the group of barbarian monkeys. Instead, he stood on top of the depression and coldly looked at the barbarian monkeys. When the barbarian monkeys saw Manhu, they became very excited and started to squeak. Some of them even picked up some stones and threw them at Manhu. Although they were excited, they didn't immediately charge forward to fight Manhu. Manhu also didn't charge down. He just stood on top of the depression and paced back and forth. His cold eyes moved away from the barbarian monkeys. When he saw the monkey fruits, a greedy expression appeared on his face. Man who stared at the monkey fruit without the slightest scruple as he walked. This caused the barbarian monkeys to be extremely dissatisfied. Immediately, they threw a hail of stones at Man who. Roar! Man Tiger suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the forest. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Most of the rocks that came whistling through the air were blown away by the shockwave, while a small portion of them were deflected by the shockwave and landed on Man Tiger's body without harming him at all. The Rank 4 and Rank 4 barbarian monkeys were the only ones who were excited. The Rank 5 barbarian monkeys didn't move at all. As for the Rank 6 barbarian monkeys, they were shocked. They didn't understand how Man who could recover from such a heavy injury in one night. Roar! After the first roar, Man who let out another heaven-shaking roar. The king's aura around him was filled with provocation. He arrogantly walked around as if he was patrolling his territory. However, the greed in his eyes when he looked at the monkey fruit revealed that this was not his territory. Man who didn't stupidly charge at the barbarian monkeys. This made the other hidden barbarian beasts very unhappy. At this moment, they all wanted to kick Man who's butt. Man whose provocation finally angered the barbarian monkeys. Seeing that their stone attacks were ineffective, some of the restless barbarian monkeys jumped up from the treetops and attacked Man who with their claws. Before the Rank 5 and Rank 6 barbarian monkeys attacked, the Rank 4 barbarian monkeys attacked first. Because they were weaker than Man who, there were a lot of Rank 4 barbarian monkeys. Next, it was time for Man who, the king of the forest, to show his might. He had a huge body, but he was very agile. When he saw the group of monkeys rushing over, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes, and he began to attack. Its sharp claws and tail were all weapons of attack. As it moved nimbly, a barbaric monkey that was flying over was struck by its sharp claws. With a pung sound, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, the Rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying and smashed into a monkey tree in the distance. At the same time, Man whose tail hit the second barbarian monkey. In the next moment, the second Rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying. According to Zichen's instructions, Man who only injured the barbarian monkeys but didn't kill them. Although this wouldn't enrage the barbarian monkeys, it would ensure Man who's safety. Just like that, after the first wave of barbarian monkeys were sent flying, the rest of the barbarian monkeys were enraged. This time, a Rank 5 barbarian monkey directly charged at Man who. As expected, Man who would fight fiercely with the Rank 5 barbarian monkey. Moreover, he wouldn't hold back. As the true king of the forest, Man whose battle strength was still very strong. In just a few moves, he heavily injured the Rank 5 barbarian monkey. Soon after, more than half of the barbarian monkeys were heavily injured. Although they didn't kill the barbarian monkeys, the heavily injured barbarian monkeys had completely enraged them. Especially when the heavily injured barbarian monkeys let out mournful cries, the barbarian monkeys became even more restless. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The bright sky suddenly darkened, and a fiery red color appeared in the sky. It was as if the fiery clouds were pressing down. This time, there were hundreds of barbarian monkeys flying over. Seeing the densely packed barbarian monkeys, a trace of fear appeared in Man whose eyes. After letting out a symbolic roar, he turned around and ran away. Among the hundreds of barbarian monkeys, there were only 4 or 5 Rank 5 barbarian monkeys. This kind of efficiency made the other barbarian beasts extremely dissatisfied. Compared to yesterday, Man who was a lot more terrified. Just when they were feeling disdainful, they suddenly realized that Man who didn't run on the same route as yesterday. Instead, he ran on a different route. Just when the other barbarian beasts were confused, the barbarian beast on this route felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't immediately panic and continued to hide. In its line of sight, Man who was running straight for it. However, when he was a few dozen meters away, Man who suddenly jumped up. Chapter 789. Following Zichen's instructions, Man Tiger stepped on the head of the hidden savage beast and used the momentum to leap away. The savage beast was originally hiding in the ground, but when Man-Hu stepped on it, it subconsciously exerted its strength. As a result, Man-Hu used the momentum to jump away, while the savage beast jumped up from the ground due to overexertion of its strength. This was a gigantic pangolin that was 7 to 8 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales that flickered with a black light. When it leaped up, it was just in time to meet the numerous charging barbaric monkeys. Its figure was instantly drowned by the barbaric monkeys. After the pangolin was engulfed by the barbarian monkeys used their claws and mouths to bite and tear at the pangolin. The pangolin felt the pain and began to slaughter the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkey screams before they died caused the barbarian monkeys to become even more chaotic. At the same time, another group of barbarian monkeys was sent out to help. Due to the pangolin's help and the pangolin's massacre, there weren't many barbarian monkeys left chasing after Man-Tiger. Most of the barbarian monkeys had gone back to help. Hence, Man-Tiger turned around and returned. On the way back, Man-Tiger encountered the second group of barbarian monkeys. Both sides didn't say anything and immediately attacked. After injuring a few more barbarian monkeys and attracting enough aggro, Man-Tiger continued to run. While he was running, the second group of barbarian monkeys chased after him. Such a scene made the hearts of the other savage beasts blossom with joy. The situation finally became a little chaotic. Man-Tiger changed his escape route again. At this moment, Zichen's spiritual senses were spread out, and he was remotely controlling Man-Tiger. 3 meters to the left. Jump 50 meters, and use your claws to attack the green branch. Jump. Under the command of his spiritual senses, Man-Hu jumped up. This jump was exactly 50 meters long. After jumping up, Man-Hu followed Zichen's instructions and ruthlessly struck the green tree branch. According to Man-Hu's original estimation, this attack should at least be able to break the tree branch. However, when this powerful attack landed on the tree branch, not only did it fail to break the tree branch, but it also caused Man-Hu to be shaken. Just as it was extremely puzzled, it saw the entire tree branch suddenly tremble from the corner of its eye. Then, the tree branch bent and fell to the ground. Before Man-Tiger landed on the ground, he heard a loud bang. When he turned his head, he saw a green python that was dozens of meters long raising its head. The python's cold gaze fell on Man-Tiger as if it was calculating how to swallow him whole. But before that, it had to deal with those barbaric monkeys that were swarming over. When the python was surrounded by the monkeys, Man-Hu did the same thing and lured the monkeys away from the tree, luring the 6 hidden beasts out. The blood-curdling screams of the barbaric monkeys resounded continuously in this area. A total of 7 level 5 peak barbaric beasts had appeared. This area was already in chaos. The 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys were already on the move, charging towards the 7 barbarian beasts. Because Barbarian Tiger didn't kill the barbarian monkeys earlier, the barbarian monkeys that went to fight him were only injured but not killed. This resulted in not many barbarian monkeys attacking him, and the rank 6 barbarian monkeys also didn't attack him. You just need to run and fight. Zichen gave Man-Tiger one last order. Then, he withdrew his spiritual sense and concealed himself as he approached the monkey tree. He had already left the 7 waves of monkeys, but there were still many barbarian monkeys on the monkey tree. In addition, with Zichen's powerful spiritual sense, he could sense that there were still barbarian monkeys hiding in the ancient trees in the distance. There were countless barbarian monkeys here, and they were the kings of this area when they were in groups. After finding the best place to attack, Zichen didn't immediately rush over. As a knowledgeable and intelligent human with a powerful spiritual sense, Zichen naturally wouldn't be the one to take the lead. Moreover, his shrewdness wouldn't be lower than the barbarian beasts. Zichen only asked Man-Tiger to dig out the 6 hidden barbarian beasts and didn't touch the rest. He was waiting for this moment. Sure enough, when the barbarian monkeys and the barbarian beasts were in a deadlock, a pitch-black figure moved. After it appeared from its hiding place, it shot towards the monkey tree like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that even Zichen's face was slightly astonished. However, its fate was sealed. Just as it rushed into the depression and reached the side of the monkey tree, many barbarian monkeys rushed towards it. The barbarian monkeys were like a large ball of flames that directly drowned it. Then, there were roars and screams. After 3 breaths, the black figure broke free from the barbarian monkey's attacks and jumped up, viciously biting the monkey fruit. This was a black leopard at the peak of the 5th level. Its eyes were filled with desire for the monkey fruit. When it reached the monkey fruit and was about to swallow it, it suddenly felt a darkness above its head. Just as the black leopard raised its eyes, it saw a huge footprint descend from the sky and ruthlessly cover its nose. Bang! With a loud thud, the black leopard was kicked to the ground. Then, a large 6th-level barbarian monkey fell from the sky. Seeing that another 6th-level barbarian monkey had appeared, the black leopard's eyes were filled with fear. After it let out a painful roar, it turned into a ray of black light and quickly fled into the distance. During this time, a total of 6 barbarian monkeys had died under the black leopard's mouth. Naturally, the other barbarian monkeys wouldn't let it go and quickly rushed towards it. On the escaping black leopard, there were still a few barbarian monkeys hanging on its body. Their sharp claws and teeth had already pierced through the black leopard's body. Next to the monkey tree, a 6th-level barbarian monkey appeared. However, such a strong existence couldn't deter the hidden barbarian beasts. There was only one chance to create such chaos, so it had to be seized. After the black leopard escaped, Zichun sensed with his spiritual thoughts that 3 barbarian beasts were trying to approach the monkey tree. Moreover, these 3 barbarian beasts were rodents that hid underground and were good at burrowing. In addition, a 5th-level barbarian wolf appeared in the distance. It was a 5th-level barbarian wolf that rushed over after hearing the barbarian monkey scream. However, it was undoubtedly the most prepared barbarian beasts. This was because there were hundreds of smaller barbarian wolves following behind the barbarian wolf. When Zichun saw the barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves, he immediately felt that the barbarian wolf was too weak. The barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves was the king of the show. The leader of the barbarian wolves deliberately avoided the battlefield and led the pack of barbarian wolves towards the monkey fruit. When the barbarian wolves moved together, the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses could be heard. A smile appeared on Zichun's face. With his spiritual thoughts, he was like a general overseeing the battlefield, commanding thousands of soldiers and horses to attack the enemy's position. When the enemy's position was defeated, it would be time for him to move out. When the earth started to tremble, the 3 barbarian rats had already approached the monkey tree from 3 different directions. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 mice soared into the sky and headed straight for the monkey fruit on the tree. During this time, the 6th-level barbarian monkey was furious. It slapped one of the barbarian rats, but it was unable to block the other 2. The 6th-level barbarian monkey didn't have time to attack again. However, in the next moment, many barbarian monkeys attacked the 2 barbarian rats. The barbarian rats couldn't fly, so they were only borrowing force to fly. Under the attacks of the barbarian monkeys would naturally lose their momentum. In that split second, the 6th-level barbarian monkey seized the opportunity and slapped the 2 barbarian rats to the ground. The 3 barbarian rats fell to the ground, but they were unwilling to give up. They wanted to attack the monkey fruit again, but in the next moment, a group of barbarian monkeys rushed out from the cave and attacked the 3 barbarian rats. More and more barbarian monkeys appeared, causing the barbarian rats to feel a lot of pressure. They could only continuously retreat. At this moment, the trembling of the earth became louder and louder. The barbarian wolves had already rushed over with their little brothers. There were many of them, so they directly attacked the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were also very direct. After the appearance of the 3 barbarian rats, the number of barbarian monkeys rushing out from the mountain didn't stop. Moreover, there were even more barbarian monkeys rushing out from the ancient tree in the distance. There were so many barbarian monkeys that even Zichun was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many barbarian beasts eyeing the monkey fruit, Zichun wouldn't even have the extravagant hope of obtaining the monkey fruit. However, with so many barbarian monkeys, Zichun still had a chance to succeed after a slight calculation. The appearance of the barbarian wolves surprised Zichun, but the more chaotic the situation was, the more likely it was for Zichun to succeed. A group of barbarian wolves had just rushed into the depression when they were blocked. Soon after, the depression turned into a battlefield. In other places, the other barbarian beasts were also rushing over, even if they were injured. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Utter chaos. However, Zichun still didn't move. A strand of his spiritual sense was locked onto a spot 30 meters to his right. There was another fellow that was extremely proficient in burrowing into the ground. This was also a pangolin. Not only was its concealment technique brilliant, but it was also larger and stronger. Zichun had decided to leave it behind and let it lead him closer to the ground. Sure enough, when the situation was in complete chaos, the pangolin moved. It burrowed into the ground and began to approach the monkey tree. Because Zichun's spiritual sense was spread throughout the entire area, when Zichun prepared to follow the pangolin, he discovered an extremely strange scene. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed out from the mountain peak, but there were also more barbarian monkeys that returned to the mountain peak. These barbarian monkeys were mostly exhausted from the previous battle. They quickly rushed into the mountain peak, but not long after, they rushed out again. When they went in, they were almost exhausted, but when they came out, they were full of energy, as if they had eaten a vigorous pill. Moreover, under the careful observation of Zichun's spiritual sense, he discovered that there was some green liquid left at the corners of the barbarian monkeys' mouths. There were also many barbarian monkeys that were licking the liquid with their tongues. As the barbarian monkeys entered and exited, the depression emitted a faint fragrance. As this fragrance spread, Zichun's face clearly showed a strange expression. This is the fragrance of wine. Could it be monkey wine? The barbarian monkeys here also know how to make wine. The monkey wine in the outside world had a special effect. What would the monkey wine here do? It seemed that the barbarian monkeys had already demonstrated to Zichun that it could increase or restore strength. Chapter 790. After discovering the monkey wine and guessing its effects, Zichun's eyes lit up even more. Obviously, both the monkey fruit and the monkey wine were good things. The former could help increase his strength, while the latter would be of great help to his future journey on the ancient road. This discovery caused Zichun to pause for a moment. During this pause, the giant pangolin had already entered the hollow. The pangolin appeared from the hollow, but it didn't appear directly next to the monkey tree like the other savage beasts. Instead, it appeared 50 meters away from the monkey tree, next to a withered tree. Originally, there were barbaric monkeys on the ancient trees behind the withered tree. Because the battle was too intense and there were too many savage beasts, these barbaric monkeys all rushed to the hollow to help out. After the pangolin appeared, it was unexpectedly not discovered by the barbaric monkeys. After it poked its head out, it once again hid underground, then opened a hole in the ground and approached the monkey tree. Under the monkey tree, there were barbaric monkeys guarding it. The level 6 barbaric monkeys were fighting in front of it. The pangolin appeared again on the other side of the monkey tree, which was 20 meters away, behind a group of barbaric monkeys. The pangolin poked its head out, but the barbaric monkeys still didn't discover it. Its eyes were clearly filled with joy, and it was thinking about how to steal the monkey fruit. After Zichun suppressed all of his aura, he followed the pangolin. The place he appeared was where the pangolin had poked its head out earlier. Zichun appeared in a flash, using the withered tree as cover. At this moment, he was only 50 meters away from the monkey tree. If he used his extreme speed, he could instantly reach the tree. He wouldn't dare to say that he could pluck all of the monkey fruit, but plucking 2 or 3 wouldn't be a problem at all. Zichun's expression changed, and he prepared to use his extreme speed to move before the pangolin made its move. Suddenly, Zichun's powerful senses detected a heart-palpitating aura. This aura made Zichun clearly feel danger, and it was a life-threatening one. Zichun tightly leaned against the ancient tree and restrained all of his aura. At this moment, there were already 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys within the group of barbaric monkeys. However, these 3 barbaric monkeys were about the same in terms of size and strength. If all 3 of them were kings, then it would go against the common sense of there being only one king in a group. Thinking of this, Zichun's face was covered in cold sweat. If these 3 barbaric monkeys were not kings, then it was obvious that the king of the barbaric monkeys had yet to appear. Moreover, Zichun had a feeling that he had been tricked. The Monkey King had yet to appear, and this made Zichun wonder if the Monkey King was waiting for all the savage beasts to appear so that he could capture them all in one fell swoop. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. This guess was not groundless. At this moment, the barbarian monkeys did not have the upper hand. They were dying one after another, but the barbarian Monkey King still did not appear. Don't try to get close to this place. Stay as far away as possible. If you feel that something is wrong, run away immediately. Zichun's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a message to Man Hu. Hearing Zichun's message, Man Hu, who had followed the other savage beasts to attack the monkey fruit tree, also silently retreated. From the looks of it, he was forced to retreat by the barbaric monkeys. With this discovery, Zichun immediately felt as if there was a sharp edge on his back. It was as if his every move was being monitored. Previously, he thought that he was the general who controlled the entire situation, but now, he felt that he was just a clown who had been played. The pangolin was very shrewd. It had yet to attack and was still waiting. However, in Zichun's eyes, the pangolin was just a clown who had been played like him. Zichun's figure was currently blocked by the ancient tree, so no barbarian monkey had discovered him. His body was tightly pressed against the ancient tree. Although he felt that he was being watched, this was Zichun's guess after all. Even if there was a sliver of a chance, Zichun would still hide. The chaos continued, and the ground shook. The entire area was shaking, but Zichun, who was close to him, could hear the faint sound of flowing liquid. Why is there such a sound? Zichun was extremely puzzled. He was prepared to listen, but he didn't hear anything. Zichun, who didn't hear anything, suddenly looked at the ancient tree that he was close to. A strange expression appeared on his face. After that, Zichun placed his ear on the ancient tree and heard the sound of flowing liquid again. Because this sound came from the ancient tree, it was very soft. If one didn't place their ear on it, they wouldn't be able to hear it. However, why would there be liquid in the ancient tree? Zichun didn't even think about it and blurted out the answer. Monkey wine, monkey wine. It seemed that there was only one explanation for the liquid in the ancient tree. Moreover, Zichun's spiritual sense spread out and discovered that there were a total of 8 of these withered trees. In the monkey tribe's territory, there were 8 withered trees. This didn't make sense. Previously, Zichun only found it strange and didn't question it. However, after hearing the sound of flowing liquid, he understood. The barbaric monkeys must have hollowed out the ancient tree and placed all the ingredients for the monkey wine inside. Then, they sealed the hole and waited for the monkey wine to ferment. If it's really the monkey wine, then I've struck gold. Zichun's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited, and his mood seemed to have improved. Zichun felt that the spying in the dark had disappeared. Although the battlefield was chaotic, if Zichun brazenly took the monkey wine, he would naturally be discovered. Therefore, after looking around, he once again dived into the ground. After that, Zichun began to travel underground. His digging skills were naturally not as good as the pangolin's, but he still knew how to do it. Moreover, he was currently near the withered tree. He just needed to move forward a little more. Zichun dived into the vicinity of the tree roots. After finding a slightly thick tree root, he pointed at the tree root. Yuan energy appeared between Zichun's fingers, and the hard tree root was pierced through like tofu. Then, Zichun felt a liquid come into contact with his fingers. Using his spiritual sense to explore the liquid, Zichun found that it was indeed green monkey wine. Moreover, it was an entire tree hole. It really is the monkey wine. Zichun's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Then, he pointed at the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, a psychedelic light rushed out from between Zichun's eyebrows and enveloped the finger hole in front of him. After Zichun removed his finger, the monkey wine in the finger hole flowed into the psychedelic light and then into the purple gold gourd space. Because the finger hole was too small, the speed of absorption was too slow. Therefore, a finger glow appeared between Zichun's fingers again, and he suddenly slashed at the huge tree root. In the next moment, a bowl-sized hole appeared and the monkey wine began to gush out. The monkey wine continued to flow out. During this period, there would be a sound. Zichun was afraid that the fighting monkeys would hear it, so he quickly released his yuan energy and enveloped the monkey wine. He was afraid that the sound would leak out. The battle outside was still ongoing. The pangolin had yet to find a suitable opportunity to attack. However, during this period of time, it once again advanced a few meters. It must be mentioned that because this place had become incomparably chaotic, more savage beasts rushed over from afar after hearing the commotion and joined the battle. Zichun did not calculate how much monkey wine there was in the tree hole. However, if it were to be stored in a large vat in the human world, it should be able to hold a large vat. After collecting all the monkey wine, Zichun spent a total of 7 to 8 minutes. After collecting all the monkey wine, Zichun stuck his head out and released his spiritual sense again. The Monkey King had yet to appear, but there were more and more savage beasts. Other than the peak level 5 savage beasts, there were also many level 5 savage beasts. This was truly a chaotic battle. Collecting the monkey wine was a serious matter. Zichun did not care about the barbarian tiger. He continued to slowly dig a hole and approached the second tree hole. One must know that there were a total of 8 withered trees here. Just as Zichun reached the bottom of the second ancient tree, a level 6 barbarian monkey rushed out from the mountain peak where the barbarian monkeys were continuously running out. This level 6 barbarian monkey was slightly stronger than the previous 3, but it was definitely not the Monkey King. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the 3 rodent species and beat them until they screamed. However, the Monkey King did not run away. During this period of time, many savage beasts were continuously trying to attack the monkey tree. Moreover, several level 5 savage beasts had already died in battle. As for the barbarian wolf, it had led a group of underlings, but more than 100 of them had died. PFFF, Zichun opened the second tree hole. The monkey wine flowed out from the hole. A psychedelic light enveloped it as he began to collect the monkey wine. At this moment, the battle above was extremely intense. However, Zichun was leisurely collecting the monkey wine below. The monkey wine could instantly recover one's strength. It had the same effect as the liquefied yuan liquid. Even if he could not obtain the monkey fruit today, just the monkey wine from these 2 trees was enough to make Zichun excited. This time, Zichun opened a bigger hole and the monkey wine flowed out faster. In less than 5 minutes, the second tree hole was finished. Zichun did not care about the battle above. Moreover, he was almost certain that this was a trap set by the Monkey King. As for the goal, it should be to catch all the people who were eyeing the monkey fruit today. Moreover, Zichun guessed that if he did not let the barbarian tiger lure the Monkey King, these barbarian monkeys would have taken the initiative to attack and cause chaos. PFFF, Zichun went to the third tree hole and easily pierced it with his finger. However, this time, Zichun did not find the monkey wine. This tree hole was empty. Nothing. Zichun was startled. However, after thinking for a while, he understood. This thing was brewed by the Monkey King. If it was not there, then it must have been drunk. Therefore, he went to the fourth tree. However, Zichun still did not find anything. There are 8 of them. I don't believe that all of them are gone. Zichun did not believe it and moved towards the 5th tree root. PFFF, following his finger, Zichun felt the monkey wine again. His face lit up, and he quickly collected the monkey wine. In the chaotic battle outside, there were more than 40 level 5 savage beasts gathered here. Among them, there were more than 10 level 5 savage beasts that were just 1 step away from level 6. Moreover, the entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. The barbarian monkeys were no match for the Monkey King. At this moment, almost all of the barbarian monkeys had joined the battle. The pangolin, who had been holding back all this time, finally made up its mind. After it silently appeared from the ground, it suddenly leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the empty tree where there were only monkey fruits. Chapter 791. The monkey fruit was already at its mouth and could be swallowed in the next moment. Once it escaped and refined the monkey fruit, it would be able to step into level 6. The pangolin's eyes were already filled with pride and excitement. Boom! But at this moment, a sudden explosion was heard. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew the monkey fruit away. Seeing the monkey fruit that was about to enter its mouth being blown away, the pangolin was furious. However, it still borrowed the force and opened its mouth again. But this time, the pangolin did not close its mouth. A huge footprint fell from the sky and stepped on the pangolin's head. Then, the pangolin felt a huge force coming from the top of its head. Then, the huge foot stepped on it, and it fell to the ground. Bang! After landing, another explosion was heard. The pangolin's head was crushed by the foot. Its huge body struggled a few times before it stopped moving. Dead. A level 5 pinnacle pangolin was stomped to death just like that. The entire battlefield also paused for a moment because of this loud sound, because of this magnificent move that annihilated the enemy. All the foreign savage beasts looked at the owner of the foot that stomped the pangolin to death. It was a tall barbaric monkey. The red fur on its body was extremely pure, without any impurities. Its eyes were not black like a normal barbaric monkey's, but crimson red like flames. Its body was emitting a tyrannical aura that far surpassed any other savage beast. When all the savage beasts felt this aura, their bodies could not help but tremble. Level 7. It was actually level 7. The barbaric monkey king had finally appeared, and it was level 7. It stomped a level 5 pinnacle pangolin to death. The barbaric monkey king's cold eyes swept across the rest of the savage beasts. Its crimson eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although it had just broken through, level 7 was still level 7. It was extremely powerful. After the barbaric monkey king appeared, 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys walked out from the mountain. When these 3 barbaric monkeys appeared, they did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. The level 5 pinnacle savage beast's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, they finally realized that they had been tricked. The barbarian monkey king did not die. It had broken through, and all of its previous weakness was a facade that it had deliberately created for them to see. They had been thinking about the monkey fruit for a long time. In the past, when the barbarian monkey king was at the peak of level 6, they did not dare to make a move. However, in the last battle, the barbarian monkey king had suffered heavy injuries and was on the verge of death. After observing it for a year, they concluded that the barbarian monkey king was dead. Only then did they remember the monkey fruit. But not only did he not die, he even made a breakthrough. With the appearance of the barbarian monkey king and 7 level 6 barbarian monkeys, this battle was obviously impossible to continue. Thus, the group of barbarian beasts started to madly flee. Protecting their lives was the most important thing right now. The barbarian monkey king had calculated everything for the sake of exterminating all of them. How could it possibly let them escape? It jumped several tens of meters high and several hundred meters away. Then, with a stomp of its large foot, the large python that had many scars all over its body was trampled to death by the barbarian monkey king. This was a ferocious and brutal fellow. He actually used his feet to fight, and he would trample one to death with each jump. After trampling the large python to death, the barbarian monkey king jumped towards the barbarian wolf king and stomped down on its head, crushing it. The group of barbarian beasts started to flee in fear, but all of the barbarian monkeys started to cheer and squeak, expressing the excitement in their hearts. Before Zichun could finish collecting the monkey wine in the 5th tree hole, a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. After this rumbling sound, the ground sank into silence, and the previous frequent tremors disappeared. Zichun's expression changed. He guessed that the barbarian monkey king had appeared, so he prepared to flee. However, in accordance with the principle of not wasting, Zichun decided to release all of the monkey wine before leaving. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to seal this place, and the monkey wine would be wasted. Soon after, Zichun heard the rumbling sound again. This rumbling sound was accompanied by mournful screams, and at the same time, a group of barbarian monkeys were cheering. This is the barbarian monkey king's massacre. It seems that the barbarian monkey king is very strong. I have to leave as soon as possible. Zichun's expression became extremely serious. Soon after, he heard the barbarian tiger's roar. This roar was warning Zichun to run for his life. Zichun smashed the tree root with a punch, and the monkey wine flowed out crazily. Soon, all of the monkey wine was collected. After that, Zichun went back the way he came. However, When he reached the first tree hole, he released his spiritual sense. After releasing his spiritual sense, Zichun saw the tragic death of the pangolin and its fatal wound. He had a better understanding of the barbarian Monkey King's battle strength. He continued to spread his spiritual sense and found the empty monkey tree and the 12 shining monkey fruits. At this moment, a group of barbarian monkeys were under the monkey tree, looking up at the barbarian Monkey King's massacre. After the barbarian Monkey King stomped down one by one, the number of level 5 barbarian beasts was obviously reduced. Opportunity. This is an opportunity. The attention of the barbarian monkeys was focused on the barbarian Monkey King, so they didn't notice the monkey fruits. This was an opportunity for Zichun. Without any hesitation, Zichun decided to seize this opportunity. In his abdomen, elemental energy began to surge, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. In a flash of light, Zichun spread his wings and arrived at the top of the monkey tree. His speed was comparable to teleportation. At this moment, Zichun's entire body was glowing. The elemental energy surging around his body would naturally expose him in an instant. However, he didn't care because he had already arrived at the monkey tree and beside the monkey fruits. The next step was naturally to pluck the fruits. The only thing left was to see how many Zichun could pluck in a short period of time. With lightning speed, Zichun plucked a monkey fruit and put it away. Then, he went to pluck the second one. Just as his hand reached for the second monkey fruit, the barbarian monkeys below noticed him. Suddenly seeing a winged barbarian, the barbarian monkeys were startled. While they were still in shock, Zichun plucked the second monkey fruit. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Seeing the monkey fruit being plucked, the barbarian monkeys began to cry out in alarm. Their voices were filled with panic and anger. Then, the barbarian monkeys leaped up and rushed towards Zichun. Boom. The elemental energy around Zichun's body surged, forming a wave of elemental energy that spread out in all directions. The barbarian monkeys that were rushing towards Zichun were instantly sent flying by this wave of energy. During this time, Zichun plucked the third monkey fruit. The barbarian monkeys' panicked cries attracted the attention of the other barbarian monkeys. After turning around, their gazes landed on Zichun almost immediately. This was because the light surrounding Zichun's body was too dazzling. It was dazzling and piercing to the eyes. The level 6 barbarian monkeys and level 5 barbarian monkeys rushed towards Zichun with extreme speed. When the barbarian king, who had just trampled a level 5 pinnacle barbarian monkey to death, saw Zichun, its scarlet eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Especially when it saw that Zichun had already plucked the third monkey fruit. It immediately abandoned the other barbarian beasts and leaped towards Zichun with extreme speed. This leap was a few hundred meters high and a few hundred meters away. In just a few leaps, it would be able to reach Zichun. The elemental energy in Zichun's body continued to surge. After repelling the second wave of barbarian monkeys, he plucked the fourth monkey fruit. After putting away the fourth monkey fruit, Zichun began to flee. Swoosh. What Zichun displayed was his extreme speed. Moreover, it was a speed enhanced by the heavenly lightning wings. The group of barbarian monkeys leaped up and launched attacks, but all of them were dodged by Zichun. After that, Zichun soared into the air and flew away. This scene was naturally seen by the other barbarian beasts and barbarian monkeys. When they saw a barbarian that could fly, their eyes were filled with astonishment. However, their speed did not decrease at all. Naturally, Barbarian Tiger saw Zichun and also saw Zichun plucking the monkey fruit. It was so excited that it could not control itself. It could only let out a tiger's roar towards the sky to express its excitement. However, the tiger's roar was only halfway through when it suddenly stopped. Zichun, who was relying on his extreme speed to escape, was suddenly stopped in midair. The thing that stopped Zichun was a large foot. It was the Barbarian King's foot. This foot did not kick Zichun's head. Instead, it kicked Zichun's chest. Zichun had used his elemental energy to form a protective barrier, but it was instantly shattered by this attack. Moreover, a huge force rushed into Zichun's body, causing his bones to emit cracking sounds. This was caused by the excessive force. Fortunately, Zichun's perfect body was strong enough and his bones were strong enough to block this terrifying attack. However, the force of the blow was so strong that Zichen's body flew backward and smashed into the ground. Even a peak level 5 barbarian beast was killed by the barbarian king's attack. The barbarian beasts did not think that a barbarian could survive, even if he could fly. However, in the next moment, the barbarian king, who was smashed into the ground, flapped his wings again and soared into the sky. The barbarian king did not die. All the barbarian beasts, including the barbarian monkeys, widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. However, the barbarian king seemed to have expected this. After it landed on the ground, it charged towards Zichen again. Still coming? A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The heavenly thunder wings on his back flashed again. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning, twisting and turning in the air as he dodged. Zichen could fly, but the barbarian king could only jump. The reason why the barbarian king was able to hit Zichen was because Zichen had been dodging the attacks of the other powerful barbarian monkeys and was not prepared. Now that Zichen was prepared, it was impossible for the barbarian king to hit him. While in the air, the barbarian king borrowed the force of the barbarian king's attack twice, but failed to hit Zichen. Under the influence of gravity, the barbarian king's body began to fall to the ground. Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to kick the barbarian king. Of course, Zichen did not use his true body to kick the barbarian king. Instead, he used his elemental energy to create a jumbo footprint. This jumbo footprint directly landed on the barbarian king's head. The barbarian king tumbled a few times before landing on the ground. Although it did not cause much damage to the barbarian king, it still made it look extremely miserable. Goodbye. Zichen's face was filled with unconcealable pride. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The barbarian king was extremely unwilling to give up. It kept jumping and chasing after Zichen. However, not to mention that it was only a level 7 beast, even a level 9 beast would not be able to catch up to Zichen, who could fly. After flying for 1,000 meters, Zichen suddenly descended from the sky. Just when the barbarian king's face was filled with joy, thinking that the barbarian king would not be able to fly for a long time, it saw the barbarian king grab a barbarian tiger and fly up again. Moreover, the barbarian king's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he flew into the distance. Chapter 792. Man who was being carried by Zichen as they flew at top speed. The sound of the wind whistling through the air made Man Who feel great. The only problem was that the Monkey King was still chasing after them, and his wounds were bleeding profusely. Is there a need for that? Didn't I just take a few monkey fruits? You still have a lot of them. Zichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. His face was extremely pale as he had consumed a lot of energy. This was mainly because his Yuan Li and spiritual sense had not been completely unsealed. If they were completely unsealed, Zichen wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He would even be able to enter the barbarian monkey's territory and harvest the monkey fruits. But now that the seal had not been broken, Zichen could only flee in the face of a level 7 Monkey King. The Monkey King was chasing after them relentlessly, and it was determined to kill Zichen and Man Who. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. If this continued, the one who would suffer would definitely be Zichen. Therefore, Zichen no longer cared about his energy consumption and displayed his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was already far away like a bolt of lightning. After crossing over 100 miles, he left the Monkey King in the dust. Zichen didn't dare to stop when the Monkey King was nowhere to be seen. He flew for another 100 miles before putting down Man Who. After putting down Man Who, Zichen fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and Man Who wasn't any better. There were many injuries on his body, and although they weren't fatal, they weren't light. Zichen felt a throbbing pain in his chest. It seemed like a few of his ribs were broken. Furthermore, he had consumed a lot of his Yuan Li and spiritual sense. After Zichen fell to the ground, he quickly swallowed a blood recovery pill and used his spiritual sense to circulate the blood recovery pill's vitality towards his chest. A cool feeling spread from Zichen's chest. Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering, but the elemental force and spiritual sense that he had consumed earlier were slowly recovering. Let's go and find a secret place. After their injuries were healed, The two of them went to find a safe place. 2 days later, Zichen had fully recovered his yuan qi and spiritual will. As for Manhu's injuries, they were mostly healed and there wasn't much of a problem. 2 days passed, but the Monkey King didn't chase after him. It should have given up. Zichen and Manhu were safe. Manhu looked at Zichen expectantly, waiting for Zichen to take out the monkey fruit. Zichen didn't beat around the bush. He took out a monkey fruit and asked, "Can you break through with one?" Manhu nodded as his eyes lit up. Zichen gave Manhu a monkey fruit. After swallowing it, Manhu squinted his eyes as he lay on the ground and began to refine the monkey fruit. Once the monkey fruit was completely refined, Manhu would be able to reach level 6. While Manhu was refining the monkey fruit, Zichen, who had nothing to do, decided to refine it as well. He wanted to break through as soon as possible, so he took out another monkey fruit. Zichen ate it without hesitation. The monkey fruit was extremely sweet, and its taste was similar to other spirit fruits. It was a rare delicacy. After entering his stomach, the juice of the monkey fruit turned into pure energy. This energy entered his body and fused with his meridians, bones, and blood. Zichen felt a warm feeling in his body, and his strength was clearly increasing. His bones, which were already extremely hard, became even harder after being nourished by this energy. In addition, the energy contained within the monkey fruit was also absorbed by his body according to the perfect body circulation path. Not a single bit was wasted. Zichen's refining speed was much faster than Manhu's. After refining one monkey fruit, Manhu still hadn't finished refining it. But after refining one monkey fruit, Zichen strangely discovered that he hadn't broken through. His body's strength had indeed increased, but he didn't break through to level 5. This scene reminded Zichen of the shocking consumption of Yuanli when he broke through. Possessing pure Yuanli and having combat power that far exceeded others also meant that the consumption of Yuanli was greater than others. Zichen's perfect body was known as the strongest body among humans. If he wanted to let his perfect body grow, the price he had to pay was obviously higher. Without any hesitation, Zichen took out the second monkey fruit and swallowed it. The warm feeling in his body reappeared, and his meridians changed again. Zichen's strength increased again. After absorbing enough energy, Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his perfect body. After refining the second monkey fruit, his body finally broke through to level 5. A level 5 strength was much stronger than a level 4's. With every movement, Zichen could feel the surge of energy. After breaking through, Zichen didn't continue swallowing the monkey fruit. Instead, he looked at Man-Tiger. He was worried that if Man-Tiger couldn't break through, it wouldn't be right for him to swallow the last monkey fruit. When Zichen opened his eyes, he discovered that Man-Tiger had also opened his eyes. Under Zichen's spiritual senses, he discovered that there was also a surge of powerful energy in Man-Tiger's body. This was a level 6 energy. Man-Tiger had also broken through, but since he had just broken through, this energy wasn't stable yet. Going from level 5 to level 6 was an increase in realm. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with excitement. With both of them breaking through, the next step was to adapt to the powerful energy in their bodies. With Man-Tiger as his training partner, Zichen didn't have to deliberately find him. 3 days later, Zichen familiarized himself with the powerful energy in his body. Furthermore, he knew the benefits of the monkey fruit. Zichen was very concerned about the other monkey trees in the group of monkeys. During this period of time, whenever Zichen was exhausted, he would drink the monkey wine. Just as Zichen had expected, the monkey wine had a miraculous effect. It could instantly restore the energy in his body. However, Zichen couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't dare to drink too much. If he drank too much, he would be drunk even if he recovered his energy. With level 5 and Man-Tiger at level 6, they were naturally not a match for a group of monkeys. Moreover, almost all of the level 5 beasts from before were dead. Before he had the strength to suppress the barbarian Monkey King, Zichen wouldn't have another chance. Although there wasn't any heaven and earth spiritual chi in this world, there were still monkey fruits. According to Zichen's experience, if there were monkey fruits, then there would naturally be other fruits that could increase one's strength. After adapting to the great power brought about by the breakthrough, Zichen began to think about these strange fruits. During this period of time, Zichen asked Man-Tiger about the things that could increase his strength. Man-Tiger first nodded, then shook his head. Man-Tiger only lived in this area, so he was familiar with the things within a few hundred miles. The most strange thing was the monkey fruit. As for the other things, Man-Tiger didn't know. I wonder how the Raven tribe is doing now. After staying here for more than a month, Zichen's strength had increased again. There wasn't much point in staying here, so he decided to go back. But before he went back, Zichen still had to hunt some savage beasts for the ravens as food. Of course, the majority of the food would be level 4 and level 5 savage beasts. Of course, if there were level 6 savage beasts, Zichen wouldn't mind killing them. Unfortunately, there weren't any level 6 savage beasts within a few hundred miles. There were only monkeys. After that, he would go deeper into the barbarian dragon mountain range. Man-Tiger was very happy when he knew that Zichen wanted to leave with him. Moreover, Zichen had the monkey wine and that strange blood essence. Man-Tiger was very interested in these things. So when he heard that Zichen wanted to hunt some savage beasts, he volunteered to hunt for Zichen. One man and one beast started to hunt in this area. This hunt lasted for 5 days until Zichen decided that the meat was enough for the Raven tribe to eat for a year and a half. Just when Zichen decided to go back, he felt Wu Man's call. It was the jade that Zichen had given to Wu Man. Wu Man had broken it. This was something that could only be broken after something happened to the Raven tribe. Feeling the call, Zichen knew that something had happened to the Raven tribe. So he stopped hunting savage beasts and returned with Man-Tiger. On the way back, Zichen once again saw Man-Tiger, his former training partner. When Man-Tiger saw Man-Tiger, he immediately pounced on him and opened his mouth to tear him apart. "Stop!" Zichen yelled to stop Man-Tiger. At this moment, Man-Tiger was pressing down on Man-Tiger. His body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. Zichen strode to Man-Tiger's side and looked at the terrified Man-Tiger. "Follow me and I'll spare your life." Man-Tiger naturally had intelligence. After hearing this, it immediately nodded without hesitation. As a result, Zichen brought Barbarian Bull along with him on his way back. This was something he had come up with on the spur of the moment when he saw Barbarian Bull. He really didn't want to kill him. Man-Tiger was of no use to Zichen. Zichen brought Man-Tiger with him because he wanted him to guard the Raven tribe. Moreover, with Zichen's eyesight, he could see that Man-Tiger was stronger than Heya from the Black tribe. With Man-Tiger guarding the Raven tribe, Zichen didn't have to worry. He decided that after dealing with the Raven tribe, he would leave with Man-Tiger. Then he would visit the Black tribe and ask them about strange things that could increase their strength. At this moment, the Raven tribe, including Wu Man, were all trembling with fear. Many of them had fear written all over their faces. Even though Heya had a gentle smile on his face, he still scared Wu Man and the rest of the Raven tribe. "Brother Wu Man, did you inform Leader Zichen?" Heya asked with a smile. "I did." Wu Man was still nervous. He couldn't help it. The Raven tribe only had 1 level 4 warrior, but the Black tribe had 10 level 4 warriors. Heya himself was only level 5. "Leader Zichen, did you not return from your training?" Since he had nothing to do, Blackcliff asked. Wu Man shook his head. "No. We went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range several times to hunt, but we didn't see Leader Zichen. I think Leader Zichen must have gone to the deeper regions to train. You know how powerful Zichen is. Training in the outer regions won't be of much help to him." When chatting with Heya, Wu Man only felt confident when he talked about Zichen. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain range was very dangerous. The beasts in the deeper regions were even more terrifying. While Wu Man was talking, he was still very worried about Zichen. Chapter 793. A sound came from afar, and the ground began to shake. It seemed like a huge monster was approaching. A group of ravens quickly ran out of the square and saw a huge bull. The bull was more than 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. It was running at an extremely fast speed from afar. It seemed like it had been running for a long time. White smoke was coming out of its nostrils. There was a powerful force surging in its body. Every time it ran, the ground would shake. The bull was running in a straight line. The powerful force in its body made the ravens' faces change. At this moment, Not to mention the ravens, even the 5th-rank warrior Heya and the 10 4th-rank warriors beside him had a change in expression when they saw Barbarian Bull. 5th rank. 5th rank Bull. Some of the 4th-grade warriors cried out in alarm as they saw the Barbarian Bull approaching at an extremely fast speed. Their faces were full of shock. The other barbarians also had the same expression. The Barbarian Bull was rushing towards them in a straight line. It seemed like he was going to attack their encampment. If they were deep in the mountains, then the barbarians would have turned around and run away. But now, the Barbarian Bull was going to attack their encampment. There was no way they could retreat. Under the command of Wu Man, the ravens quickly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Wu Man also took out his long sword and stood in front of the group with his sword in front of his chest. Heya and the other 10 barbarians were standing not far away. Their expressions were constantly changing. No one knew what they were thinking. Just when everyone was on guard, a shocking tiger's roar came from afar. When the Barbarian Bull heard this tiger's roar, its body clearly trembled. It almost fell to the ground. A look of fear immediately appeared in its eyes. The tiger's roar entered everyone's ears, and the Barbarian Bull's fear entered everyone's eyes. Almost everyone's complexion changed in the next moment. They weren't able to fight against a level 5 Barbarian Bull, but they didn't expect that there was an even stronger one behind the Barbarian Bull. Shouldn't a 5th-rank bull be in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range? Why is it here? A group of barbarians panicked, but they did not retreat because the barbarians in front of them did not retreat. When the bull was about 100 meters away from the barbarians, it suddenly stopped. It stood upright and breathed heavily. White smoke continued to come out of its nostrils. There were already 4 deep hoof prints on the ground. It seemed as if the charging bulls had received some kind of order. They stopped without any warning. The panic-stricken barbarians had a look of doubt on their faces. They didn't understand why the bulls had stopped. Then, a slight vibration sound came from afar. After this voice came from Barbarian Bull, everyone's gazes swept past Barbarian Bull and looked behind them. Roar! Before they could see anything, they heard a tiger's roar that shook the heavens. After the tiger's roar, there was a turbulent king's aura. Barbarian Bull almost collapsed to the ground after feeling the king's aura, and his body was already trembling uncontrollably. This is the aura of a level 6 savage beast. Black Cliff's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. He had sensed this aura before in the deep mountains. It belonged to a level 6 savage beast. At that time, when he and his clansmen sensed this aura from afar, they ran away without saying anything. At this moment, when Black Cliff sensed the aura of a level 6 savage beast, he also had the urge to turn around and run away. Beside him, the 10 level 4 warriors were also frightened to the extreme. As long as Black Cliff gave the order, they would immediately run away. Just when everyone's expression was extremely complicated, a huge barbaric tiger finally appeared in the distance. It was like a king, walking over from the distance. Its steps were slow but extremely elegant. This was the true appearance of a level 6 savage beast. However, when the barbarians saw it, they didn't panic. Instead, they relaxed a lot. Moreover, many of them were greatly relieved. That was because they had seen a familiar silhouette on the back of the 6th-grade barbarian tiger. It was Chief Zichun. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the barbarians. But their astonishment was soon replaced by excitement. They started to cheer. Man Who slowly walked forward with Zichun. When they walked past Barbarian Bull, the latter also followed behind them. However, he didn't dare to overtake them. In the midst of the cheering, the barbarians all came forward to welcome them. With Zichun's return, their hearts were filled with confidence. The fear they had for the Black Clan also disappeared. Patriarch Heya's arrival with 10 level 4 warriors brought a lot of pressure to the Crow tribe. However, when leader Zichun came back, he was carried by a level 6 savage beast. This way of entering was much cooler than Heya's. When the Crow tribe's barbarians came forward, Heya and the others stood on the side. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. As the patriarch of the Black Clan, he had already overestimated Zichun and the outsiders. However, when he saw Zichun return with a level 6 savage beast, Heya realized that he had underestimated Zichun. A group of barbarians surrounded Zichun. However, they were more than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of the two savage beasts. Leader Zichun, you are finally back. A group of barbarians enthusiastically greeted Zichun from 10 meters away. Zichun glanced at the group of barbarians and nodded at them. Then, he saw Heya and the level 4 warriors he brought with him. Zichun slightly frowned and withdrew his gaze. Little bull, come here. Zichun withdrew his gaze and said. Hearing this, Barbarian Bull came to Zichun's side from behind. He lowered his head and rubbed Zichun's shoulder with his horns, putting on an extremely flattering appearance. The other barbarians took a few steps back. They were afraid of Barbarian Bull. After all, Barbarian Bull was a level 5 savage beast, an extremely powerful one. Zichun pointed at the Crow tribe and said to Barbarian Bull, Little Bull, this is the Crow tribe that I told you about. These are the people of the Crow tribe. You must remember that from now on, you are the protector of the Crow tribe. Zichun did not deliberately suppress his words. Not only did Barbarian Bull hear it, but the other barbarians also heard it clearly. After Barbarian Bull heard it, he seriously looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and nodded to show that he understood. However, when the other barbarians heard it, they were stunned for a moment. Protector. Crow tribe protector. What is a Crow tribe protector? All the barbarians of the Crow tribe opened their eyes wide. They looked at Zichun and then at Barbarian Bull. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. However, there were still some who did not understand what a protector meant. Their faces were full of doubts. Not far away, Black Cliff and the others' faces changed when they heard this. When they looked at the barbarians again, their faces were filled with envy. Guardian, 5th level Guardian. The Raven tribe was really lucky. After introducing the barbarians of the Crow tribe, it was time to introduce Barbarian Bull. Zichun looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and said, Everyone, this is Barbarian Bull, a level 5 barbarian beast. He is the protector that I found for everyone in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range. The protector's meaning is to protect the Crow tribe. In the future, the safety of the entire Crow tribe will be managed by Barbarian Bull. If you are humiliated or threatened outside, you can tell Barbarian Bull and let him deal with it. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, Barbarian Bull nodded his head. The entire Raven tribe once again burst into cheers. In a flash, the Raven tribe was boiling with excitement. At this moment, they completely understood what Zichun meant. Now the Raven tribe had a rank 5 expert. Under Zichun's signal, the barbarians of the Crow tribe invited Barbarian Bull back. It was as if they were worshipping a god. Barbarian Bull, who had been bullied by Barbarian Tiger, was finally able to hold his head high. After the barbarians of the Crow tribe left, only Zichun and the barbarians of the Black tribe were left. Zichun looked at Heya and coldly asked, I don't know why Patriarch Heya called me back so urgently. Since Barbarian Wu had crushed the Jade Pendant, it was clear that something had happened. However, the Crow tribe was fine and Heya was here. It was clear that Heya was looking for him. Zichun's words clearly contained dissatisfaction. Heya thought that he must have disturbed Zichun's training. Heya smiled and said, Leader Zichun, this is your first time here. Do you know that in the world of barbarian beasts, there are things that can rapidly increase one's strength? Zichun coldly laughed and said, Are you talking about the monkey fruit? Heya's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked again, Leader Zichun also knows about the monkey fruit? Zichun sighed and said, I only found out a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to get a few. I was almost killed by the level 7 Monkey King. Heya's eyes widened. The other barbarians of the Black tribe were also stunned. To be able to get a few monkey fruits from the hands of a level 7 Monkey King, just how strong was he? Heya didn't really believe Zichun's words. He asked, Leader Zichun, do you have any more of these monkey fruits? Zichun shook his head and pointed at Barbarian Tiger and said, No, we ate them. I didn't break through to level 5. He broke through to level 6. I was going to give one to Barbarian Bull, but we just broke through to level 5. Leader Zichun broke through to level 6. Heya looked at Zichun. If a level 4 Zichun could defeat him in one hit, then wouldn't a level 5 Zichun be even stronger? Not to mention, he had a level 6 savage beast by his side. Heya's expression began to change. You told them to call me back, just to ask me these boring questions? Zichen asked in dissatisfaction. Heya quickly shook his head. No, of course not. I came here to invite Leader Zichen to go with me to snatch a level-up fruit of strength. Fruit of strength? Zichen frowned and looked at Heya. Yes. Heya nodded and said, a level-up fruit of strength is extremely rare even in the world of savage beasts. A level-up fruit of strength? How is that possible? Zichen didn't look happy at all. Instead, his face was full of doubt. Level up? You mean any level up? Blackcliff smiled and said, Leader Zichen, you must be joking. Although the fruit of power is magical, it's not that magical. This fruit is only effective for warriors below level 6. It's useless for warriors above level 6. Chapter 794. Heya didn't come to disturb them for no reason. He came to tell them about the fruit of might. It was a fruit that could raise a person's level. It just so happened that the fruit of might was very useful to Zichen. The two of them sat down in the room. Man who was lying on the side listlessly. He had already heard that the fruit of might was useless to those above rank 6, so he had lost interest in it. Heya sat on a chair that didn't fit him. He looked at the cup of green liquid in his hand. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The cup was the legendary monkey wine. Heya had only heard of it but had never seen it, let alone tasted it. But now, there was a big cup of monkey wine in front of him. He was drooling before, but after hearing Zichen's introduction, he couldn't bear to drink it. This was a good thing for recovering strength. He couldn't bear to drink it, but he couldn't take it away in front of Zichen. Heya scratched his head as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even forgot to mention the fruit of might. Zichen didn't rush him. He just looked at Heya. After a while, Wu Man walked in with a gourd in his hand. It was an ordinary gourd. The inside of the gourd was already hollowed out. If it was used to store wine, it could hold up to 2 or 3 pounds. Zichen took the gourd and poured the monkey wine in front of Wu Man and Heya. The monkey wine emitted a green light, and the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. Leader Zichen, what is this? Wu Man asked curiously as he looked at the gourd that was about to be filled. The gourd was already filled to the brim. Zichen closed the lid and said, Monkey wine. Wu Man's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What? Monkey wine? This is monkey wine? Zichen nodded. Last time, I found a group of monkeys and dozens of rank 5 beasts. I was lucky to get some. Zichen put the gourd on the table and pushed it towards Heya. It's not bad. Take it back and try it. Blackcliff's eyes widened, and his hands subconsciously grabbed the gourd. He seemed to realize that this action was not very nice and was beneath his dignity. He smiled, but he did not put down the gourd in his hand. Wu Man didn't understand why Zichen would give Blackcliff such a valuable item, but since the two of them were going to talk business, Wu Man left with his doubts. After receiving the gourd, Blackcliff calmed down a lot. If he hadn't seen Zichen fill the gourd with water with his own eyes, he would have poured the contents of the cup back into the gourd. After drinking the monkey wine, Blackcliff calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, This fruit of power is very strange. No one knows where it came from, and there is no pattern to its appearance. Sometimes it appears continuously, but sometimes it doesn't appear for thousands of years. Although it is a fruit, it does not grow on a tree. Zichen listened quietly and did not disturb him. Blackcliff looked at Zichen and said, In the past, people didn't know what was going on. They often sent people to look for the fruit, but as time passed, they gradually found some clues. Zichen looked at Blackcliff and asked, You mean, this fruit of power is related to us outsiders? Blackcliff's gaze fell on Zichen, so Zichen guessed. Blackcliff's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded and said, Yes, the appearance of the fruit of power is related to you outsiders. It can also be said that this thing is tailor-made for you outsiders. Tailor-made fruit of power for outsiders? Zichen's curiosity grew. After a short pause, Blackcliff continued, These fruits of strength can raise a person's level. This is something that defies the natural order of things. Moreover, if you consume them continuously, the effect will not be reduced. If your strength is not at level 1, but you obtain 6 fruits of strength and consume them all, then your strength will instantly break through to level 6. And level 6 is precisely the level that you outsiders can leave. 6. The Fruit of Power is a heaven-defying item, and so many appear at once. Blackcliff nodded again and said, every time a Fruit of Power appears, there will be at least 6 of them. There is also a rumor that the barbarian god prepared these fruits for you outsiders. Zichun nodded. Regardless of whether what Blackcliff said was true or not, Zichun had to go take a look. Without the Fruit of Power, it would take at least a few years for Zichun's strength to break through again. However, before he decided to go, Zichun asked about the doubts in his heart. It seemed that a mere black tribe would not know about such a rumor, nor would they have the right to know. Blackcliff told him that the black tribe used to be a large tribe, but as time passed, they slowly declined. However, some secrets were passed down. Where is the Fruit of Power? Zichun asked. It is in the depths of the Cloud Mountain, more than 500 miles away from here. It would take 2 days to travel day and night. I got this information from the Wood tribe, so it is absolutely reliable. Blackcliff said solemnly. Zichun knew about the Wood tribe. It was the largest tribe within 1,000 miles, with more than 100,000 people. Blackcliff originally came to invite Zichun, but now that he had a gourd of monkey wine, he had no choice but to return to the black tribe. This kind of good stuff was better left in the black tribe. When Blackcliff was leaving, Zichun asked if he could wait a few days. Blackcliff said no problem, because he was the first to hear the news, and then came to inform Zichun. He guessed that it would take a long time before the Fruit of Power appeared. Blackcliff left with his tribe, and Zichun gathered the barbarians in the square. Then, Zichun told everyone that he would be leaving for a while, and everyone was very reluctant. Then, Zichun took out the harvest from the barbarian dragon mountain. Numerous level 5 and level 4 beast corpses covered the whole square. The barbarians were stunned because there were more than 20 level 5 beasts, and even more level 4 beasts. These corpses were not only food, but also resources. With these corpses, the barbarians' battle strength would increase by a lot. After giving some simple instructions to Wu Man, Zichun returned to his room. For some reason, when Blackcliff told him that the Fruit of Power was related to outsiders, Zichun felt a sense of danger, as if there was some kind of danger. However, he was observing Blackcliff with his spiritual sense and found that he was not lying or deceiving him. The Fruit of Power, if there really is one, I must get it. But before that, it is better to make some preparations. Who knows, we might meet other outsiders. The outsiders who could enter this place were naturally powerful. If it was a human, then their battle strength would be at least at the level of a Hotian warrior. If it was a demon, then it should be comparable to a dragon man. After returning to his room, Zichun sat down cross-legged. But this time, he did not train his strength, nor did he comprehend any barbarian techniques. Instead, he focused all of his attention on breaking the seal. Spiritual sense and Yuan Li were Zichun's most powerful attacks. They were the foundation of his journey on the ancient road. Also, he had already sensed the arrival of outsiders, so he would break the seal whenever he had time. After his strength reached level 5, Zichun would break the seal at night, and man who would protect him. Due to the presence of Yuan Li and spiritual thoughts, as well as the fact that there were 2 holes in the perfect seal, the subsequent process of breaking the seal was still difficult, but he didn't faint every time. If he followed the rules and slowly broke the seal, there would not be any danger. Also, as the holes in the seal became bigger, Zichun's speed of breaking the seal became faster. During the period of breaking the seal, Zichun did not need to eat or drink. So, man who stayed outside of Zichun's room, and no one dared to approach him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time passed, man who was standing outside felt a pressure coming from the room. This pressure made him feel a sense of fear. In the end, there was a surging aura in the room. When man who felt it, he was even more afraid than when he faced the Monkey King. This made man who feel fear, and he had the urge to run away. This pressure lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, the pressure became stronger and stronger. In the end, even a level 6 man who could not breathe properly. The other Raven barbarians did not have such a big reaction because they did not dare to come close. 5 days later, Blackcliff came again, this time with 10 rank 4 warriors. But this time, the Raven barbarians' expressions were a lot calmer. On the other hand, when barbarian bulls stared at them, their hearts would tremble. After hearing Wu Man's shouts, the pressure in Zichun's room slowly weakened. After a while, the door opened and Zichun walked out. The feeling that Zichun gave Man Who was that he was very normal. It was as if he did not have any fighting power. Not only was Man Who surprised, but Heya was also confused. Before, he could still feel the energy in Zichun's body, but now, he could not feel it at all. It was as if Zichun had lost all of his fighting power overnight. Chief Zichun, I've received news that many tribes have already sent people over. Let's hurry up and leave. Surprise flashed in Heya's eyes as he spoke. Yes, we can leave now. Zichun nodded. Afterwards, he told Man Who that he was leaving. A group of ravens came out to send him off. Before leaving, Zichun secretly left some monkey wine for Man Who. Barbarian Bull is not going. Heya asked when he saw that Zichun only brought Man Who and not Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull's duty is to protect the Raven tribe. Zichun said. Heya nodded and did not ask anymore. After the group was a few miles away, Zichun's body began to emit a golden light. Then, his body began to change in an instant. Zichun, who was originally the height of an ordinary person, instantly doubled in height. Moreover, his facial features also became larger as he grew taller. Chapter 795. The barbarians from the Black Tribe were stunned, and so was Man Who. However, he was big enough to carry Zichun even though he was 3 meters tall. Zichun had a premonition that he might encounter other outsiders during the search for the Fruit of Strength, so he changed his appearance. Blackcliff's face was filled with surprise. After a while, he sighed. The outsiders are indeed extraordinary. They can even change their appearance. Then, Blackcliff's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, Chief Zichun, I heard that all the outsiders can fly. Is that true? Zichun nodded. That's right. All of them can fly. Blackcliff's face was filled with curiosity. The other barbarians also turned to look at Zichun. Blackcliff asked again, just like a big bird? That's right, they can fly like a big bird, but they don't have the wings of a big bird, Zichun explained. Blackcliff sighed, as expected. All the outsiders are extraordinary and can fly. If they don't have the strange disease, they will be the symbol of invincibility. In our world, there are quite a few people who are not very strong but can fly. With your strength in our world, you can also be called a powerhouse, but that's only in our world. Anyone who enters this world is a true powerhouse. If they don't have that strange disease, their true battle strength is at least level 7 or 8. Zichun wasn't wrong about this. All the outsiders who came here were at least at the late primordial core stage. Even if they weren't, they would at least have the strength to fight. According to Zichun, Heya was obviously more interested in the outside world. However, it was a pity that the barbarian warriors who could walk out of here had to be at least grade 8. It was impossible for Heya to reach grade 8 in his lifetime. Zichun was also puzzled, so he asked, Are there no experts who can fly in this barbarian world? The only ones who can fly are the big birds, Blackcliff said. The world of barbarian beasts was very strange. Although there were birds that could fly, their realms were relatively low. Most of the birds were at level 1 or 2. Zichun hadn't seen a single level 5 or 6 bird ever since he entered the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Barbarians can't fly even after they reach a certain level of cultivation, Zichun asked again. Blackcliff was shocked. He thought for a moment and said, There is? According to the legends, once a barbarian breaks through level 10 and reaches level 11, they will have the power to fly. Level 11? Aren't you warriors only at level 9? Zichun's face was filled with doubt. Blackcliff smiled bitterly and said, On the surface there are only 9 levels, but in fact there are 10, 11, and 12 levels. Below level 9 is the strength of many people. Above level 9 is the strength of the legends. Until now, there has never been a level 10 warrior in the history of the barbarians. The realms of the barbarians were divided into 9 levels, which were equivalent to the 3 stages of the inner core realm. A 9th level barbarian was equivalent to the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. Zichun guessed that a 10th level barbarian would be equivalent to the peak of the inner core realm. while 11th level barbarian would be equivalent to the human origin realm. It was already very difficult to reach level 10 in terms of physical strength, let alone the human origin stage. However, if a barbarian really broke through to level 11, there would be some strange changes in their body, such as the ability to fly. Zichen didn't dwell on the topic of flying. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Suddenly, Black Cliff let out a strange cry and said, "I remember now. There is a kind of thing that can fly by nature." "What is it?" Zichen looked at Black Cliff. "Dragon, Torvosaurus. Legend has it that the Torvosaurus race in the depths of the Torvosaurus mountain range can fly by nature. They can even ride the clouds and summon the rain." Black Cliff's face was clearly filled with excitement. Zichen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Another legendary thing. This made him lose interest. Moreover, dragons had an extraordinary meaning in the world that Zichen came from. They were naturally very powerful. One or two of these existences were extremely heaven-defying. Just like the Longhu sovereign, there was only one of them in the world. However, Black Cliff said that it was a race. This was too unbelievable. There really are Torvosaurus in the Torvosaurus mountain range. They are born with the ability to fly. Because they are too powerful, no barbarian has ever explored the entire mountain range. Seeing that Zichen didn't believe him, Black Cliff added, "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "Then we should go in and take a look when we have time. You outsiders are powerful and can fly. You can go in and take a look. However, we barbarians can't. My Black clan once had a peak level 8 ancestor who wanted to go in and find some resources to help him break through to level 9. However, he never came back after entering the mountain range. Later on, some experts went in to search for him, but none of them came back alive. It is said that the decline of my Black clan started from there." Black Cliff muttered as he explained the reason for the decline of the Black clan. A peak level 8 ancestor who went in and didn't come back. Zichen's expression slightly changed. Black Cliff's words really aroused his curiosity about the Torvosaurus mountain range. If he had the chance, he really wanted to go in and take a look. On the way, they passed by the barbarian god statue. Zichen signaled the team to stop and walk towards the statue. "Leader Zichen, do you want to go and learn a level 5 barbarian art?" Black Cliff asked from behind. Zichen nodded and didn't answer. "Leader Zichen, you don't have to go. The barbarian god statue here only allows you to learn level 4 barbarian art and below. If you want to learn a level 5 barbarian art, you must go to the barbarian god statue in the depths. That place is guarded by the Wood tribe." Black Cliff said loudly as he saw Zichen walking away. Zichen walked back and asked, "Only level 4 barbarian art? Why?" Black Cliff said, "The will of the barbarian god. He only gives level 4 barbarian art and below to the statues in the outer area. Level 6 barbarian god statue in the middle area is level 8 barbarian art and below. As for the real body of the barbarian god in the depths, it is level 9 barbarian art." Black Cliff's explanation was very mysterious, but when Zichen asked him what the will of the barbarian god was, Black Cliff said that he didn't know. "Leader Zichen, don't worry. We will pass by the barbarian god statue in the middle of our journey to the Cloud Mountain range. But we need to take a few dozen miles detour. You can start learning when we get there," Black Cliff said. After that, the group continued on their journey. But after traveling for a few dozen miles, they found a group of barbarians. They seemed to be going to the Cloud Mountain range as well. There were 6 of them. Although they were fewer than Black Cliff's group, they were all level 5 barbarians. Black Cliff's face turned ugly when he saw the 6 barbarians. Obviously, he knew them. The 6 barbarians also saw Black Cliff and stopped. They didn't hide the ridicule on their faces. When they saw Black Cliff's group of 11, the 6 barbarians were even more disdainful. But when they saw Zichen, they were slightly stunned. They then looked at Man-Hu and seemed to be surprised. A level 5 barbarian said loudly, "Hey, isn't this Black Cliff? Are you also going to the Cloud Mountain range to look for the Fruit of Strength?" "The Fruit of Strength has no owner. If Mo tribe can look for it, why can't we?" Black Cliff said very impolitely. If he met these 6 barbarians, he would naturally keep a low profile. But now, he was standing next to Zichen. He was full of confidence. "Your tone is very strong. but I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it because of those tin trash beside you? The level 5 barbarian said disdainfully. He deliberately ignored Zichun and Manhu. I don't think I need to tell you where my confidence comes from, Black Cliff said indifferently. At this time, he also whispered to Zichun about the situation of the Mo tribe. Being able to produce 5 level 5 warriors, the Mo tribe was naturally stronger than the Black tribe. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the Mu tribe. It seems like the plundering this time is mainly done by level 5 warriors. Maybe there will be level 6 warriors involved. Maybe there will be even stronger ones. If you bring a few level 4 warriors with you, it will be suicide, Zichun said after hearing the news. Seeing the 6 barbarians, Black Cliff knew that it was useless to take them with him, but he didn't dismiss all of them. Instead, he let 8 of them go back and 2 of them stayed behind. Seeing the 8 barbarians leave, Black Cliff turned around and followed Zichun. Zichun has been sitting on Manhu's back. When he passed by the 6 barbarians, he didn't look at them. Black Cliff followed closely and didn't pay attention to the 6 barbarians. The 6 barbarians were naturally angry. One of them shouted, "Stop, did I say you can go?" Unfortunately, Zichun and the others didn't care about them at all. After being ignored again, one of the barbarians couldn't take it anymore. He dashed forward, but he didn't block Heiya's path. Instead, he chose to block Zichun's path. He knew that Heiya, who was walking on the ground, had to listen to Zichun. Zichun frowned when he saw the barbarian blocking his way. Barbarian Tiger stretched out his claws. He didn't roar, nor did he release any of his energy. Instead, he stretched out his claws and slapped at the level 5 warrior. Although this attack was just a claw attack, it contained a lot of power. The 5th level warrior didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. With a loud bang, the body of the 5th grade warrior was sent flying. As he flew, a red line of blood streaked across his body, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. After the 5th level warrior landed on the ground, he slid back a few meters. His mouth kept spitting out blood. The anger in his eyes had been replaced by fear. His chest was heaving up and down as he coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was breathing out more than he was inhaling. When the other 5 barbarians saw this, they quickly ran over. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear. They originally thought that this barbarian tiger was a level 5 savage beast, and that the young barbarian was at most a level 5 savage beast. However, Manhu's casual claw attack had left one of them half dead. They knew that they had provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Sure enough, in the next moment, Black Cliff coldly said, "How dare you block Leader Zichun's path? You deserve to be killed by Manhu." The first barbarian didn't die, but as soon as Black Cliff finished speaking, his chest trembled a few times. He didn't even have time to breathe and died. When the other barbarians heard this, they were dumbfounded. A 6th level savage beast. This man who was actually a 6th level savage beast. After killing the first barbarian, Manhu didn't stop and Zichun didn't even look at him. Black Cliff proudly glanced at the 5 barbarians and followed them. This was just a small episode. After a day and a night, Black Cliff told them that they were about to reach the barbarian god statue. Chapter 796. There was nothing within a few dozen meters of the barbarian god statue. However, Zichun saw the barbarians after he shifted his gaze. There were more barbarians than the Raven tribe, and there were also many tall buildings. Zichun had already spread out his spiritual senses and found that the barbarians were very strong. The weakest of them was at least level 4, and there was no lack of level 5 warriors among them. Everyone gathered here because there were things to be traded. In other words, this was a market. The things to be traded were also strange, but most of them were from the savage beast family, including blood, flesh, and bones. Zichun even found some intestines and other organs. Seeing that Zichun was obviously stunned, Black Cliff explained, "This is a small market set up by the Wood tribe. Originally, this market only revolved around the barbarian god statue to exchange for the blood essence of savage beasts. However, as time passed, more and more things could be exchanged." Zichun and his group were undoubtedly extremely eye-catching since they were riding on savage beasts. There were practically no weaklings among those riding on savage beasts. Hence, no one dared to casually provoke them. They would only give them a quick glance before looking elsewhere. Zichen's group passed by the market. There was also a market inside the building, but it was a proper shop. There were herbs and special powders for sale. Zichen glanced around, but he didn't find anything useful. Zichen rode on Barbarian Tiger in a straight line, heading straight for the barbarian god statue. However, just as he was halfway there, another person blocked his path. It was a level 5 warrior. His eyes were cold as he blocked Savage Tiger and said, "If you want to comprehend the barbarian god statue, you need 10 drops of level 5 essence blood." The statue of the barbarian god was open to everyone, but the prerequisite was that they had to pay enough. Heya had told Zichen about this before, but Heya had said 5 drops of level 5 essence blood. In this world, the currency was savage beast essence blood. 10 drops? Not 5? Before Zichen could say anything, Blackcliff said, "Last time I was here, it was 5 drops. The level 5 warrior glanced at Blackcliff with disdain. "When you were level 4, you only asked for level 4 essence blood. Every rank that came here would receive a different reward." This was what Blackcliff had said earlier. Zichen sat on Barbarian Tiger's back and looked down at the rank 5 warrior. "How did you know that I am rank 5? And how did you know that I am not an ordinary rank 5 warrior? You even took twice as much essence blood." The 5th rank warrior didn't seem to have a good temper. He didn't answer Zichen's question. Instead, he shouted, "Hurry up and take out 10 drops of blood, or get lost." Zichen's eyes flashed with coldness. Barbarian Tiger couldn't wait any longer and was about to stretch out his claws. Suddenly, cries of surprise sounded from all around. "Someone who can fly? Someone who can fly is here. Oh my God, there really is someone who can fly. An outsider who can fly." Cries of surprise rang out as everyone subconsciously looked behind them. This naturally included Zichen and Man who was about to reach out his claws. After turning around, Zichen saw a normal-sized human flying over from the horizon. The aura around him was not suppressed at all. As for his spiritual sense, it was spreading out without restraint. The opponent's spiritual sense was weaker than Zichen's, so Zichen could clearly sense his reckless actions. This was a late-stage core realm human, and his battle power was at its peak. It was obvious that he had broken all the seals. His physical strength was only at level 1, which was 4 levels lower than Zichen's. Just as this outsider was flying over, more figures appeared in the sky. These figures came from the ground, causing the ground to shake. The ground shook, and savage beasts ran. A pack of savage wolves appeared in the sky. On the backs of all the savage wolves sat a barbarian. The leading savage wolf was a peak level 5 savage beast, and the person sitting on its back was also a powerful barbarian. It's the Wood Race. The Wood Race's team. Only the Wood Race can tame a pack of savage wolves in this area. Before Man Lang and the outsider arrived, the exclamations of the surrounding people revealed their identities. In front of them, the level 5 warrior who was blocking the way was also looking at the incoming team with a fanatical expression. 10 drops of blood essence. Here. Zichen took out a small stone bottle from his chest. There were 10 drops of level 5 blood essence inside. Zichen did not want to reveal his identity, nor did he want to interact with the outsider. He planned to leave after learning the barbarian arts. Unexpectedly, the level 5 warrior took the stone bottle and sneered, "10 drops are not enough. Give me 10 more." He was taking advantage of the fact that the Wood Race was here to raise the price and bully Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen did not want to have a conflict with the outsider, so he took out 10 more drops of essence blood. The level 5 warrior took the bottle and snorted, signaling Zichen to go over. When the group of barbarians and the outsider arrived, Zichen rode the savage tiger towards the barbarian god statue. Zichen did not want to cause trouble and deliberately avoided this scene. However, Zichen did not know that he was the only one who was moving in the market. Not only did the outsider see him, but even the barbarian riding the savage wolf also looked at Zichen. However, the outsider was looking at Zichen. He used his powerful spiritual sense to scan Zichen. Although he did not find anything special about Zichen, he felt that there was something strange about this barbarian. On the other hand, the wood race barbarians were looking at Zichen's mount, Savage Tiger. It was obvious that Savage Tiger was more imposing than the Savage Wolves. Although a pack of Savage Wolves was mighty, it was not as cool as a Savage Tiger. Savage Tiger came to the barbarian god statue, but it did not go up. It was obvious that it was unhappy with the pressure from the statue. Zichun jumped down from Savage Tiger's back and walked towards the altar. He looked at the barbarian god statue. This time, Zichun did not release his spiritual sense. However, the familiar feeling that the barbarian god statue gave him once again appeared in his heart. Soon, Zichun felt the fluctuations from the statue, and a level 5 barbarian spell appeared in the air. From the moment he walked up to the altar to the moment he understood the barbarian spell, Zichun only used a few breaths of time. This scene not only shocked the barbarians, but also the outsider. Although he only had a level 1 physique and did not have the right to understand the barbarian god statue, he still knew a little about understanding the barbarian god statue. Others would need a few days to understand the barbarian god statue, but Lin Fan only needed a few breaths of time. At this moment, Zichun did not know that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, everyone's expression became very interesting because of his instant comprehension. He has a level 6 Savage Tiger as his mount and can understand the barbarian spell so quickly. What an interesting fellow. The outsider smiled. What? You said that Savage Tiger is a level 6 savage beast? The leader of the wood race, who was sitting on the back of a level 5 savage wolf, asked in surprise. He originally thought that Savage Tiger was a level 5 Savage Tiger. The other barbarians on the level 4 Savage Wolf also looked at the outsider. I can still sense mistakes. The outsider's face was filled with disdain as he said, It's just a level 6 savage beast. Do you have to be so surprised? After recovering from his illness, the outsider's strength was extremely terrifying. Since he was the leader of the wood race, they naturally believed in his judgment. The leader of the wood race clicked his tongue and said, He has a level 6 savage beast as his mount. How strong is he? The outsider smiled and said, He's a very interesting fellow. He's only a level 5 warrior, but he can tame a level 6 savage beast. I'm also very curious. Only level 5? The barbarians from the wood race were surprised when they heard this. Then, their eyes flashed and their minds became active. One of them asked carefully, How long will Leader Emo-chan take to deal with him? When the outsider named Emo-chan heard this, he extended a finger, and his expression was extremely relaxed. One move. The barbarians from the wood race were surprised. At this moment, they were only concerned about how to deal with Savage Tiger's master. They did not think about how Savage Tiger's master could tame Savage Tiger. Emo-chan shook his head and said, It's not one move. It's just one finger. It's just a level 5 savage beast. I can deal with it with one finger. The barbarians from the wood race were even more relieved. Zichun did not know that trouble had already come knocking on his door. Heya saw that the situation was not good, so he brought the two of them and blended into the crowd. At this moment, the other barbarians didn't move at all. All of them were looking at this side. Just a moment ago, the outsider didn't deliberately suppress the conversation between the wood tribe's people. So, they clearly heard the conversation. They also knew that a fierce battle was about to begin after the barbarian tiger's master finished comprehending. Of course, it could also be a one-sided battle. It could also be a battle that could end with one finger. In Zichen's mind, he was practicing the level 5 barbarian technique. The movement technique in his mind was similar to the movement technique in the air. When the movement technique in his mind was similar, Zichen's movement technique in his mind evolved again. It was evolving towards perfection. When Zichen evolved the level 5 barbarian technique to its peak, he cut off the connection between himself and the movement technique in the air. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the statue of the barbarian god. The familiar feeling lingered in his mind. Zichen could not find it, so he could only give up. But when he turned around, Zichen found that everyone was looking at him. With a sweep of his gaze, Zichen saw many expressions of schadenfreude and pity. His heart skipped a beat as he knew that trouble had come knocking on his door. Zichen pretended that nothing had happened and walked down the altar. Before he could continue to sit on the back of the savage tiger, a level 5 barbarian quickly walked towards him. Before he reached Zichun, the barbarian shouted, "Hey, how much are you selling your savage tiger? Name a price." Zichen's expression was still indifferent as he said, "Not for sale." The level 5 barbarian raised his voice and said, "I'm from the wood race. Name a price. I promise that I won't bargain." While they were talking, the level 5 barbarian walked in front of Zichun. Zichun frowned and said coldly, "Not selling? Isn't it just a level 5 savage tiger? It's nothing valuable. How about we give you 100 drops of level 5 blood essence?" The barbarian did not give up. When he reached Zichun's side, he casually patted the savage tiger. Chapter 797. The barbarian slapped Man Who's butt. Zichun frowned but didn't say anything to stop him. Of course, he didn't stop the barbarian, but he didn't stop Man Who. This was because Man Who wanted to fight back. Sure enough, before the barbarian's slap landed, Man Who had already reacted. He turned around and stared at the barbarian with a pair of cold eyes. His huge tiger claw had already landed on the barbarian. Pung! This blow landed on the barbarian's head, and a huge force surged out. The barbarian's body trembled for a moment, and then he was sent flying backwards. After flying for 7 to 8 meters, the barbarian's head suddenly exploded. White blood splattered everywhere. Some even splashed on the altar. A level 5 warrior was killed by Man Who in a single slap. Everyone was shocked by Man Who's strength. They also knew that this man and beast had offended the Wood tribe. They didn't have long to live. Sure enough, in the next moment, a group of Wood tribe barbarians arrived. Zichun and Man Who were already half surrounded. All the barbarians stared coldly at Zichun. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the Wood tribe walked forward. He was still sitting on the back of the barbarian wolf. He pointed at the corpse and said, "We are just here to make a deal with you. If you don't want to, then just say it. Why did you have to kill him? Young man, don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Although his words sounded casual, the Wood tribe leader's anger had already been ignited. That was a 5th-rank warrior. He had wanted to provoke the other party and provoke him into attacking so that they could swarm him together. But now, he had been killed with a single slap. Zichun looked at the barbarians and sneered in his heart. Zichun had seen this kind of trick many years ago. Even though he knew that the barbarians were looking for trouble, Zichun wasn't going to back down. He smiled and said, "Then I'll compensate you. Little guy, how are you going to compensate me for the life of a level 5 warrior?" The leader asked again. During this time, the outsider named Mo Chen stared at Zichun as if he was waiting for a good show. "My savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast. In my opinion, a level 6 savage beast is more valuable than a level 5 warrior. However, seeing that one of your people died, I won't haggle over that 1 or 2 drops of blood. 100 drops, I'll compensate you with 100 drops of level 5 blood essence," Zichun said. Zichun's words, they were clearly mocking the barbarians. After hearing this, the surrounding barbarians were enraged and their killing intent became even stronger. "Young man, it seems that you don't admit your mistake." The leader's face became gloomy. After a while, he said, "How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want the 100 drops of level 5 blood essence. But since one of our people died, we can't just let this go. Considering that you still have your people, I'll be magnanimous. Compensate us with the barbarian tiger, and we'll let this go." Zichun chuckled. "Haha, you're really magnanimous. Anyway, the one who killed the barbarian tiger wasn't me. If it wants to, you can take it away at any time." After Zichun finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. After the barbarian tiger heard this, it opened its mouth and let out a tiger's roar. This tiger's roar carried the dignity of a level 6 beast. When the level 4 and 5 barbarian wolves heard it, their legs went soft and they knelt down on the ground. More than half of the 20 barbarian wolves had already fallen. The barbarians on top of them were also rolling on the ground. Although the level 5 barbarian wolves didn't fall down, their bodies were trembling. The leader of the Wood tribe shouted at Zichun, "You're courting death." Zichun sneered as Man-Tiger continued to roar. After the second roar, many more barbarian wolves fell down in fear. "Enough. Make this beast shut up. The leader of the wood tribe shouted. The other barbarians were also in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to attack Man-Tiger. They still remembered how Man-Tiger killed their comrade with a single slap. Man-Tiger opened his mouth and was about to let out the third roar, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell on his body. Under this pressure, Man-Tiger's roar was forced back. The pressure came from an outsider. When Man-Tiger saw the outsider, fear appeared in his eyes. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stood beside Zichun. The outsider looked at Man-Tiger with a mocking gaze. The pressure around him didn't weaken at all as he laughed. Go on, keep roaring. Man-Tiger's fear became even stronger, but Zichun didn't feel anything. He just looked at the outsider indifferently. Humph. Kneel down. The outsider's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he shouted coldly. Seeing that Man-Tiger couldn't hold on any longer, Zichun suddenly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! A golden light flashed around his body as the energy in his body surged. The ground started to tremble as the energy surged. The outsider's pressure was instantly pushed back. Withdrawing his pressure, Emochin's gaze landed on Zichun once again. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Zichun looked at Emochin and asked, "What do you want?" Emochin smiled and looked at Zichun. "Little guy, it's not what I want, it's your mount that killed someone. What do you want?" Zichun's face was a little ashen. It seemed like he was the victim here. Previously, he had been cheated of the savage beast's blood essence. Now, they were deliberately looking for trouble, but the other party was acting as if he was in the wrong. Zichun looked at the other Wood Tribe barbarians and asked, "What do you want?" The Wood Tribe barbarians had already stood up during this time. Many of them were still covered in dust. A Wood Tribe barbarian coldly said, "Either leave this mount behind, or pay with your life. Otherwise, not only will you have a hard time in the future, even your clansmen will have a hard time." Zichun's face turned cold. "So you are threatening me?" "Yes, we are threatening you. Not only are we threatening you, but we are also threatening your tribe," the Wood Tribe barbarian said. A smile suddenly appeared on Zichun's face. "Do you know how I deal with people who threaten me? How do you deal with them?" the barbarian subconsciously asked. The smile on Zichun's face suddenly disappeared. He coldly said, "Hit." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun had already transformed into a streak of golden light and stepped forward. In practically a single step, he arrived in front of the barbarian and punched out. Bang! The barbarian's chin was hit. His entire body was sent flying. The level 4 barbarian wolf beside him was also sent flying by Zichun's kick. Zichun's attack was as fast as lightning. After his successful attack, he flashed towards the second barbarian. The barbarian and his barbarian wolf were sent flying by Zichun's attack. This time, the barbarian and the beast were sent flying for dozens of meters. They almost crashed into an open-air stall. The other barbarians finally reacted after the two barbarians were sent flying. They shouted and started to attack Zichun. Facing so many attacks, as long as they weren't fatal, Zichun didn't bother dodging. He either punched or kicked. He would either send a barbarian flying or a barbarian wolf flying with a kick. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. In front of Zichun, the usually extremely powerful barbarians were unable to withstand a single blow. There were also some who had their bones shattered by Zichun's fist when they clashed head-on with him. In front of the perfect body, these level 5 warriors couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying by Zichun. While Zichun was attacking, Man who was watching the show from the side. He didn't care about loyalty at all. "Stop!" the leader of the Wood Tribe shouted. Zichun had already defeated half of the barbarians and barbarian wolves. In the distance, the others were all stunned. They never thought that this barbarian with Man who would be so powerful. Zichun retracted his fist and kicked a barbarian wolf flying. He then looked at the leader of the Wood Tribe and asked, "What do you think of this?" The leader of the Wood Tribe was so angry that his nose became crooked. Just as he was about to teach the barbarian a lesson, Emochin finally spoke. He had been smiling the whole time. When he saw the barbarians flying, his expression didn't change much. He walked towards Zichun with curiosity in his eyes. "You're an interesting little guy, but let's stop here." Then, Imo-chan pointed at Zichun and smiled. Do you know what this means? You're going to pick your nose, Zichun said. Zichun's answer made Imo-chan feel like he was suffocating. Many of the barbarians in the distance almost laughed out loud. They all thought that Zichun was too weird. How could he guess that he was going to pick his nose? Imo-chan was clearly unhappy after being teased by this barbarian. He coldly snorted. It's one move. No, not one move. It's one finger. I can deal with you with just one finger. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it. Zichun looked at the barbarian's finger and said, But if you can't deal with me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter. Imo-chan was even more unhappy after being haggled by this stupid barbarian. But out of confidence, he coldly said, Okay, but don't worry. I'll definitely kill you with one finger. Good. Everyone can be my witness. If you can't kill me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter. Zichun raised his voice, but obviously, he didn't get any response. Imo-chan was truly enraged. He shouted, Enough, you stupid barbarian. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the elemental energy in abdomen surged crazily. Then, a powerful force gathered at his finger. In the next moment, his outstretched finger began to emit a dazzling light. Initially, Zichun thought that the other party must have some kind of special finger might, like his lightning finger or finger bone. However, looking at the other party now, he realized that the other party had completely infused his origin power into his fingers and was purely attacking. This kind of action was really underestimating Zichun and Zichun's perfect body. Zichun sneered in his heart. In the next moment, he had already made his decision. After that, Zichun clenched his fist and combined the barbarian techniques in his heart. Then, he punched out. Chapter 798. The golden fist collided with Imo-chan's glaring fingertip, causing a loud explosion. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in fright. Imo-chan's finger slowly began to bend in the midst of the surging power. Imo-chan had a calm expression on his face, as if victory was within his grasp. But when he felt the powerful force surging out from his opponent's fist, his expression immediately changed. Just as he sensed that something was wrong and tried to pull back his finger, it was already too late. Zichun's fist was like a hot knife through butter as it directly bent his opponent's finger. Under the force of the punch, the bent finger let out a cracking sound and was actually broken. Zichun's fist broke Imo-chan's finger bone, then hit Imo-chan's fist. After a loud bang, Imo-chan's body was sent flying. Imo-chan was sent flying for more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only one of his fingers dangled as if it had no bones, and his face was gloomy and distorted. He had previously said that he would kill his opponent with one finger, but now, his finger bone was broken because of his carelessness. The surrounding barbarians were already stunned. The outsider was known as an extremely powerful existence, but today, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this barbarian. Zichun withdrew his fist, and the golden light around his body disappeared. He looked at Imo-chan in front of him and said, You shouldn't even be at the first level of strength, but you were able to block my 5th level strength. You really live up to your reputation as an outsider. Zichun's words obviously came from the bottom of his heart, but in the ears of the crowd, it sounded more like a taunt. Imo-chan's gloomy face also became ferocious because of Zichun's words. But before he could say anything more, Zichun continued, I blocked your finger attack, so today's matter is considered over. There are so many people here who can bear witness to this. Although part of the reason is because you underestimated me, I'm still alive, so I have to keep my word. I believe that outsiders are more trustworthy. Zichun's words were much more pleasing to the ears. As an outsider, Imo-chan naturally couldn't continue to cause trouble for Zichun. At the very least, he couldn't cause trouble for Zichun in front of so many people. The gloomy expression on Imo-chan's face slowly disappeared. He fixed his gaze on the barbarian who was not stupid and was even very tactful. It seemed that he would definitely suffer a loss today, but he was unwilling to accept it. I've already finished learning the barbarian spells. I still need to find the fruit of power, so I won't disturb you. After Zichun finished speaking, He was about to leave with Man Hu. Previously, Imo Chen's expression was still a little hesitant. However, after he heard Zichen's words, he made up his mind. With a plan in mind, he coldly snorted, and his expression quickly became calm again. As for the severed finger from before, it was also rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the elemental energy. Friend, may I ask which tribe you are from? Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, the Wood tribe leader suddenly asked. Zichen turned his head and looked at the Wood tribe leader. There was a meaningful smile on his face as he said, Raven tribe. The Wood tribe leader nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He thought about it for a while and deeply remembered the name of this tribe. After that, Zichen turned around and signaled Man Hu to leave. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Then, 7 or 8 barbarians were running towards them. While running, they were constantly shouting, It's him. He is the one who killed our Imo clan members. Damn you. Stop right there. You who is riding Man Hu. Stop. The barbarians were from the Imo clan. There were 8 of them. 6 of them were level 5 warriors, and the other 2 were level 6 warriors. Previously, they had split into 2 groups. The group of 6 was the fastest. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer such a big loss. So, they decided to meet up with the level 6 warriors. Leader, it's him. It's that guy's barbarian tiger. He killed Imoli in 1 hit. A barbarian pointed at Zichen and shouted. Zichen had stopped and looked at the incoming Imo clan members. His face slowly became gloomy. It seemed that today was not a good day to go out. There was always trouble coming to him. The 2 level 6 warriors were walking in front of the Imo clan members. The leader of the 2 Imo clan members was surprised to see the Wood tribe members. He nodded to the Wood tribe leader. Apparently, this was a greeting. Then, his eyes fell on the outsider. There was a touch of curiosity and fear in his eyes. However, he didn't stay for long. His eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen looked relatively young, and his height was shorter than the adult barbarians. He could be regarded as a young barbarian. Brother Mu, I am going to deal with some things. I will catch up with you later. The leader of the Imo clan said as he passed by the Wood tribe leader. The Wood tribe leader nodded and didn't say much. However, after the group of Imo clan barbarians passed by, his expression became strange. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the other barbarians around them saw that these 8 barbarians were looking for trouble with the barbarian riding the tiger. Even the powerful Wood tribe and the outsider had suffered a loss in the hands of the other party. They couldn't understand how these Imo clan members could get back their face just by relying on 2 level 6 barbarians. But don't forget that they also had a level 6 barbarian riding the tiger. The 8 Imo tribe barbarians did not stop midway and directly walked towards Zichen. Along the way, no one came out to ask for the blood essence of the savage beasts, and the 8 barbarians also had a confident look on their faces, so they did not notice the strange expressions behind them. In the process of moving forward, the leader of the Imo clan glanced at Zichen and asked, Are you the one who killed Imoli? It's me. What do you want? Zichen looked at the other party indifferently. Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You are still so arrogant after killing someone. The leader of the Imo clan's eyes flashed with cold light. There were 8 of them, 2 level 6 warriors and 6 level 5 warriors. Even if the opposite party was a level 6 warrior, they could still deal with them. Even if they couldn't deal with them, at least they would be in an invincible position. It was with this idea that the Imo clan members were ready to get back their face. While they were talking, the 8 barbarians had dispersed. The leader of the Imo clan stood opposite to Zichen. The other 7 barbarians were on the side. They were ready to attack Man Hu at any time. Zichen's voice was colder. You are looking for trouble? The leader of the Imo clan corrected him. I am looking for an explanation. Well then. Zichen nodded and then jumped down from Man Hu's back. He looked at Man Hu and said, You see, people have already divided up. I will fight 1 barbarian, and you will fight 7 barbarians. Man Hu roared and seemed to be very dissatisfied with this division. Okay, let's end this quickly. Don't you feel uncomfortable being watched like a monkey show? Zichen's words were a little impatient. Being ignored like this, the Imo clan members were angry, especially the leader of the Imo clan. He even shouted and was about to signal everyone to fight. However, before he could even shout, Zichun had already moved. Just like before, Zichun took a step forward. Golden light surged around his body, and the fused berserker art appeared once again. The terrifying force of his fist surged forth. On the other side, Manhu also rushed to the only level 6 warrior among the 7 barbarians. The battle broke out in an instant. Just when some barbarians were guessing how long the Mo clan members could last, one of the 2 battles had already ended. The leader of the Mo clan was punched by Zichun on the chin. The strong force directly hit the opponent, and on the way back, there were a few big teeth mixed with blood spurting out from the opponent's mouth. This scene was very similar to the previous one. The only difference was that Zichun sent a level 5 warrior flying, but this time, he sent a level 6 warrior flying. There was a difference between level 5 and level 6, but under Zichun's punch, there was no difference. The battle on Zichun's side ended quickly. On the other side, Manhu also used all his strength to push back the level 6 warrior. Under the tiger's claws, the other 6 level 5 warriors were also sent flying. On the way, 2 of them were killed by Manhu because they were too weak. This was the difference in level. For Zichun, level never represented combat power because he had a perfect body. But for other barbarians, level was combat power. There was no problem for a level 6 barbarian to kill a level 5 barbarian. Not to mention, Manhu was not an ordinary barbarian. He had swallowed the monkey fruit and refined the ancient beast's blood essence. The battle began and ended so quickly. Most of the people around were still in shock and did not react. Zichun had already sat on the back of Manhu. When he left, he said to the head of Mo clan who was in shock, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" After that, without waiting for the leader of the Mo clan to answer, Manhu had already stepped up and left, leaving a group of people in a daze. Interesting little guy, but he only has level 5 strength. Even if he is extraordinary, it's nothing. Just when everyone was shocked by Zichun's combat power, Mo Chin, who was an outsider, showed a faint smile on his face. The leader of the Mu clan sighed and said, "It seems that we are right to be fully prepared. We haven't even gone to the Cloud Mountain, and we have already found such an unusual person. It seems that this battle for the Fruit of Strength is not something that ordinary people like us can participate in." After comforting the leader of the Mo clan with a few words, the Mu clan set off. Before setting off, the outsider Mo Chun took the lead and flew into the air. When he flew above Zichun, he suddenly stopped and said to Zichun below, "Little guy, I wish you can come back alive." Zichun looked up at Mo Chun and said, "I also wish you to get more fruits of strength." Mo Chun snorted and sped up, so he didn't hear what Zichun said. Not long after, Zichun saw Haya and the other 2. After nodding at the 3 of them, the group went on their way again. In the team to snatch the Fruit of Strength, there was not only an outsider, but also a powerful barbarian, which made the Mo clan lose confidence. But the Fruit of Strength hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Once they get it, it means that there will be another level 6 warrior in the clan. So after gritting their teeth, they continued to move forward. Chapter 799. Cloud Mountain Range was just like its name. The entire mountain range was filled with clouds. Not only did it block vision, it even suppressed spiritual sense. Sensing that his spiritual sense was suppressed within 100 meters, Zichun's expression slightly changed. Obviously, there was something strange about these clouds. Usually there isn't so much clouds in the Cloud Mountain range. Now there are so many that we can't even see the path. The Fruit of Strength must be about to appear. Seeing this scene, Heya didn't panic. Zichun stood outside the mountain range. He looked at Heya and asked, "You mean there isn't so much clouds here?" Heya shook his head and said, "No. Originally there was almost no clouds in the periphery. Usually, only the inner part of the mountain range has clouds. Generally, people hunt beasts in the periphery. No one dares to enter the depths. The fame of the Cloud Mountain range is not any less than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range." "Oh, is it possible that there is an existence stronger than the Barbarian Dragon here?" Zichun's face had a touch of curiosity. Blackcliff nodded and said, "That's right. Not only is it stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range, It is much stronger than the barbarian dragon mountain range. Legend has it that the barbarian god used to train in the misty cloud mountain range. The danger level of the misty cloud mountain range is even higher than the barbarian dragon mountain range. Legend has it that the misty cloud mountain range is where the barbarian god used to train. While the two were talking, the barbarians appeared in the distance. The Wood tribe had already entered the mountain range. Following them were the original Ink tribe. When they came from the Ink tribe, there were 9 of them. Now there were only 6 left. 3 of them were killed by barbarian tiger. When the 6 of them saw Zichen from afar, their faces changed. They took a detour and entered the Cloud Mountain range from another place. They deliberately avoided Zichen. Before the Mo tribe, people stepped into the Cloud Mountain range. Another group of barbarians appeared on the horizon in the distance. Zichen spread his spiritual sense and perceived the strength of the group of barbarians. They were all at level 5 or level 6, and there were more than 30 of them. Obviously, other forces came after hearing the news. Their purpose was to obtain the fruit of strength. These forces didn't walk together. Moreover, when they looked at each other, they were full of vigilance. Zichen entered the clouds and mist. His spiritual senses were instantly suppressed within 100 meters, and he could only see things within a dozen meters. In addition, there was also an oppressive aura in the clouds. The moment the level 6 savage tiger entered, he let out a low growl. His emotions became unstable, as if he was not used to this place. Originally, there were savage beasts in the periphery. Now that our vision is obstructed, we can't see anything. Please don't let any savage beasts appear. Black Cliff prayed after realizing that his vision was severely obstructed. Follow me, but don't stray too far from me, Zichen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Black Cliff and the 2 level 4 warriors moved closer to Zichen. A mournful cry was suddenly emitted from within the clouds. This cry did not last for long before it suddenly came to a halt. Black Cliff's expression instantly changed. The other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Clearly, when the scream ended, it meant that this powerhouse had died. Zichen's expression didn't change as he continued forward. After a few hundred meters, the group saw a pool of blood that hadn't dried up yet. Next to the pool of blood were some pieces of meat that had been chewed up. Black Cliff's face was pale as he said, "It's not that one. It should have died before. The corpse is gone. It must have been eaten by a savage beast." "Let's continue," Zichen said in a deep voice. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out to 100 meters away, observing every movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, an object appeared in Zichen's spiritual senses. This object was like a cloud and was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for them. Along the way, it didn't make any sound. Even the clouds weren't affected. Pung! Zichen took a step forward and arrived beside Black Cliff. He punched out with his golden fist. With a loud bang, the unknown object was sent flying by Zichen. When Zichen's fist landed on the object, he felt that it was soft as if he had hit a ball of meat. The powerful force was almost halved in an instant. The remaining force could only send the object flying, but it couldn't kill it. After this punch, Zichen clearly saw the object's appearance. It was a small beast with soft white fur that was less than a meter long. It looked similar to a monkey in the human world, but its mouth had extremely ferocious and cold fangs. Black Cliff also saw the appearance of this small beast and immediately exclaimed, "This is a cloud savage beast that was born in the clouds. Damn it! Shouldn't this kind of thing be in the depths? Why did it suddenly appear here?" Black Cliff's face was filled with fear. The cloud savage beast was clearly coming for him. Almost no one dared to go to the depths of the Cloud Mountain range. The reason so many people didn't set foot there was because of the existence of these cloud savage beasts. In the clouds, their speed was comparable to lightning, and their attack power was also very sharp. In the clouds, these cloud savage beasts were almost invincible. "Let's go." After sending the cloud savage beast flying, Zichen's expression didn't change. He continued to move forward. With his spiritual senses, he could detect the cloud savage beast's movements in advance, so he didn't have to be afraid. After being sent flying by Zichen, the cloud savage beast immediately fled. It was quite decisive. On the way, Zichun encountered another 2 cloud savage beasts and sent them flying with great force. Hearing the screams coming from the clouds, Black Cliff was very glad that he came with Zichun. If he came alone, he would have died many times over. As for how long it would take for the Fruit of Strength to appear, Black Cliff didn't know. All he knew was that the Fruit of Strength would appear here, but he didn't know if it was halfway or the deepest part of the Cloud Mountain range. Screams and roars could be heard from time to time. Along the way, Zichun also found half of a barbarian wolf's corpse. After advancing for a few hundred miles, the clouds gradually thinned out. Everyone's vision was able to reach up to 50 meters away, and Zichun's spiritual senses could also reach up to a few hundred meters away. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more cloud savage beasts. However, as they went deeper, Man who became more and more irritable and restless. He kept roaring, but unfortunately, no one could understand what he was trying to say. After advancing for a few dozen miles, they discovered that there were no clouds at all. The blue sky gave them the illusion that they were in the outside world. Just when Heya was suspecting that they had already passed through the Cloud Mountain range, he heard Manhu's roar. Soon after, Manhu's rank 6 power started to fade away, dropping from rank 6 to rank 5. Zichun's eyes flashed. He didn't think that there would be a suppression in this place. Black Cliff and the other 2 were also shocked. Manhu's roar was only due to fear, and he didn't feel any pain. After his cultivation was suppressed to rank 5, he got used to it, and his irritable mood slowly improved. At the same time, Zichun's spiritual senses detected the presence of other people. They were just a few miles away. When Zichun's group arrived, there were already a few dozen cloud savage beasts gathered here. Originally, they were either rank 6 or rank 5, but after the suppression, they were all rank 5. Dozens of barbarians had gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. There was also a strong sense of hostility in their vigilance. However, they restrained themselves and didn't attack immediately. Among the group, the Wood Tribe was the strongest. They had more than 25th rank warriors. Although some of them had died along the way, there were still more than a dozen of them alive. Moreover, almost all of these people had barbarian wolves as mounts. The barbarian wolves were all 4th rank. More than a dozen of them together was not a weak force. The outsider, Mo Chen, was sitting on a large rock not far away. He had an indifferent expression, but when he saw Zichun arrive, he glanced at Zichun with disdain. When the barbarians saw that Zichun's group had 2 rank 4 warriors, their faces flashed with disdain and they snorted at Zichun's group. In this forest, other than the barbarians, there were also many rank 5 savage beasts. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were more than 20 of them. This was a huge rocky land. It was also the end of the blue sky. If they continued forward, they would reach the land of clouds. In addition to the clouds, there was a mysterious force that formed a barrier in front of them, preventing them from moving forward. Zichun's spiritual senses swept around and he withdrew. Since everyone was here, this should be the place where the Fruit of Power would appear. After Zichun arrived, he led Heya and the others to the side and sat down on a large rock. The Fruit of Power will appear here. After sitting down, Zichun looked around and found that many people had the same doubts as him. Looking around, other than the mountain rocks, there wasn't even a decent plant. How could there be a Fruit of Strength? Just by hearing the name, the Fruit of Strength should grow on trees, but there didn't seem to be any trees that grew fruits here. Zichun wasn't the only one who was looking around. The others were doing the same as well. Apart from a few who were calm, most of them were filled with doubt. After looking around to no avail, their gazes fell on the large rocks. Some of them even took out stone tools and started to knock on the rocks. Idiots! Looking at the barbarians who were foolishly knocking on the rocks, Mo Chen's mouth had a trace of disdain. He looked at them as if he was looking at a fool. Although the barbarians didn't find anything, the doubts on their faces didn't lessen. During this time, Zichun's spiritual senses also secretly swept a few large rocks, but it was to no avail. During this period of time, he also indirectly proved that his spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's because Mo Chen did not notice him at all. Although it was partly because Zichun could sweep past him, It was more because Zichen's spiritual senses were stronger than Imo Chen's. Chapter 800. This pressure was a spiritual thought. It was extremely powerful, and it wreaked havoc on the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as the spiritual thought passed through their bodies. This naturally included Zichun and the outsider Imo Chen. Their expressions changed as soon as they felt this spiritual thought. Spiritual thoughts didn't exist in the world of savage beasts. It was impossible to have any spiritual thoughts except for outsiders. But now, not only did a spiritual thought appear, but it was also an extremely terrifying one. It was so terrifying that it could obliterate them. Zichen's spiritual thought was powerful. He deliberately emitted it, but Imo Chen didn't sense it. But this spiritual thought wreaking havoc was extremely flamboyant, overbearing, and terrifying. Zichen and Imo Chen were on guard in the face of this terrifying spiritual thought. The second thing they did was to release their spiritual thoughts to sense the location of this powerful spiritual thought. The sky suddenly split open, and a pitch-black space crack appeared in front of everyone. The crack was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth of the netherworld. The terrifying pressure was wreaking havoc on the crowd from the crack. The sky is collapsing. The sky is collapsing. Many barbarians cried out in alarm as they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with horror. Zichen and Imo Chen's gazes fell on the crack as soon as it appeared. With their knowledge, they could tell that this was a space passage that had been forcibly opened. How powerful must one be to be able to forcibly open a space passage? Many barbarians were horrified when the space passage appeared, but a small number of barbarians were full of expectation. In the distant memory of their tribe, the mysterious fruit of power had come from here. The space was split open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. But the fruit of power didn't appear. Instead, an extremely tall figure appeared from the pitch-black passage. The figure took a step out of the passage and stood in the air, overlooking everyone. Zichen and Imo Chen's complexion changed once again when they saw this tall figure. The other barbarian men also knelt down in fright when they saw this scene. Even the barbarian men who had been extremely calm a moment ago also knelt down in worship towards the void with a pious look on their faces. Barbarian god. It's the barbarian god. How is this possible? The tall figure walked out of the passageway with a terrifying aura surging around his body. All the barbarians were kneeling down in worship, while the savage beasts were prostrating themselves on the ground. Facing the terrifying aura surging around the tall figure, all the savage beasts were frightened. Zichen almost cried out in surprise when he saw the figure that looked exactly like the statue of the god of berserkers in the sky. The other party looked like the barbarian god, and the aura around him seemed to have affected the entire Cloud Mountain range. In the barbarian world, only the barbarian god had such strength. On the side, Heya and the other two kowtowed to the shadow and called out to the barbarian god. Man who lowered his head as much as he could and shivered. The god of berserkers represented the strongest person in the world of berserkers. He was an invincible god in the hearts of berserkers, and at that moment, he was the only one in the world. Imo Chen had already stood up from the big rock. He activated the Yuan Qi around his body and looked at the opponent with fear. He was ready to defend himself. As for Zichen, he was staring at the god of berserkers. His face was filled with shock, but that wasn't the most obvious one. Zichen's face was filled with shock and confusion, because at the instant he saw the tall figure, Zichen felt as if he was looking at himself, or rather, his future self. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart, and this feeling was no longer as ethereal, illusory, and unfathomable as when he was facing the statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, Zichen could clearly sense this sense of familiarity, and he also instantly sensed the source of this sense of familiarity. The perfect body. The source of this feeling was the perfect body. It was known as the strongest body among humans. The barbarian god also cultivated the perfect body, and it's the perfect body. This discovery caused a storm in Zichen's heart. The barbarian god stood in the sky and looked down. His emotionless eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on Imo Chen. During this time, the barbarian god only glanced at Zichen. However, Zichun could sense that the barbarian god had been observing him from the moment he appeared until now. The barbarian god's eyes fell on Emochan. The next moment, a powerful pressure was released from his body. Under this pressure, everyone felt as if they were frozen in place. They couldn't move their bodies anymore. The kneeling barbarians were still kneeling, and the savage beasts were still crawling. Only Zichun and Emochan were still standing. Under this pressure, everyone was motionless. Only their eyeballs could move. Bestow the fruit of power. The barbarian god opened his mouth high in the sky. His voice was loud and clear like a bell in everyone's mind. As he finished speaking, the barbarian god pointed at Emochan. A light appeared on his fingertip. Then, the light grew bigger, brighter, and became extremely dazzling. After a breath, a round ball the size of a walnut was formed in front of the barbarian god's fingertip. After it was formed, it flew toward Emochan. The round ball was the fruit of power. It was the power condensed by the barbarian god. Emochan couldn't move. Being stared at by the barbarian god, he was extremely anxious and panicked. However, when he saw the fruit of power flying toward him, he relaxed and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The fruit of power turned into a beam of light and fell into Emochan's hand. This was a fruit of power. Once consumed, it could make a level 5 warrior break through to level 6 in an instant, or a level 5 savage beast break through to level 6. This was the most amazing thing in the world of the barbarians. It was also the most heaven-defying thing. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. The barbarian god pointed at Emochan 6 times. After the 6th finger, Emochan had 6 fruits of power in his hand. Once he swallowed and refined all of them, his physical strength of the 1st grade would reach the 6th grade. He would reach the limit of leaving this world. With 6 fruits of power in his hand, Emochan, who still couldn't move, had a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Now that he was a 1st grade warrior, he only needed to swallow 5 fruits of power to break through to the 6th grade. The last one was to repay the Wood tribe. After the 6th finger fell, the barbarian god's gaze moved again. This time, he still didn't look at Zichun. Instead, he looked at the other barbarians and savage beasts. Then, the barbarian god pointed again. With every finger, a fruit of power fell into the hands of the barbarians. However, this time, the barbarian god didn't generously give out 6 fruits of power at once. He only gave out 1 fruit of power at a time. However, just 1 fruit of power was enough to make the person who received it overjoyed. It was worth mentioning that barbarian tiger, who was a 6th grade warrior, was lucky enough to receive a fruit of power. On the other hand, Heya and the other 2 4th grade warriors besides Zichun didn't receive a single fruit of power. As the fruits of power were distributed, Zichun was clearly anxious. Logically speaking, the barbarian god should have given them to an outsider like him first. However, he hadn't received a single fruit of power after giving out so many fruits of power. At this moment, Zichun seriously suspected that he had used the path of transformation of the perfect body to become a barbarian. Coincidentally, the barbarian god didn't notice and ignored him. Just as he was feeling extremely nervous and anxious, the barbarian god, who had distributed more than 10 fruits of power, finally looked at Zichun. Although Zichun felt that the barbarian god had been paying attention to him before this, perhaps it was just an illusion. However, the barbarian god was now really looking at Zichun. The barbarian god's eyes were still calm and emotionless as he looked at Zichun. At this moment, Zichun was paying attention to the fruits of power, not whether there were any emotions on the barbarian god's face. It didn't matter if the barbarian god immediately cried when he saw Zichun. The most important thing was to give him the fruits of power. In the end, the god of berserkers finally pointed at Zichun while feeling all sorts of complicated emotions such as anxiety, anticipation, and anticipation. Buzz. A bright light flashed, and a fruit of power condensed between the barbarian god's fingers. Then, it slanted and fell into Zichun's hand. Zichun already had 1 fruit of power in his hand, but he didn't give up. Because he was an outsider, according to the treatment, he should have 6. Even if he could only use 1, no one would complain about having too many of such a heaven-defying item. He could keep the other 5 and give them to the monk, the demonic ape, Xian or Longhu when he got out. In that case, a mere 5 fruits of power didn't seem to be enough to distribute. Fortunately, the barbarian god wasn't stingy. The second finger pointed at Zichun. In a flash of light, the second fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand again. At this moment, many barbarians were puzzled and curious when they sensed this scene. They didn't understand why this barbarian was different from the rest and got 2 fruits of power alone. After all, each barbarian had 1 fruit of power. However, after the second finger, the barbarian god pointed a third time, and the third fruit of power fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the fourth finger, the fifth finger, and the sixth finger. 6 fruits of power appeared in Zichen's hand. This treatment was comparable to that of an outsider. At this moment, apart from the 3 people who knew about Zichen's background, everyone else was extremely puzzled. They couldn't understand why a barbarian could be treated the same as an outsider. The same? The answer was naturally different. After the 6th finger, the barbarian god paused for about 3 breaths. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Then, he pointed at Zichun again. 7 fruits of power. Zichun already had 7 fruits of power in his hand. He had 1 more than the outsider, Imo-chan. Everyone was even more puzzled and puzzled. At the same time, they were also guessing the origin of this barbarian. How could he be more favored than an outsider? A hint of doubt also flashed in Imo-chan's eyes. But soon, this doubt turned cold. So what if he had 7 fruits of power? He had to be alive to eat them. Not to mention 7, even if he had 8 or 9 fruits of power. So what? Imo-chan already had the intention to fight for them. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the barbarian god pointed a finger again. The 8th fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the 9th finger pointed a finger again. After the 9th fruit of power was formed, it was also given to Zichun. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. But after the barbarian god pointed a finger again, they felt that their minds were in a mess. P.S. Yesterday, I found out that I have word OCD. I'm used to typing in Word and can't type a single word on other typing software. During this period, I downloaded 3 typing software and used many colorful versions, but none of them worked. I can only type in the pure white version of Word. Chapter 801. While the barbarian god was distributing the fruits of power, in the deepest part of the barbarian world, the legendary barbarian god's true statue, a group of barbarians also received the fruits of power. The first ones to receive the fruits of power were 2 outsiders who had completely broken through the seal. Both of them were powerful and belonged to 2 superpowers in the deepest part of the barbarian world. One of them was the Earth race, known as the strongest power in the barbarian world. They had millions of members, and the strongest of them was a level 8 warrior. The other was the Fire race, which was second only to the Earth race. There were many powerful warriors in the Fire race, and they had a level 8 warrior as their leader. The true god of barbarian gods' true statue was guarded by these 2 powers. If the other powers wanted to learn the strongest barbarian art, they had to pay a sufficient reward. Besides the 2 outsiders, some of the surrounding barbarians also received the fruits of power. The situation was roughly the same as the Cloud Mountain. After the distribution of the fruits of power, the light on the barbarian god's statue faded away. Below the statue, the 2 outsiders looked at each other. Will you leave after you break through? Asked an extremely young-looking male outsider who was wearing a suit of armor. The outsider named Wu Yu was a young man. He smiled and said, "Before I answer you, I want to ask you, Chun Ming, will you leave?" Chun Ming was startled, and his expression changed slightly. He then smiled and said, "Leave? Are you kidding me? I've been on this ancient road for dozens of times. It's not easy to come across such a place. No matter what, I have to stay for a while and recuperate." Wu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Chun Ming paused and asked, "Wu Yu, we actually met on the same ancient road. I'm curious, how many ancient roads have you walked?" Wu Yu looked at Chun Ming and didn't answer immediately. "It's fine if you don't want to say. I'm just curious." Chun Ming didn't seem to care. Wu Yu said, "The 99 ancient road of trials, there's nothing to hide. I've already walked 5 or 8 of them." Chun Ming's expression changed, and he exclaimed, What? You've already walked 5 or 8. That means you'll reach the first gathering place if you walk one more? That's right. Wu Yu nodded. Then he asked, Why? Aren't you one? Chen Ming paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, I only walked 38 of the ancient roads. I thought you were the same as me, but I didn't expect you to have already walked 58. The expression on Wu Yu's face didn't change, and he said, The ancient road is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one can say for sure what we will encounter during this period of time. However, I only arrived here on the 8th day, and you arrived here on the 8th day. Obviously, your talent and battle prowess are stronger than mine. Chen Ming shook his head and said, On the ancient road, there is no competition of talent or battle prowess, only luck. Survival is the way of the king. Wu Yu smiled and said, If we're talking about luck, you're better than me. You actually came earlier. However, I heard that there are 2 other outsiders in this world. I wonder how their luck is. Will they come earlier than you? Hearing this, Chun Ming shook his head again and said, That's not very likely. I think 38 is already the earliest. After all, I stepped on a first-tier ancient path back then. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, a first-tier ancient path. Those who dare to enter that place are truly extraordinary existences. I was unlucky and was chosen to enter the second-tier ancient path. Then, Wu Yu looked at Chen Ming and asked, After your strength breakthrough, you won't be leaving soon, right? Chen Ming looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, I want to take a look at the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, so I specially invited you. When the 2 outsiders were talking, the other barbarians in the distance didn't come close. The 2 of them seemed to be in a good mood, but in fact, they were both on guard against each other. After all, almost all the challengers on the ancient road were enemies. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is a place with many legends. I also want to see if there are any barbarian dragons there. While talking, Wu Yu put away the 6 fruits of power. Good. After breaking through, we will enter together. As for the people of the Earth race, they will also cooperate with us. Chun Ming laughed heartily. Wu Yu also smiled faintly and said, I think the fire race is also very curious about the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. I think they will definitely cooperate with us. After the discussion, the 2 of them returned to their respective tribes and began to refine the fruits of power to increase their strength. During this time, there was not a single battle caused by the fruits of power occurred. Cloud Mountain Range. When the 10th fruit of power was in Zichen's hands, everyone was in a mess. Their minds became more active, and some of them even had an extremely unfriendly look in their eyes. Under the pressure of the barbarian god, everyone still couldn't move. Therefore, the unfriendliness was either in their eyes or in their hearts. After the barbarian god gave Zichun the 10th fruit of power, he didn't give any more. The bestowment of the fruits of power was obviously coming to an end. The pressure that enveloped everyone was slowly weakening. The barbarian world will no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure completely dissipated, the barbarian god's voice rang out again. The meaning behind his words was extremely important. He actually said that the barbarian world would no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure disappeared, all the barbarians once again knelt down. Those who received the fruits of power were kowtowing and thanking the barbarian god. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were praying. Even if they clearly heard the barbarian god's words and knew that the fruits of power would no longer appear, they still didn't want to give up on this last hope. After the barbarian god finished speaking, he didn't say a second word. His solid figure slowly dissipated in midair. The passage behind him also disappeared. After about 6 breaths, the barbarian god's figure disappeared and the sky returned to normal. The barbarians who were kowtowing stood up. Their expressions were different. Those who received the fruits of power were excited. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were disappointed and resentful. They started to curse. But in the next moment, their gazes fell on Zichun. Then, they shifted their gazes from Zichun to Zichen's hand. They saw the 10 fruits of power that were emitting a dazzling light. Greed instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts to their faces. Many of the barbarians started to breathe rapidly. They didn't receive a single fruits of power and were extremely resentful. However, Zichun received 10 of them. This was extremely unfair. Zichen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he was stared at by dozens of greedy eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about the barbarian god's words. Of course, these weren't the majestic words, but the words that resounded in Zichen's mind when the barbarian god's figure dissipated. The fruits of power are very useful for increasing one's physical strength. They have extraordinary meaning for perfect bodies. Don't be in a hurry to break through. First, use the fruits of power to establish a good foundation. Wait until your potential reaches a saturated state before breaking through. To ordinary people, the fruits of power have restrictions, but these restrictions are useless against perfect bodies. Little fellow, I look forward to meeting you again. Upon hearing the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zichen was clearly taken aback. This was because the tone wasn't the strange tone of the barbarian world. Instead, it belonged to the outside world, the extremely smooth tone of the human world. However, before Zichen could figure out where the barbarian god came from, he heard heavy and rapid breathing. Many barbarians, who had obtained nothing, had already approached Zichen. The barbarian god disappeared, and the fruits of power were distributed. Everyone's previously suppressed strength slowly recovered. Leader Zichen, Black Cliff, who had obtained nothing, saw the barbarians approaching. His face was instantly filled with fear. Take your men and retreat. Manhu, you retreat as well. Zichen said to Black Cliff, and then to Manhu. The fruits of power are also useful to you. Swallow them first and find a chance to refine them. Zichen said to Manhu. Leader Zichen, be careful. Black Cliff and the other two began to retreat. Manhu, who had swallowed the fruits of power, also retreated with the three of them. The sealed strength in Manhu's body was also slowly recovering. His body was emitting the aura of a king. No one dared to provoke him. Zichen had 10 fruits of power, so he didn't need to snatch one from Manhu. The barbarians were approaching while the outsider Imo-chan stood in the distance and sneered. During this time, the Wood tribe didn't try to get close to Zichen. Zichen glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, if you don't have any fruits of power, then I can forgive you. But if you still want to come, then you are simply courting death. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the barbarians' expression changed. They were the ones who had obtained the fruits of power, but after their expressions changed a few times, they once again rushed forward. Not everyone was going to approach Zichen. Some of them had already recovered their strength after obtaining the fruits of power and ran away. Apart from the barbarians, there were also some beasts that had obtained the fruits of power and ran away. A group of barbarians rushed towards Zichen. Battle cries instantly sounded. Zichen held the 10 fruits of power in his left hand. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the incoming barbarians. Pong! Under the golden light of the fist, a barbarian was hit by Zichen. This time, his body did not fly backwards. Instead, it exploded under the violent power of the attack. The barbarian's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. A dazzling fruit of power was caught by Zichen. Zichen blew up a level 5 barbarian warrior with a single punch. Moreover, this was a warrior with a fruit of power. Such a powerful battle strength shocked everyone. 2 of the barbarians sensed that the situation was not good. They wanted to retreat and run away, but they were already targeted by Zichen. It was too late. Then, Zichen punched out 2 more times and blew up the 2 barbarians. There was no doubt that these 2 barbarians had fruits of power. Zichen picked up the 2 fruits of power and said coldly, I told you not to be so greedy, but you didn't listen. After blowing up 3 people with fruits of power with 3 punches, Zichen now had a total of 13 fruits of power. However, his previous powerful battle strength could almost kill a level 5 warrior. This caused everyone to feel apprehensive. Although they wanted to obtain the fruits of power, their lives were more important. During this time, a few level 6 warriors were ready to make a move. Imo-chan stood in the distance and sneered at Zichen. Zichen didn't pay attention to these level 6 warriors who were trying to approach him. Instead, he looked at Imo-chan and sneered. Then, Zichen held the 13 fruits of power in his left hand. But in the next moment, a light flashed in Zichen's hand and the fruits of power disappeared. Chapter 802. The fruit of power wouldn't disappear for no reason. Emochan hadn't expected this. So, the sneer on his face froze in an instant. Emochan stood up and stared at Zichun. The disdain on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. If things were as he had guessed, then this trial-taker of the ancient road had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. The restless 6th-level warriors took a few steps towards Zichun and stopped moving. The greed on their faces had been replaced by shock. They were shocked to see a human being who was much lower than the barbarians. This human had a common name in the barbarian world: outsider. This barbarian was an outsider. Moreover, he was an outsider who could change his appearance. The barbarians were shocked. Then, fear appeared on their faces. They began to move back carefully. The greed in their hearts had been completely suppressed by fear. There were too many legends about the outsiders, but each legend had the word powerful in it. The 6th-level warriors moved back carefully. They were afraid that the outsider would get angry and kill them. However, their worries were unnecessary. Zichun didn't even look at them. "You're an outsider. You're an outsider." Everyone on the Wood Tribe side was stunned by Zichun's change. The chief of the Wood Tribe cried out. The faces of the barbarians of the Wood Tribe changed. They had offended an outsider. Fortunately, they had another outsider with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Zichun glanced at the barbarians of the Wood Tribe. When the barbarian god had bestowed the fruit of power, 2 barbarians of the Wood Tribe had been lucky enough to obtain it. Zichun didn't remember who they were. But it didn't matter because the fruit of power had fallen into the hands of the chief of the Wood Tribe. His eyes swept over the barbarians of the Wood Tribe and finally fell on Emochan. Zichun's face was full of sarcasm and ridicule. He hadn't revealed his identity before because he was worried that the fruit of power would target an outsider. But now that he had obtained the fruit of power, there was no need to continue hiding. "I didn't expect that you were also a challenger of the ancient road. I underestimated you this time." Emochan looked at Zichun with a dignified look. His words were cold. "Emochan, right?" Zichun looked at Emochan and said coldly, "You've taken a fancy to my fruit of strength. Just as well, I've also taken a fancy to yours. Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the fruit of strength, I can spare your life." Emochan's face twisted with rage as he shouted, "I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't see that you were a trial taker of the ancient road. However, if you want to steal from me, Emochan, dream on. I, Emochan, have been on the ancient road for more than 10 years, and I've walked through dozens of ancient roads. Usually, I'm the one who steals from others. Today, not only do you have to give me those 13 fruits of power, you have to leave behind your life as well. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogant words just now." Just as Emochan's cold voice faded, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body. This was the aura of a late primal core expert. After releasing his aura, Emochan's entire body began to glow. This was the light of origin energy, and it was actually extremely pure. Zichun was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected that Emochan had been hiding something. This guy was clearly a heavenly warrior, but as for whether he was a Hotian or Xiantian expert, Zichun didn't know. He couldn't tell. Amidst the cries of surprise, Emochan's body rose up from the ground. He stopped 100 meters above the ground and looked down at Zichun, his entire body filled with killing intent. Seeing Emochan rise up into the air like the barbarian god, the crowd of barbarians cried out involuntarily. "He could fly! He could fly! You've walked dozens of ancient roads to get here. It seems that your luck is very bad. I've only walked 3. Zichun also rose up into the air. He began to release his aura. It was also extremely pure origin energy. He was also a heavenly warrior. The aura released by both of them formed an inexplicable pressure. 100 meters below the ground, everyone felt their chests tighten and their breathing become difficult. What followed was obviously a fierce battle between outsiders. No matter if it was the barbarians or the savage beasts, they all retreated to the edge of the pressure. After hearing Zichun's words, Emochan almost fell down from the sky. He had walked 3 ancient roads to get here. Was this strength, or was it luck? It should be known that he had come out from a second-class ancient road. He had also entered the second-class ancient road voluntarily. But this challenger in front of him had actually walked 3 ancient roads to get here. What kind of ancient road was he? First class? This was almost impossible. After sensing that his opponent was only at the early stage of the primal core realm, Imo-chan relaxed. An early stage of the primal core realm naturally couldn't be an expert. He must have been lucky to be able to get here. The pure origin energy released by Zi-chan surprised Imo-chan. I didn't expect you to be a heavenly warrior. Unfortunately, you're only at the early stage of the primal core realm. Even if you're a Xiantian realm warrior, you won't be able to leave here alive. Zi-chan chuckled and said, I wasn't sure if you were a heavenly warrior or not. But after hearing what you said, I'm relieved. Imo-chan asked doubtfully, relieved about what? Don't worry. I'll be able to kill you smoothly. If you were a Xiantian realm warrior, I'm afraid I would have to put in a lot of effort. Imo-chan was furious. You're boasting shamelessly. We're 2 levels apart. Let's see how you'll kill me. Die. As he shouted, Imo-chan flew towards Zi-chan rapidly. In the process of moving forward, he had already circulated the ultimate Yuan Qi in his body to the limit. He was going to use his strongest attack. After knowing that Zi-chan was an outsider, Imo-chan didn't hold back anymore. The ruthlessness and decisiveness that he had cultivated on the ancient road also showed in the next moment. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. Zi-chan sneered. The ultimate Yang Yuan Qi in abdomen started to circulate rapidly. Under the circulation of Yuan Qi, Zi-chan's body started to emit a golden light. The dazzling golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Zi-chan clenched his fist and shouted, Tyrannical Fist. The Tyrannical Fist was an ancient fist technique with extraordinary power. When Zi-chan threw this punch, not only did he use his origin energy, but he also used the strength of his level 5 body. This made the already terrifying punch even more terrifying when Zi-chan used his full strength. Boom! 2 beams of energy collided in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The 2 extreme energies collided, entangled, and reached a stalemate hundreds of meters high in the sky. After the loud explosion, a series of tremors spread out. The aftermath of the collision of the 2 extreme energies started to spread out. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated and rippled. Wherever the ripples passed, the tall trees and mountains instantly turned into dust. Even the barrier in the depths of the sky started to tremble. On the ground, many retreating barbarians were blown away by the shockwaves. Their faces were filled with horror as they tried to escape. They were far away from the shockwaves, but many of them were injured and vomited blood. If they were close to the shockwaves, none of them would be able to survive. In the sky, after the first attack, Zi-chan and Imo-chan once again closed in on each other. They continued to attack one after another. The collision of energy was like thunder, rumbling loudly. Both of them were Heaven Realm warriors. One of them had strength but no realm, while the other had realm but no strength. The difference in their attacking power wasn't very big, so the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. However, under Zi-chan's continuous attacks, Imo-chan was still at a disadvantage. But it was only at a disadvantage, and he wasn't injured either. After one head-on collision after another, Imo-chan's face became more and more gloomy. It seemed like this early-stage core realm warrior really had some extraordinary skills. After walking on the ancient road, Imo-chan understood that it was unwise to fight head-on for a long period of time. Therefore, after another confrontation, Imo-chan took the opportunity to retreat. After retreating for 1,000 meters, Imo-chan started to form hand seals. Then, under the blinding light, a sharp blade appeared in the sky and slashed towards Zi-chan. After the close combat was over, it was time to use spells. Zi-chan naturally didn't want to be outdone. Extreme Yang reappeared in the sky. Like a golden sun, a spell attack appeared and landed directly on the sharp blade. In the explosion of energy, the 2 spells dissipated, but the aftermath of the energy was still shaking. The ground 100 meters below had been destroyed beyond recognition. The barbarians and savage beasts had fled far away. The world of the barbarians was a world that focused on physical strength. In this world, other than the giant bird and the barbarian god, There was nothing else that could fly. All the attacks in this world were close combat. However, at this moment, the attacks from the two people in the sky had undoubtedly changed their worldview. Looking at the two's attacks, they felt like they were in a strange and bizarre world. He couldn't suppress his opponent with close combat, and he couldn't get the upper hand with spells either. Imo-chan knew that he had encountered an extremely difficult opponent. He didn't have any intention of hiding his strength. Before his energy ran out, he launched a powerful attack to destroy his opponent. Boom! The sky suddenly began to shake. Almost all of Imo-chan's Yuanli was released. The Yuanli stirred the void and turned into a giant energy dragon, rushing towards Zichen. This giant energy dragon was made of pure energy. In the outside world, it could kill a large number of people of the same level. However, if it wanted to kill Zichen, it was obviously a bit unrealistic. After launching the first energy attack, Zichen immediately launched the second style of the tyrannical fist. Hundreds of dazzling fist lights appeared in the sky and blasted towards the giant energy dragon. Hundreds of fist lights landed on the giant energy dragon, causing a series of explosions. Just as the fist lights dissipated, the giant energy dragon also crumbled. Endless energy surged in the sky. The energy light directly enveloped the two people. The barbarians in the distance couldn't see anything. Zichen, who was in the middle of the energy light, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind. He didn't have time to think. He pointed his finger behind him. Chapter 803. Imo-chan's face was full of shock when he saw his powerful attack being blocked by his opponent's finger. His weapon was an extraordinary alchemy weapon, and it was a sneak attack. Imo-chan had used this move to kill countless existences on the ancient road, and he had also used it several times to resolve the crisis. But now, the attack he was relying on was easily blocked by a finger. While his expression changed, Imo-chan swung his blade again, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Clang! His blade was blocked by his opponent's finger again, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zichen's fingertip emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura emerged. Imo-chan swung his blade 4 or 5 times, each of which was his strongest attack, but he couldn't break through the defense of his opponent's finger. It was the first time Imo-chan had seen such a tough and strange finger. His face was obviously flustered, and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Looking ahead again, Zichen was looking at him coldly, with a cold expression. After a dozen attacks, the violent energy around him had already dissipated. Imo-chan knew that it was useless to continue fighting. Therefore, he decisively turned around, put away his blade, and ran away. He had learned this from the ancient road. Otherwise, he would be the one to die if he stayed here. Want to run? Do you think it's realistic? Zichen said coldly. Light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. With a flap of the wings, Zichen turned into a silver cold lightning and chased after Imo-chan. Imo-chan, who was running away, looked extremely flustered, but if one looked carefully, they would see a trace of calmness in his eyes. Danger came from behind, and Zichen had already caught up. Imo-chan's flustered face suddenly flashed with a trace of madness, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Then, he turned around and slashed down with his blade. Go to hell. Blade light flashed, and a dense killing intent swept through the world. This extremely stunning blade attack was infused with all of Imo-chan's power, and it was fiercely chopped towards Zichen. This attack was completely unexpected, and Zichen didn't even have time to react. Swoosh! Without putting up any defense, the blade light slashed down and easily cut open Zichen's body. A thin cut appeared on Zichen's body. Half of his body had been cut diagonally. In the distance, the barbarians who hadn't fled yet saw everything clearly. They opened their mouths wide in shock, and their faces were full of shock. The person who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago had actually gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he had slashed open his opponent's body, turning defeat into victory. The Mu clansman, who had been extremely nervous before, finally relaxed after seeing Imo-chan destroy the enemy. Fortunately, the powerful outsider was on his side. However, compared to the Wood tribe's relaxed expression, Imo Chin's frenzied expression instantly turned into one of shock. Amidst the shock, there was even a hint of fear. At this moment, even he could not tell whether what he had slashed apart was a clone or an illusion. In front of him, Zi Chin's body, which had been cut open, suddenly dissipated and turned into the chi of heaven and earth. Imo Chun was still in the posture of finishing his attack. His waist was half-tilted, and his long blade was slanted to the ground. He was motionless, as if his body had been fixed. Even though he knew that he had slashed apart a fake figure, he still didn't make any effective response. Seeing the outsider's body suddenly disappear, all the barbarians were puzzled. They couldn't understand how a living person could disappear just like that. Even if the person was gone, the fruit of power should still be there, right? But the fruit of power was gone. What was even more puzzling was that after Imo Chun had killed his opponent, he didn't move at all. He didn't even move to put away his blade. He just stood there in the air, as if his body had been fixed. He didn't make any next move. Amidst the puzzlement, some people noticed that there seemed to be a cold light flashing in front of Imo Chin's chest. It seemed like a sharp weapon had pierced his chest from behind. As the cold light flashed in front of his chest, everyone saw drops of liquid dripping down. At first, the liquid was droplet by droplet. Then, it formed a thin line and splashed onto a large rock below. Because the surrounding clouds had dissipated, many people saw the drops of liquid dripping on the rock from afar. It was actually red blood. Blood. It's blood. How is this possible? Just as the leader of the Mu tribe opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed, he heard even louder exclamations coming from all around. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw that Imo Chun had been lifted up by a long spear. The owner of the spear was the outsider whose body had suddenly disappeared. However, at this moment, the outsider had a pair of silver wings on his back. His expression was still as cold as before. Yu. Imo Chun hadn't died yet, but his strength had been completely suppressed by Zi Chun. Zi Chun could kill him at any time. Imo Chun's face was full of fear, and he seemed to be begging for mercy in the next moment. Bang! But at this moment, Zi Chin's spear trembled, and a wave of energy wreaked havoc in Imo Chun's body. Then Imo Chun's body exploded, and his spiritual sense was shattered. Imo Chun's body exploded into a rain of blood. During this time, there were 3 things floating in the air: a spirit ring, a pill weapon, and a yuan core. He was dead. The powerful outsider Imo Chun had actually been killed just like that. The Mu tribe's people were filled with terror. They hastily called over their barbarian wolves and miserably ran outside. They wanted to run out of this place and find reinforcements. That was because the Mu tribe's true experts were all outside. They knew that once they entered this place, their strength would be suppressed. While Zi Chun and Imo Chun were fighting in the depths of the mountain range, the outer regions weren't peaceful. There were a few tribes guarding this place, and the Mu tribe was the most powerful. They were guarding this place, waiting to catch everyone else in one fell swoop. While they were waiting, 2 barbarians came from afar. They were both level 7 warriors. When they arrived at the Cloud Mountain range, they started slaughtering the barbarians who were guarding this place. The barbarians couldn't defeat the 2 level 7 warriors even if they joined forces, so they started to run away. After a while, there were no more barbarians left except for the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 rank 7 warriors didn't enter the Cloud Mountain range. Instead, they stood guard outside. Once a barbarian came out, the 2 of them would ruthlessly kill him. After killing the barbarian, they would steal the fruit of strength from the barbarian. The level 7 warriors didn't have much use for the fruit of strength. Everything they did was for the sake of their tribe. The level 7 warriors snatching the fruit of strength was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After Zi Chun killed Imo Chun, he took the 3 things floating in front of him and descended from the sky. Below him, other than Heya, the other 2 level 4 warriors, and Barbarian Tiger, there was no one else. Everyone was afraid of Zi Chun's strength, so they ran away first. Leader Zi Chun. Heya greeted him, but it wasn't hard to see the shock on his face. His voice was trembling, and the other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Zi Chun nodded at the 3 and said, "Let's leave this place first." Zi Chun's tone was extremely calm, and there was no trace of fierceness in his tone. This allowed the three of them to heave a sigh of relief. Today, they had finally witnessed the true battle prowess of the outsiders. Just as the rumors said, once the outsiders recovered from their illness, they would be invincible since they could fly. Other than an outsider who could kill an outsider, a barbarian wouldn't be able to kill an outsider. The Wood tribe has all escaped, Heya said after he calmed down. At this moment, Zichun was sitting on Barbarian Tiger's back again. Barbarian Tiger also sped up and ran outside. Zichun said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Since the fruit of power had been bestowed, the mist in the cloud mountain began to dissipate. Although it wasn't dark blue yet, they could still see the path, so they were able to leave much faster than when they came. Behind Barbarian Tiger, the 3 level 4 warriors were also chasing. During this time, Zichun also released his spiritual sense and occasionally found 1 or 2 barbarians hiding in the forest refining the fruit of power. But Zichun didn't try to steal the fruit, and these barbarians also didn't attack him. They immediately left after taking the fruit. When they were about to leave the Cloud Mountain, Zichun heard the roars of beasts and the miserable cries of barbarians. It's the roars of barbarian wolves. Could it be the Wood tribe? They were attacked, but who would dare to attack them here? Heyu exclaimed. Zichun released his spiritual sense and saw what was happening outside. The 2 level 7 warriors were crazily slaughtering the Wood tribe. As for the leader of the Wood tribe, he had already turned into a cold corpse. In addition, there were many barbarian and beast corpses in the surroundings. Zichun's lips curled into a cold smile as this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. A black dog eating a black dog. The Wood tribe members were completely terrified. They didn't dare to fight back, so they urged the barbarian wolves to speed up. But the level 7 warriors were not only powerful, but they were also very fast. Even after they sped up, the barbarian wolves couldn't keep up. Miserable cries of both humans and beasts continued to ring out. Every time a scream rang out, it meant that a person or beast had died. Just as Zichun and his group walked out, all the barbarians in the area were killed. The 2 7th grade warriors were filled with murderous intent, but when they saw the outsider, Zichun, their expressions suddenly changed. Zichun didn't pay attention to the 2 of them. Instead, he signaled Barbarian Tiger to go forward until he reached the leader of the Wood tribe. Zichun waved his hand and 2 fruits of strength flew out from the corpse of the leader of the Wood tribe and into Zichun's hand. After taking the fruits of strength, Zichun didn't pay attention to the 2 of them and signaled Barbarian Tiger to continue forward. But on the way, Zichun took away all the beast corpses. It was clear that they were food for the Raven tribe. The 2 warriors of the 7th rank were ignored just like that. Their expressions were somewhat uncomfortable, but the strength of the outsider made them incomparably fearful. "Do you know which tribe we are from? Outsider, you dare to steal our fruits of strength? You have guts." One of the level 7 warriors couldn't hold back and directly said. Chapter 804. Zichun's threat made the 2 men's faces turn ugly, but they were not willing to leave just like that. "Outsider, we are from the Earth race and the Fire race, and there are 2 outsiders in our tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave the fruit behind. Otherwise, you should be able to guess the consequences." Their words surprised Zichun. It seemed like there were 4 more outsiders in this world. One of them was Imo-chin, and the other 2 were from the Earth race and Fire race. As for the last one, he was nowhere to be found. Zichun's cold eyes fell on the 2 men. He said coldly, "I hate it when people threaten me, but I also hate killing people. I'll give you one more chance. Leave or die." The 2 men's faces turned even uglier, and their expressions kept changing. Looking at the 2 men's faces, Zichun sighed. "It seems that before I can use force, all kindness will be seen as weakness." After he finished speaking, Zichun jumped off Manhu's back and rushed towards the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 men's faces changed. They were hesitant before, but because of Zichun's attack, they made up their minds. Their faces were full of unwillingness. After they shouted, they used all their strength and threw a level 7 barbarian spell at Zichun. Zichun also clenched his fists. With his level 5 strength and the elemental energy in his body, he punched out from both sides. Compared to the barbarian's fists, Zichen's fists were smaller by half. But when they collided with the two huge fists, two loud bangs were heard. The two level 7 warriors were sent flying by Zichen. Their faces were twisted in pain, and the fists and arms that they used to fight with Zichen were all shattered. Let's go, let's go. The two men landed on the ground, and their faces were full of fear. One of them shouted while enduring the pain. They had lost the will to fight back. After giving the warning, the coldness on Zichen's face did not lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. After displaying your strength, you'd be an idiot to continue being merciful. Moreover, I've also taken a fancy to the fruits of strength on your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden essence force enveloped the two of them. The two grade 7 warriors let out blood-curdling screams. By the time the golden essence force was retracted, the two grade 7 warriors had already lost their lives. Zichen found 4 fruits of strength from the two of them. Adding the 15 he had a total of 19. Based on the calculation of each level, even if Zichen's physical strength was not even at level 1, he would still be able to break through to level 19. Zichen didn't dare imagine a powerful body at level 19 because it was purely a dream. The strength fruit could only break through to level 6. Even if the perfect body wasn't restricted by this, Zichen's strength wouldn't increase much. After leaving this place, Zichen found a relatively remote place where he planned to refine the fruit of might. During this time, Heya and the other two followed Zichen. Leader Zichen, are we going to stay here? Heya asked, puzzled. Zichen nodded. That's right. Let's increase our strength first. While speaking, Zichen took out a fruit of might and said, I'll give you one. Refine it and break through. Seeing the fruit of might in Zichen's hand, Heya couldn't suppress his excitement. I came here all because of your information. You deserve it. Zichen placed the fruit of might in Heya's hand. Heya actually wanted to decline or be polite, but this was a fruit of might, an extremely heaven-defying item. He couldn't be polite. All right, refine it. Zichen ignored Heya and looked at Manhu. At that moment, Manhu was refining the fruit of might. Barbarian God had told him that the fruit of might was extremely useful for increasing one's strength. Zichen didn't need to think to know that the fruit of might wasn't as simple as increasing one's strength. This kind of heaven-defying item must have other uses. Since Barbarian God had given one to Manhu, there must be a reason. Therefore, Zichen had Manhu refine the fruit of might. Heya stopped beside a pile of rocks a dozen meters away. With the fruit of might in his hand, he couldn't wait to refine it. The other two rank 4 warriors stood guard for Heya. Heya swallowed the fruit of might and began to refine it. Heya didn't have Yuan Li, so the so-called refining was digesting the fruit of might and fusing it into his body. Zichen sat cross-legged and prepared to refine the fruit of might. After calming down, a fruit of might appeared in his hand. The small fruit of might was only the size of a walnut. Zichen could swallow it in one gulp. When the fruit of might was formed, it was formed from the condensation of strength. Therefore, it didn't have the sweetness of a fruit. It didn't have any taste before entering the stomach, but once it entered the stomach, the fruit of might turned into pure strength. This pure strength gathered in Zichen's body under the circulation of the perfect body. This strength flowed through his meridians and fused into his bones, flesh, meridians, and every single cell of his strength. This was a wonderful feeling that could only be felt and not described in words. If words had to be used to express it, it was like a dry desert suddenly ushering in a wind and rain, or a thirsty traveler suddenly discovering the best nectar. The fruit of might was indeed a heaven-defying item. It could only increase Zichen's strength, but it didn't have any effect on Zichen's Yuanli. The fruit of might contained an unimaginable strength. It was said to be able to forcibly increase a barbarian's strength by 1 level. After this enormous strength fused into Zichen's body, it fused with Zichen's strength. It was as if the conditions were right. If one's realm was likened to a bucket, then one's strength would be the water that filled the bucket. In the past, Zichen had strived to make the bucket bigger so that it could hold more water. This was an increase in realm. The appearance of the fruit of might made the quality of the water in the bucket higher and denser. This was a transformation of strength's essence. This was like a bucket originally filled with stones, but there were many cracks in it. This situation meant that although ordinary barbarians had a realm, they didn't have an extremely fine strength. Although they had such a realm of strength, their battle strength wasn't very strong and couldn't last for long. This weakness might not be seen when facing weak enemies, but if they were fighting against existences that were filled with fine sand, they would naturally be weaker. After the fine sand was filled, more water could be poured in until it was completely saturated. At this moment, Zichun was in such a situation. However, unlike others, because the perfect body technique he cultivated was relatively powerful, the strength he cultivated didn't contain stones or fine sand. Instead, it was pure water. This water filled up the realm bucket, making his battle prowess stronger and longer. But now, after refining the fruit of might, the water that was already full was compressed under the effect of the fruit of might. This made the density of the water even greater, and Zichun's power was naturally purer and stronger. Once the water was compressed to an extreme, it would become the purest thing. It could be called a solid state. Zichun's strength was like this. After being compressed to an extreme, it increased in quality. The principle of the ultimate energy contained in the heavenly warrior abdomen was not much different from this. They were all striving to increase in quality. After refining one fruit of might, this massive amount of energy had yet to fill Zichun's realm bucket, so Zichun didn't have the time to compress and refine it. Right on the heels of that, the second fruit of might entered his stomach. It contained the same level of power as the first one. Zichun began to refine the power again and let his body absorb it. After refining 3 fruits of might, Zichun felt that he had reached the limit of level 5 strength. If he was willing, Zichun could use this power to break through to the level 6 warrior realm. Of course, if he swallowed another fruit of might, it would be even easier for Zichun to break through. If not for the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zichun would naturally break through. However, after hearing the voice transmission, Zichun stopped breaking through. He continued to compress and refine the power. During this period, Zichun didn't only refine his strength, but also his body. If he wanted to store more dense items in the realm bucket, the quality of the bucket had to be excellent. Therefore, Zichun was refining and tempering his body at the same time. When the 4th fruit of might entered his stomach, it transformed into pure energy and was used by Zichun to temper his body. In the past, Zichun had used the ancient beast blood essence to do the same thing, but the effect was extremely slow. The fruit of might was almost specially prepared for the perfect body, so it was more convenient for Zichun to refine it. At this moment, Zichun's body was like a thirsty traveler, and the fruit of might was like nectar that constantly nourished Zichun's body. During the refining process, Zichun discovered that the perfect body that he had tempered countless times actually still had impurities. Some turbid energy was expelled through his pores, and Zichun's physique became even purer. During the tempering process, Zichun seriously suspected that once he broke through to level 6 and displayed the perfect body that had been compressed to the extreme, his combat strength would surpass that of using ultimate origin energy. The fruit of might was a rare body tempering treasure. When Zichun's body absorbed this power, more impurities were expelled. If Zichun's perfect body in the past was a tenacious foundation built with various resources, then after absorbing the pure energy contained in the fruit of might, Zichun's perfect body was a true perfect body. In time, when Zichun could mobilize the power in his body and condense solid energy, it would be an extremely magical and heaven-defying fruit of might. At this moment, Zichun suddenly understood the source of the fruit of might. It was actually a power source condensed in the body of an expert whose perfect body had reached the limit. As for the barbarian god from before, his perfect body had clearly grown to the peak, and the power condensed from his body was the fruit of might. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.